Good morning, everybody. I am back. I would say we are very back. Some of these tomatoes still somehow aren't dead. They're definitely on the way out, though. Hey, good morning. So, Ekron is today. Might as well wipe out the town, get what we want out of it. Some things that I was going to try to get this thing out of the way. I was kind of waiting for a throwaway vehicle to mess with it too much. But if I can at least get it off to the side of the road, that would just make this road drivable. Still somebody alive in that house, apparently. Or quote-unquote unalive. Honestly, if I come at it from a T-bone angle here, I might be able to flip it. You don't want to hear that sound. You don't want to hear the collision sound. You hear the collision sound, that's damage. We don't want damage. We just want peace and clean streets. I'm sure that slow Shamby will get over here eventually. I ain't going into those bushes. He can bring his ass out here. And before anybody asks if you weren't here earlier, yes, of course I did try to hook it up. It didn't work. You can't hook up vehicles that are flipped over. Alright, let's kill this guy. I have another idea. I'm not exactly feeling close quarters combat yet. We're kind of faced with close quarters combat as soon as we get to the school. So I'm kind of trying to wake up before we get to that. So I am going to... This is the equivalent of fuck around and find out here. I'm going to take the trailer with me. And I'm going to see if I can use some wacky, stupid physics with the trailer to flip that vehicle over. You see, I'd love to do more realistic things. If, you know, we could just hook up vehicles to each other with a heavy chain and a hook. And regardless of whether that would work or not, you know, face the consequences of doing it wrong. But no, we're still dealing with invisible chains and everything. But what if I get the step van stuck? Good morning, Magent. What if I get the step van stuck in between the ambulance and the trailer? Can I leverage some stupid physics to make that flip it? It's gonna be a little difficult. I don't even know if it would be possible, actually. We have a very limited range of movement with the trailer. And because of that, I usually don't even think about taking turns this tight. I just rule it out as a possibility. I'm also not willing to, you know, do any high-speed shenanigans. I don't even know, all 4,000 hours of me playing this game, I still don't actually know if it's possible for the player to damage trailers. I want to assume it's possible. As you can see, this trailer's bodywork is 100%. For most vehicles, if you take a collision on the side or the rear, you have a chance of damaging the trunk of the vehicle. I've never had that happen with a trailer before. The only time I've ever seen a trailer have damage to it is because I found it that way. I bought the game about a month ago, got tired of searching for the generator magazine. You got the generator mag at your starter. Yeah, I mean, okay, so honestly, the generator magazine is it's an early game problem. There are ways around it entirely, but then there's also places to look. We got lucky, we found it. We didn't even have to go to any of the special places, but for example, I always advocate Riverside is the best place to start. I still believe that that's generally true. It's right next to the Electromax headquarters, where there's a van, or I'm sorry, there's a parking lot full of vans, and every single one of those vans has a chance of spawning the magazine in all of its containers. So the trunk, the seats, and the glove. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. I was gonna try to do some wacky physics. Actually, okay, no. See, I was just about to consider hooking up the trailer to the step van that's flipped, and then trying some stupid stuff. However, I've actually lost a trailer once in the past. Like, I literally had a trailer get stuck in the floor. So I'm not doing that. I will use a throwaway vehicle from the lot of the school. There's several vehicles out in the school parking lot. And we can mess around with that a little bit. I also have another idea just now. We have many options, things to try to get that step van flipped. This is going to sound really stupid, but that step van's actually possibly one of the best on the map right now. If I remember right, we're going to take another look at the engine quality. I do have my vehicle kit on my glove compartment, so if we need to do any vehicle work. To be honest, the way I operate now when it comes to generators is I care more about acquiring the generators themselves, putting them in the right place, and then just playing it by ear from there. If I don't find the generator magazine by the time the power cutoff happens, then so be it. I'll just live off the grid for a while. Learning to live off the grid for a little while until you can find the magazine so that you can deal with the power shutoff is probably going to be better for you in the long run if you can deal with that. I personally hate it. I've done it a few times. I think we had to do it on Anime, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Barb the Builder or Anime, one of my earlier characters. We just had to straight up live off the grid for a bit. I didn't like it, but because it meant all of my perishable food perished completely from this gutter. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get some gas from the gas station so that we can borrow one of these vehicular devices. Good morning, kitten. I see one foot mobile incoming on the other side of the fence, but there is no gate there. So if I fast forward, she'll make it to me. Quick check for anybody else. Nah. Doing pretty good this morning. Doing pretty good. Good morning, Woody. How's it going? If I wanted to try to flip a vehicle that had flipped over, I think the first thing I would try would probably be a dart. These things are fast, and they got that elongated front here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it has any. Yeah, it doesn't have any gas in it. So I'm gonna tow it back with me to the wreck. We'll put the gas that I just got into the vehicle. We'll hotwire it, and we'll see if we can make anything happen. Hello, everyone. How's it going, Grabaki? This will have the knock-on effect of making a lot of noise. So anybody who hears us will hopefully come moseying out of the trees, end up in the road where I can see them and eat them. This is what the devs want, by the way, to tow backwards. I mean, or what, okay, this is what they're incentivizing. This is what they're incentivizing. So if this is boring to you, imagine how I feel. I remember there used to be a better way. I remember we used to be able to tow things forward and not worry about them creating momentum as we lift our foot off the gas pedal. Actually, okay, so that's not what's happening. I did hear an explanation on what is causing vehicles to drift into our trunks. And it's true. It's true that it's wrong and it shouldn't be happening that way. But the reason that it's happening is actually stupider than I thought. Cars have the brakes applied at about 30% power automatically when you lift your foot, or you lift your hand off the keyboard, so you're not clicking any buttons, you're not hitting the brakes, you're not hitting the reverse key, you're not doing anything. Brakes automatically get applied at 30%. So that's why the vehicles that we're towing are drifting straight into us. It's not because sometimes it happens because we go, we actually put the brakes on too quick. Yeah, we would expect that to happen. But sometimes it's just happening because we took our foot off of the accelerator and we wanted to coast to a stop, but we can't. It's not possible to coast to a stop. Anyway, I'm going to actually get some distance with my ambulance because I don't trust anything about what we're about to do. The one thing that I trust, well, trust is a strong word. One thing that I trust is that vehicles don't... I've never seen a vehicle damage a player other than collisions. So if I'm in the driver's seat and I run into something, yes, I've seen that damage me. I've never seen like a vehicle bump into a player and damage them. Well, of course that was going to happen. So this engine is at 53% condition, which means that it will not randomly cut out for no reason. But it's 3% away from doing so. Regardless, the approach that I would want to take for a situation like this would be try to take the wedged front of this vehicle and shove it underneath the wedged front of this vehicle. I'm not seeing it. No, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna try a little bit of speed here. Not quite. I already got hood damage. Not unexpected. You see the bouncing? That's the kind of wacky physics that I'm hoping to leverage to get this thing flipped over. Or, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if I end up just pushing it out of the road, I'm just going to take that as a dub and move on. I'm not going to, like, try this. I'm not going to screw with this all day long. Now, I don't know if the player takes too much damage from rear... Oh, you do. You do. Okay, never mind then. Rear collisions can damage the player. I mean, that makes sense. I just did not... I never paid attention to the effect before. Yeah, okay, this is not happening. There's one other thing that I want to try, and it involves two vehicles, both of which you don't care about. And this is going to bring up some vibes of the good old-fashioned Spiffo battle axe tactic. We'll just get some dart-on-dart action going on here. Now, the reason I don't really care about the speed I'm going right now is because I don't necessarily care if either of these vehicles get damaged. If it was the ambulance, I would not be going this fast. But it's not the ambulance, and I don't care about the integrity of either of these vehicles. That's why I'm using them. So, now I'm just going to try to do the same thing I was doing with the trailer, but we're going to have better chances because there's no tow bar to be messing us up. That's interesting. You see, I can't hook up a tow chain to the citrus wave truck. But what if I hook up a tow chain to something behind the citrus wave truck? I mean, I think at this point I might just be running into engine power issues. Maybe. I mean, you're seeing some movement. But is it the kind of movement that's going to accomplish anything? I don't know yet. I mean, I don't know if y'all saw that tilt. We got a couple of degrees, boys. We got a couple of degrees. Okay, you know what? I don't know if it's probably not a good idea to do this with the ambulance. I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to try anyway for the sake of science. I'm going to risk my ambulance slightly. No man who's ever taken no risk has achieved much of note. I'm pretty sure the ambulance has almost 1.5 times as much horsepower on the engine. So I hook up the ambulance to the red car. And I'm just going to try... I mean, so if you go backwards, there's an elevated chance of the tow chain breaking for no reason, but you also have a little bit more oomph on your acceleration. Yeah, see that sound right there? I don't usually hear it when we're going forward. I don't know if I've ever heard it going forward. But going forward, more risk of damage to your trunk, so... yin and yang of towing as it is. There's a reason I have not been engaging with this system very much at all. Ooh, 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 ooh. Come on now. Come on, Schwartz. Come on, ah, shit. we were making progress for a second there. This theory is sound. I think this theory is this sound. I just need to find the right angle here. Oh, oh, come on now. Come on. Come on. I see you trying to flip. Come on now. Hang on. It's okay, so the wedge between the front of the dart and the front of that step van, that idea I think was correct. It has merit. Just got to get a little bit of more yank there. Let's try like a full-throated yank here. Not quite. Not quite. Ooh. You see, what I really thought was going to work here is kind of bringing the dart past the front of the step van. If I had an animal trailer, I would have loved to try that. I have successfully flipped an animal trailer before, a horse trailer specifically. Of course, the horse trailer that I'm talking about, I actually flipped it by ramming it directly at the side. That's not currently an option. I mean, I don't think there's anything that can ram a step van and flip it over just from the side like that. I mean, it's off the road, so we've completed one of our main objectives with this thing. It's out of the way. That's the most important thing. So if this doesn't work, we can always try again later. Okay. That's the angle that I wanted to go at. That's the angle I wanted to go at. And no, not quite. And trust me, Grumbaki, when I say there are no stupid ideas here. There's nothing about this could possibly be stupider than it already. Well, I can't say that, but we've already reached incredible levels of stupidity here. I'm almost tempted to, while we're doing that, let's get a Menage de Troy going on here. Let's find out if that's going to help or hurt. Hold on. I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing something. I don't know. I've already said that once. That's another thing that I was actually thinking about earlier, Grimbaki, is changing parameters of the van. We can definitely put things into the van. I can also take the wheels off of the van. And as stupid as that sounds, that might change something. You know, okay, one other thing I haven't tried yet. I haven't tried actually getting in the van. It might actually not be starting because of the engine itself, which I can't check because of its current oh no, I can. She'll find a way. Yeah, the engine quality is 79, but the condition is so low that it might just immediately not be able to start. I actually thought it was higher than 79. I don't know why. I mean, it is technically one of the best step vans I've seen on the map, in terms of quality alone. I particularly enjoy the fact that the wheels are not moving, even though I was hitting the gas just now. See, none of this would be a problem if I could just somehow hook up the ambulance to the step van. The way towing used to work, and as far as I know, nothing would have changed about this. It's actually not that hard to flip a vehicle once you're connected to it. You just got to leverage some stupid physics, and you can make it happen, as long as the tow chain somehow doesn't, the invisible tow chain that we're calling a tow chain because of reasons, as long as that doesn't break. Okay, that's the first time I've ever had that happen to me. I guess that does count as going backwards, though. I mean, like, the towing was connected to the front of the vehicle instead of the back, but yeah. Okay. Didn't even know that was possible. Yeah. Raider Ada and the quest to flip a step van. Good morning, Rezan. How's it going? We're getting warmed up here, and we're trying to do some. We're working on some silly things, silly options to try to flip this van. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon here, unless I get. I mean, at this point, if it flips, it'll be because of luck, because I'm trying stuff that I've already tried. Okay. There's one other thing that we can try to mess with, and that is taking tires off of stuff. I've got my. Now this actually is objectively useful because this is going to get us mechanics experience, yanking tires off of vehicles. So while so far all we've accomplished is getting a dead vehicle out of the road, this will at least get us a little bit of mechanical experience. Now, why am I taking the tires off? I will. It's easier to show than tell. As far as I know, nothing has changed about this. Yep. Well, no, that's the thing is I'm still warming up today. Okay, yep, we still got wacky vehicle physics once you take the tires off. They've changed nothing about that. I take that back. We've got a hard limit to our speed now. Okay. Yeah, there's the ambulance should be going way faster. They just introduced an arbitrary limit to our speed because there's no tires on the vehicle we're towing. Okay, that didn't really... I know why they did that. Ooh, ooh. Guys, the solution that I came up with for the animal trailer problem many builds ago, it's still relevant to this day. It's still relevant to just take the fucking tires off. This game doesn't know how to function once you take the tires off of a vehicle, and I don't understand why that always just seems to be a chink in the armor of whatever you're trying to do. I would laugh really hard if it flipped itself back over just because we're trying to unwedge it. I can't even rule that out. No, I think we got this. I think. There we go. Alright, this bitch out of the way. Yeah, we got ourselves a step van. Now, of course, we gotta fix it. So, it's not exactly usable. But, it's got 79 engine quality, so it is still the highest engine quality step van I've found on the map. 79 is something we'll be able to beat someday, I'm sure. I think 70 something else. Something lower than 9, I forget. 77 is what I want to say is the restaurant van that we came home with from Brandenburg. But I mean, if I was truly going after vans, I mean, look at this shit. This is why I don't normally tow vans. Because of the drift. Or, I'm sorry, it's not the drift, it's the brakes. The auto brakes. The ambulance being the one that has brakes being automatically applied at 30% when you are not accelerating. Why does that happen? Welcome to Project Zomboid. That's why it happens. I don't know what was going through the heads of the devs when they made it so that sky gardens are no longer viable. That is like, that's the survival crafting apocalypse dream right there, is some sky gardens. Okay, anyway. That was a fun little side quest. I'm actually surprised that we succeeded, to be honest. To the victor go the spoils. But now we're gonna go and victor some other stuff here. We've made quite a bit of noise on this road, and nobody else has come out to play. So I want to say the school is all right now. I mean, so many zombies in this area have just been straight up deleted that, I mean, I haven't really had to do much fighting. We did a little bit of fighting at the end of last stream, and now this area is... What have we killed, like 3 zombies today? I remember the days when I came up here with my most important vehicle, and I parked in front of the building, and I was like, all right, let's see how many zombies are in here, and I hit the horn, and about 1,500 of the bitches came out of here. Hasn't happened for a very long time, though, well over a year in real life. I don't know why they massacred this place. Check around the pillars here. I want to say that the gym is going to have a number of people in it, not just this one here. The gym is a place that they'll sometimes end up walking through the gym from the other side here. But the gym door is not broken, so... This is the side I generally like to enter from, is this side. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have any foot mobiles coming from the front here. How is the flashlight used that way? Okay, so the flashlight that we're using here is an angle-headed flashlight, and we are wearing an Alice belt and suspenders. The Alice belt and suspenders enables us to put the flashlight on our webbing slot, which is slot 5 here. And I can just click the button on and off. It's best in slot for many reasons, but that is one of the big ones. It's a B42 classic right there. Might have been an upper floor zombie. I hear somebody, this one over here. Who throws out glue? Unacceptable. Ah, okay. She was probably upstairs. She broke a window. She didn't know how to get to us. So she walked down the stairs. So we got stairs here that go right upstairs, and then there's a second staircase. But your target, most of the time, is just right up there on the second floor. Yep, okay. So our target, primary target being the bookshelves here. That is the biggest reason to go to Ekron. Good morning, Gloria. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Coffee in all the break rooms and the dorm rooms downstairs. Coffee and an empty mug and some honey. Oats. Now, every container in this room has a chance of spawning that, but we can't get to this locker in the corner. Because, of course, the map designers have not really thought through the fact that you can't get to these fucking couches because of the load tables. They just straight up block you. Yeah. So you have to actually literally pick up the load tables in order to get to them. Regrettable. Pretty sure we have a coffee machine at our house, just in case. Alright, first thing I'm going to do before I get started is check for anybody hiding between these bookshelves. Because the bookshelves are very hard to see past. So if you just get started and you don't pre-check, could be in for a surprise. Okay. We're losing daylight here. A lot of the books that we're going to find are not going to be required because we've already got I don't know, maybe a third of a book collection, but we've got lots of gaps in it. If anybody's not familiar with the B42 system of marking items unwanted, you can right-click on an item that you don't need any more duplicates of, and hit Mark Unwanted, and then the text of the items, all items of the same type, changes to this dark gray here. So I know exactly what books I need, and exactly what books I don't need. Even though I haven't read them all. Every single shelf in this row was in entertainment. I don't think I've ever seen Longblade on a shelf before. It is true that book POIs can now spawn book boxes, and book boxes can spawn Longblade. But you're specifically, if you want that, you gotta go to... Has this been nerfed? Okay, that's 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 shelves in a row with no skill books. That's either a lightning strike or that's statistically significant. We need more data. I mean, this is getting weak, guys. This is really fucking weak. So they first they nerfed the zombie count, then it looks like they've nerfed the book count. I mean, It's already been a bit of a meme to come up on a bookshelf and have it look like that, and there only being 5 books on it. That's already a bit of a meme in this game, but this is weaker than it's ever been. Yeah, this is incredibly weak. Okay, well, I mean, we found a couple of books that we want. I'm sure we'll find a couple more, but yeah, they've nerfed this place. I was going to hesitate to say it, but they have absolutely nerfed this place. Maintenance 3. That is something that I will start reading right away. Yeah, it looks like rare book settings, except it's not. Everything's default here. That's all we play here is default everything. This, what you guys are witnessing, is what the devs have officially termed lore canon. Weller Monthly Magazine. Never something to snub your nose at. Okay, there's some more we've been missing. Good, good. Oh, dupes. See, I would turn on the flashlight more, but it's honestly kind of pointless once you're in between these stupid bookshelves. The light doesn't propagate properly, so it just looks like a big dark blur no matter what you do. A lot of magazines for a bookstore. Like, honestly, could you even tell that my flashlight is on right now? Off, on. This is so fucking weak. But that's just the life of life of a Zomboid player right now. Blacksmithing Volume 5. Animal Care Volume 5. So I probably shouldn't gloss over this, just by kind of screwing around in here. We have found 2 of the essential books that are required to get into glassmaking. Not books, sorry, magazines. without the Carlo Crystal Guide and the bottle making at home, those two. I don't even think you can get your foot in the door into glass making. It's just so few options to level that profession. Unless they've changed something about it. I have not paid too close attention to it. Okay, that should be all the bookshelves specifically. Now next to the library, there's the computer lab, and I'm almost certain that there's a zombie in the computer lab. I don't really care, though, because I'm not going to the computer lab. What I'm going to do is go ahead and mark all of the books that I've put into this bag here as unwanted, because it was getting increasingly annoying to separate the ones that I already found a copy of from the ones I was finding more copies of. Now this, the labs over here, these labs, there is a chance for skill books in the containers here. They seem to be lower level, but they seem to include more options. For example, I vividly recall finding tailoring books in here. Meanwhile, you'll notice not a single tailoring book from the shelves over there. I don't know why. That's something that I've noticed, but I've never really been able to explain. The lack of tailoring books. It's not like other bookshelves don't seem to lack tailoring books, so that has always kind of confused me. But this place, I very rarely, if I just do the library in the corner, I don't think I ever would come out of there with a tailoring book. Yeah, see, look, here's tailoring volume 1. We already have volume 1. But seeing as we could get 1 through 3s here. You're telling me there's a chance. Yeah, baby. Yeah, see, tailoring 3. So we've got, apparently I already have 1 and 3. That's setting off my suspicion. I'm going to take a copy of those, both of them anyway. I just feel like it. Library meta. Just imagine those two words right there next to each other. Just imagine that being something that you have to be thinking about for game balance. But you also want to make a game that you got these people glazing for being realistic and, nuanced and highly mechanically complex and realistic, and the fucking libraries don't have books in them anymore. Like, I just, I'm gonna stop. Need any lens flares in my eyes today. There's no cabinets in this lab anymore. It's just a lab. Alright, we're out of here. It's bedtime anyway, so we're good. I don't think I've ever seen skill books in a locker before. Even though you would think textbooks would be kept in. No. What the fuck kind of game do you think this is? No, lockers are... Just double checking to see if there's any changes. There's a few things that I would take if I had room, but I don't. Now there's a couple of, like, what's the right word for this? Lounges? Yeah. I can't call them dorms, they don't live there, but it's like, lounges owned by a fraternity or whatever that have the little decorations on the wall. They got a game room, but they also have loot tables with coffee-related stuff in it. That's like a tertiary goal. The secondary goal for this place would be the basement. But that is a lot of bulk. Like, we're talking a lot of bulk. The basement of this place is one of the best welding loot sources on the map as far as I can recall. But it's a lot of encumbrance. Encumbrance that I genuinely don't have right now. I'm going to have to do some soul searching on my logistics here, my logistics strategy. You see, I've gotten what I did for Jametown and what I did for Crossroads and a couple of other places is I just picked up a bunch of loot and left it behind for pickup when I'm ready to go bring it to my final base location, which is still undecided. I'm just living on the road right now. We're drifting. I could just keep doing that, but then that's just kicking the can down the road. So, yeah, thinking about that, thinking about these things. Now the part that I've been waiting for a while. Finding out exactly how many new, whatchamacallit, combos we can make. It's bedtime, so I'm going to just go ahead and leave the book bag that we picked up here on the floor next to the rest of my library. And then we're going to start packing things into crates. Make them easier to transport. So I already saw animal care. 1 and 3 we already had. 2, 4, and 5 has been acquired. We get our distance from the other books, and then we right-click and pack set of books. The crafting menu recipe is basically broken. It does not know how to prioritize, so you have to kind of just find books that you want to pack into a set, separate them from the other books. So the crafting menu has no other options. That's the only way to do it. I mean, okay, so if they had fixed it, I should be able to stand in front of my library here and just open the crafting menu. And the option to pack books into a box should be there. But it's not. Because the crafting menu doesn't know how to fucking select things in order to make it possible. Problems. UI problems. What else is new? Looks like we got masonry next. Probably almost definitely carpentry. Yeah. First aid, 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably not 5 though. Nope. So that's something we still don't have. We don't have first aid 5 yet. I knew something was sussing me out about tailoring. I already have 1, 3, and 5. So I'm missing 2 and 4. So these are actually duplicates that I picked up. I did not make any mistakes there. Trapping is now boxed up. I want to say glass making. No. We do have enough for a fishing set. And we do have enough for a maintenance set, but I don't want to pack those up, because I actually want to read the next maintenance book. Oh, no, I'm good, I'm good. I remember getting a level in maintenance, but that was a mid-level, so we're level 3 now. We're still good until 4, so I can pack that up. Call me Ken Paxton, because I'm packing tons of them. Ah. What's going on with cooking? Why do I only have 3 and 4 here? I remember seeing cooking 1. Oh, I've got cooking 2 on me. Okay. That's what I've been reading in the background. Full set of welding books and fishing. I think those are the last 2 that I need to pack here. Oh, no, you know what? The right-click menu is actually still good. So the craft menu still bugs out if you've got too many books to choose from when packing a set. But as long as you have them in your inventory, you don't need to get distance anymore. You just right-click on the book and oh, beautiful. Okay. That's improved a little bit. Okay, so I can drop myself down to just 2 book bags now. Yes, because the number of books that are not able to be in a loose bag versus the ones that... Yeah, okay. I love how I'm basically just treating books and ammo exactly the same now. Anything that can get packed into a carton, or in this case a box, just gets separated from anything that can't. That's... Books and ammunition might as well just be just as valuable as each other in this universe to me. Books and ammo. I call this game Swords and Gunnery, but I mean really. Swords and guns and bookery. I did not have a coffee machine here. I'm very glad that I got one while we were out. I'll sort through the rest of my bags after we sleep up here. Honestly, boxes and cartons, I really wish they could just be... wish we could do that to almost anything. Yeah, granola bars. Oh, hell yeah. It'd be amazing if we could make our own granola bars. We can't even grow peanuts in this game. That's truly cursed. Okay, well, that's a pretty good book collection we got going on there. Because I'm running a slight deficit on coffee, I'm just going to go ahead and put the coffee directly into the trunk for now. I need to be able to visually see that I've located some more. We picked up a little bit of electrical stuff for disassembly. And we picked up a bunch of magazines that are worth reading. We picked up 4 duplicates of the Woolly Yarns one. I actually just kept picking them up because I thought they might be different years, but no. May 1993 is apparently very popular. Everybody loved that issue. Nobody cared about the rest of them. Or maybe there's actually not that many issues, and wool is not actually that complicated of a thing to use once you know how to knit. I'm going to queue these up. I have to step away briefly, IRL, grab some more caffeine. So I'll be right back as she reads these. All I got to do is select them all and hit read, and she will go through the list. And then we don't have to bring these magazines with us. They'll have a little check mark next to them, so we know that we've gotten them. Be right back, folks. My second cup of coffee. I'll never not find it ironic that the former Starbucks employee has gotten so tired of caffeine ingestion that he's just gone over to pills. Cut out the middleman completely. Alright, so these magazines are now extra low priority loot, as they're basically just decorations. I mean, they're decorations, they're reading material if you get stressed, but otherwise, yeah, they're extra low priority. Hey, Command, how's it going? Alright, so we have taken what I want out of the school. There's 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 targets of loot in the school. The 3 targets of loot are the library and labs for books. And then the other 2 targets are the basement for welding, and then the rest of the dorm rooms for, or the rest of the common rooms for coffee. Fire department is a target. I mean, I've already got absolute tons of anything that we would find in there. So it's not a priority target, it's just a target. I have an idea. Well, it's not really an idea, it's almost a requirement. Get this. Mark this with a G, a little G, because it has a red generator at it. It is a gas station. Broad Street, right here. We go down Broad Street from Smith Road. Broad Street can actually get us to the other side of town. Hayesville cannot. Hayesville is split by the train wreck here. Until we get a sledgehammer head, we can't do anything about that. Can we? I seriously doubt that there's an easy way around. But for the sake of sake, there's a road called Tryhard Road, really? Oh, I should build my base on that. Oh, I should build my base on Tryhard Road. Oh, that's tempting. If it was only better strategically placed, I would do it. Regrettably, it's all the way over here on this side of the map. The only place it would be useful for would be Ekron. If I built a base there, that would just be locking in on having to drive for 20 minutes IRL to get to anywhere that I haven't already handled after we've handled Ekron, so no. Damn, that sucks. I wish there was a Tryhard Road somewhere closer, like Phallus Lake or something. Having based in Phallus Lake in the past, it's on my options. It's in my option table. It's really nice and centrally located, but it's not that much different from Riverside in the long-term strategic value. So, yeah, I'm just going to continue putting off that decision. I did grab some tomatoes. No, I didn't. Thought I did. Let me grab my tomatoes. Because we're just basically coasting on our weight right now. We have just hit 1,000 zombie kills as of last night. So that's 1 month to get 1,000 kills. That's way above average for me. I usually, I was sometimes in the triple digits well into several months in, because I just found everything I needed and then locked in on skill building before deploying to do anything more significant. We still... No, these are dead, right? These are still alive. Guys, this is taking way longer than I expected. For a crop that is way outside of its growing season to finally keel over and die. This generally happens within 2 days, or at least it used to. If anybody's not familiar with growing seasons and the deep minutia behind it. If we go to the agriculture tab here, we look at tomato under the T's. Tomato vine. Planting season, April, May, June. Best month is May, poor month is June. Basically, after July, these things, I mean, July, honestly, they should start dying as of July. Maybe it's because different crops react differently, but whenever this would happen with tobacco, it would always die within 2 days. So I don't really know what's going on here, why some of these have, like, taken so long to die. I'm not complaining too hard about it, I would like to understand it better. Now, I do know, one of the stupidest things I learned is that plants have HP, hit points. Yes, that's right, plants have hit points. And I guess those hit points matter when it comes to how long they die. Perhaps some are more fragile than others, but we would never know that plants have hit points if we just played the game. Even at agriculture level 10, you can't see an HP bar for the plants. So, I can only assume that being in the wrong growing season causes that HP bar to slowly go down. And as that HP bar goes down, they look, uglier and uglier until they're finally dead. Like most of this shit is dead, and you can see what it looks like. It's very clear. And then some of it's not, and I don't understand why some of it's not. So, yeah, we'll just have to figure that out. Or see if we can figure it out. I don't know if I'll be able to figure that out. Our agriculture is... I have things to say about agriculture. And the nerve that they would call this a stable build in the current state that agriculture is in. I'd be less bothered by it if it was just the same problem as, like, mechanics, for example. Mechanics has basically not changed for all of B42. Because the devs clearly did not have it within the scope of B42 to change it. I'm going to assume that mechanics is going to change when Filibuster Rhymes gets his hands on everything. That's what I wish would happen. If anybody's not familiar, Filibuster Rhymes is the guy who made some really popular vehicle mods and has now been hired and is on staff with the Indie Stone. But we have not been able to see the results of his work yet. So I don't yet know if the devs are going to try to, like, hold him back or corral him into doing something specific, or... Because, when you hear the words, a very well-respected vehicle modder has joined the Indie Stone officially, I'm starting to get feelings like, are we gonna see vehicle armor in vanilla someday? That'd be fucking amazing, but I have no idea, right? Because I don't know what kind of scope and limitations they're going to put on him. I'm not going to say that the Indie Stone would ever just hire somebody and get him to stop making mods and then just limit what he can do. I would never accuse them of doing that, but I don't know. Non-compete comes in many forms. Paradox Games does it at the individual, or at the engine level, rather. I'm getting a little bit of aiming experience. Now, I just want to say something for the record. Aiming experience seems to be coming in so much more slow than reloading experience. Because we're overtaking our aiming experience. Despite the fact that we read the aiming book. But we haven't read the reloading book. And all we've done, we have not loaded a single magazine. All we've done is shot and then reloaded a revolver, or shot and reloaded a 9mm using magazines that were already filled for us. Because we literally found some magazines that, we topped off with a single bullet or something. It's a little bit wild, to be honest. I'm still waiting for this caffeine to kick in, so I don't want to get into big fights. This is why I haven't, just tried to go through the train on foot. If I was at the top of my game right now, I would have probably proceeded past the train on foot by now. But I'm still kind of warming up here, despite the fact that we're about an hour and a half in. Not a good sign. My day job has picked up a little bit in the mornings. I'm still able to get everything, all the time critical tasks done before I generally start my streams here at 0800, but I've been waking up a little bit earlier. Pretty good amount of sleep last night. So, in real life, what I do to decide whether I'm awake enough or yet, if I can still feel the slightest feeling of heaviness to my eyelids, that kind of almost feels like I have the fatigue moodle in real life. I'm sure a lot of people can sympathize with feeling just a little bit of heaviness to your eyelids. I take that very seriously when it comes to Zomboid. Or at least I try to. I don't mind these, you know, wide open field encounters where it's very easy to see everybody around me. Oh, Oidy, if you go into the description, go to the second URL in the description, where it says, if you want to know what happened to my previous character. I've got a link to the timestamp. Long story short, I'll just give you a quick summary. I made a series of mistakes, but the biggest one was just getting out of the vehicle. I got into a situation, and that situation was something I thought I could handle. I was wrong. I should have just stayed in the vehicle and drove home and come back during the day. If I had done that, I'd still be on that character right now. Yeah, if this was an animal zone, the zombies would have reacted to the animals by now. See, one of the reasons I'm clearing out zombies from this area, I want to see if I can go around the train in this direction. I don't know if I've ever really tried. A lot of the times when I go to Ekron in the past, the wilderness overgrowth is kicked in. You see how there's random bush right here, just in the middle of in the middle of this field? Imagine that times about 1,000. That is what you used to have to deal with, or what I will have to deal with eventually again. It used to take only like 90 days. Now it takes 200 days. So it happens a lot more slowly. If you're in extinction mode, it is still just 100 days. Oh! Holy okay, there are cows in the area. I didn't know that. We've got a Cemental and a, Cemental breeding pair here. Okay, I feel a little bit silly. I don't think I've ever been close enough for them to hear my gunshots. You'll notice that none of the zombies are reacting to, in the area down there where the cows are, none of them are reacting to me. I couldn't even get this lady here to react to me, because this is a quiet gun. If I had known that they were there, I wouldn't be shooting at all, because shooting guns stresses out your animals. Now, I don't know why I'm locking up. No, there's nothing to think about here. I'll just get some water available to the cows. They don't have any water in their field. I can see that there's just hay there. But there's water over here. So all I got to do is get that trough moved over. Easy peasy. Yeah. Ooh. I didn't know that they could have chocolate bars in their backpacks. All right, then. Neat. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? It's going to be a little bit more annoying to try to get the water moved all the way down to the cows. I'm just going to move the cows to the water. If we look at where the zones are here, I'm literally just going to yell at the cows to scare them over to this side. There's few enough obstructions, I think we can get away with that. This is going to be a little complicated. Oh, wow, what the hell? Wow. They can hear moves from very far. Shit. Okay, so there's a barn down here that just completely emptied out. Now this is an interesting failure of animal logistics. We saw that there is a cemental bull over there to the right somewhere. Now we see over here in the bottom left there is an Angus bull. There's no separation between them. In real life, they would wander right out of those quote-unquote zones and start butting heads until one of them's dead. Okay, this is way more zombies than I thought. We're going to need to pull them away from the cows somehow. Now, the ambulance down there was not able to get into this pen. So here's what I'm going to try to do. I can go around this pen and just fire up the sirens on the back side of the pen. I spotted a couple of entrances, but they're all the way down there. They're all the way down there, and it would be very odd to try to clear them. I bet it does. I also find it funny that some of these rabbits are split apart from each other by the arbitrary wall here. Now, I have no idea if animals react to... I know they react to gunshots. I don't think they react to sirens as much. I have no idea. If they do, they're going to be stressed to oblivion anyway. There's no getting them out of here without a little bit of stress. There's just too many zombies. Now, stress is a fixable problem with animals generally. We've learned the rules on how to fix animal stress. Remove them from all sources of zombies. Make sure that they have a place to go into when it's raining. Make sure they have food and water. And then just spend time with them. Those are the rules. Spending time with them will actually just passively reduce their stress over time. See, I've actually never tried this before. I've never tried using my siren to pull zombies away from animals. It's just always been something that felt like it's something I shouldn't do. Now, be advised, stress bulls can and possibly will attack you. So we will be keeping our distance from that Angus bull. I'm going to be real with you guys. There's so many cows here. This is actually probably slightly more valuable to me right now than the, whatchamacallits, the commercial center that we were kind of like moving in the direction of scouting out. So it's not just that I got distracted, it's that I found something worth being distracted by. That, and we're already dealing with more zombies now than we had to deal with to access the college. I almost feel guilty when I access the college with so few zombies that I gotta fight to. Now, because my gun is so quiet, it's 70 tiles, I can start shooting some of these dudes. I'm just trying to get a little bit more of them out of the middle of the field there. Alright, you know what? So, there's a glitch right now. It's a rather severe one. I'm surprised it made its way into stable. Zombies get deleted if they're following your noise and you leave the cell. So, it's actually possible that we may have just deleted a few zombies that were up there next to the animals. I don't know if we did, and it's possible that the glitch didn't happen. But that is what was leading to the very strange behavior we were witnessing yesterday. I was kind of reading, or not yesterday, the day before. I was reading a few things about how it got triggered, and the devs apparently have, or at least the QA guy that was talking in the Indie Stone thread about this issue, he has said a few things indicating that they found out the issue. So here we go. These zombies did not despawn, and it's possible because they lost interest in us and just started following the animals again. In which case, that would not be the. That would not lead to the circumstances where they would get despawned. But yeah, basically my tactic of luring lots of zombies with noise now unintentionally results in the deletion of quite a few zombies. And that's exactly what happened to the backpack carriers that we were chasing back at Ekron. It was the simple act of luring them out of the checkpoints and then ditching them, expecting to come back and see them distributed everywhere. No, they would, we would come back and most of them would not be there. So if it felt like we cleared the checkpoint a little bit easier than we probably should have, absolutely. I just didn't exactly know why. Now, the reason that I bring that all up is, of course, a lot of the zombies who were just chasing us just now, well, they're distributed. Yeah, this is what I expect to see, is just zombies distributed all over the place once they lose track of me. But we didn't lead them quite far enough for the cows not to be a thing. These fucking zombies will come from a very long distance to hear cow noises. This is why on my previous character, before I failed her, I was building a cattle farm in the fucking river. Because it was just that fucking annoying. Okay. There we go. Now, these guys need zones. So, let's scare the cementals over here. Let's scare these two ladies back into this zone right here. And then we'll take a look at some of the other zones and see what we got to do. So remember, if cattle or animals in general, if they trust you, when you hit Q and you shout, they'll come to you. If they don't trust you, you've just met them. You hit Q, they run away from you. So I want these cows in this zone right here, and I don't feel like pulling the rope out. Hey! So I just give them a holler. Give them a little holler, and look at that, they're back in the zone. As long as, you know, you kind of have a general understanding of how far they'll run away when they hear your voice. That's a skill to build over time. Now, over here, we've got the Angus bull, but then I remember seeing several others, so we will kill Zeds until we've killed everybody in the pens here. And then we'll decide what to do next. I don't want to say we've got all the cows accounted for in that corner there. If the Angus made his way all the way up here. Oh, yes, KTO. Well, okay, so duplicate zones. Are you talking about, like, zones that are connected to each other? Because that's what I thought the problem was. Good morning, by the way. Also, I'm curious. This guy has been around quite a few zombies. I'm going to get just close enough to see his info. Oh, look at that. He's not stressed. Now, that's... Okay. I don't want to sit here and say that they're not getting stressed as quickly as they should, because that would be accepting the premise of assholes. Lewis Rossman warned us against this. Do not accept the premise of assholes. It should not be the case that animals get stressed to 100% just because they spent a little bit of time around a few zombies. Now, that's funny. The bull over here, this bull is exactly where I was planning on putting the bull and then some of the cows. I don't see any cows, I just see the bull. But he's already here, so he's got his water trough. This zone here has billions and billions of water from this trough, but almost no food. Now, I don't know... I don't think they'll eat these hay bales, actually. It's possible, but I don't know. I've not confirmed that, so what you can do is take the hay from the bale and then just put it into the trough yourself. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all the hay off these bales up here and put it in the trough so this guy's got a little bit of food to last him for a while. Oh, there's double stacked hay bales. Didn't know that. Okay, so this guy's got 140 hay. He'll be fine. So this guy also, he is not stressed. So that's great. So this zone now has 20 units of food. That should be enough for a single cow for a little while. Remember, we don't have an animal trailer with us, so we're just trying to make sure that they're set for a little while at least. One zone on top of another. So we've got... This doesn't qualify, does it? I mean, look, the distance between these zones, I would think that this wouldn't qualify. I'm going to change the names just for the hell of it. So this zone right here is where a bunch of the cows actually spawned initially, but they got chased out of it by zombies. Check on the left panel, not on right click. So, you mean this one, right? The nearby livestock zones, this panel. So we've got, I think, just these 3 zones. Yes, we've got that one over there and this one in the middle. I think we've got 3 different bulls, so I think I have to... Wow, that's really funny. These 2 feeding troughs with 7 animal feed bags each, probably more food than the other zones combined. Oh, they fixed it! Okay, so if you empty a trough, you can pick it up, even while it's raining. You used to not be able to do that, and it used to be really stupid that you couldn't do that. So the only thing that these guys are missing is the ability to go into a roofed area. As fate would have it, I'm in a situation where leveling my carpentry could be very useful, so about that. Am I going to build them all barns? I don't know. I don't know. I'll come back to that. Let me take a quick look at the inside of the barn over here and see what we're... It's probably just going to be the same as most of them. Extra troughs. Random zombie right there. Here you go. So some of them might need water if the rain's not going to continue going nuts. But we'll come back to that. Just want to make sure, yeah, there's no animals in there. A few Zeds over here. These Zeds will definitely come up and bother the cows. Okay, so you can pick up. So it's just it's just the fact that it's a trough then. Interesting. Somebody in chat was asking about the angle-headed flashlight earlier. I wish I could give you guys like a whole collection of places to look to find these. but 4,000 hours in this game, and I still can't really give you a list of places to look, because I've found them in strange places. Like, we're in an agriculture loot table right now. Like a ranching, rather. Sorry, a ranching. And randomly, in a ranching loot table, we got this, like, what is this? A wilderness survival sort of loot table. You know, it's got a tracking book. It's got some hunting camo clothes, a whetstone, a knife. And randomly, a angle-headed flashlight was in there. And that's just one of those cases where I'm just like, okay, I wish that I knew all the different various places an angle-headed flashlight could show up. But I have seen them in many places. And they're extremely useful. That is a stress noise. That's a stress noise. Let's check for... Let's do a Z check. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. Somebody found them. One fucking Z. And all the cows bolt from the zones. You fucking asshole. I think we can still fix this with a little bit of holler. Yeah. Yeah, we can still fix this with holler. The bull has only gone a little ways out. Yeah, so barrels are still messed up by the stupid not being able to pick it up while there's 0 milliliters of water in it, but you know, it's starting to fill up, so yeah, that was really stupid. We had a few problems with that on my previous character. Why are you running back this way? You have no need to do that.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, she does need to do that. Because of course she does. Look at this shit. Bless it. It's just a nightmare. That's a cute hat. What do we got here? Dark beret. Ooh. Okay, it's a little bit of a warm black. It's a little bit of a warm... That's not bad. That's not bad. Unfortunately, the riding helmet is free protection, so... Oh, still in the zone. That's good. I'm going to do a sweep on this side. Who else could possibly heed the call? You hear the cattle bray. Okay, be advised, anytime you see a bunch of hay bales with tools on top of them, I think there is chance for one of them tools to be a sledgehammer. I don't have a screenshot of it right now, but I want to say we've seen one of those. This is a scythe, so it's still useful, but it's not a sledgehammer. That's one of many reasons I'm checking these barns. Z check is primary, but secondary, of course, is happen to see a tool that I really, really need laying around. See, like the trophy right here, just a random trophy. Could have been something else, though. A rather substantial farm here. This one's still under construction. Construction materials, of course. Ah, a bucket. I was not expecting to find that, but that would be very helpful for getting them more water. Public service announcement, if anybody doesn't know, buckets fill up faster from rainwater than other collectors. Actually, buckets might be similar to troughs. I'm actually not sure. This I do not know. I know that troughs feel like they fill up faster than barrels. but so do buckets. Buckets feel like they fill up faster than everything. But it might just be the case that buckets and troughs are the same. In any case, I'm only concerned about getting a little bit more water to the fields with the poor cemental cows. Three cows, one bull, rather. Paint bucket had more than regular. The strange thing is, I would believe that in a heartbeat. And I don't even know why. There's no good reason for behavior like that, but this game. Oh, this feeding trough right here is filling up with rainwater. Good. Okay, so these things used to just like completely be decorative, but now it looks like they're just regular old inventories that you can put stuff into, like they should have been all along. Which is okay. Cool. That's very good. I'm okay with that. That is a very okay thing. Wish it happened sooner. Okay, so here's my cows. I was expecting to find my cows somewhere else. Now I don't have any Holstein cows here, so as nice as it is to have cows, yeah, no Holsteins. Now, okay, so another thing about cows, I have been told by folks in chat that salt licks are good for their health, but I don't know if salt licks are actually required in this game. Needless to say, I've seen salt licks in places that are associated with animals, so I'll make sure that my animals have a salt lick. I did not actually check the interior of this building. Now, I expect this to be a packing plant. What is a packing plant? All these cardboard, all these boxes will be filled with cardboard boxes. I'll try the front window. But the other one in the back is not safe. Yep, produce boxes with, actual produce in it, but it's all rotten, of course. So this was an actual farming, like crop-based packing area. You'd think this would be like a milk processing area or something like that, seeing as there's cows out there. But I'm pretty sure that all of the animal fields are random at the moment, as in like these ranches out here could have spawned something that isn't cows. When it comes to warehouses with lots and lots of these boxes, the way I prefer to handle them is to remove, make it accessible to the back row by removing crates in like 3x3 grids here, so that all these crates that are surrounding me, I can access them. I can basically get to the whole back wall now, even though a lot of them were boxed in. Get it? Boxed in. I'll be here all night, folks. Now, so I was considering building a few fences to make it so that they are better boxed in. I don't need to do that. If I've got 200,000 billion crates here, I can literally make a wall of crates. I don't know if I'll actually do that. That's just something I'm thinking about. I'm mostly just looking through all this and seeing if there's anything other than produce boxes, seeing as we're here anyway. I mean, there's probably enough produce here that we could fill up several I just had a really stupid thought. I had a really fucking stupid thought. Alright, so at level 10 cooking, you can use rotten food. I've almost never considered doing that. Almost never. And the reason for that, of course, is because the nutritional value is garbage, even though, you know, it's usable. But another one of my concerns is the fact that we can't preserve crops. What if we just intentionally let things rot and use them anyway? If the nutritional value is still very poor, but the baseline nutritional value is through the roof, does that mean it's still useful? So we're getting real deep into the weeds here. But I recently discovered that leeks are so powerful from a nutritional standpoint that I'm honestly convinced that one of the deads accidentally added a 0. There are 140 carbohydrates in a single leek in this game. I don't know if that's true in real life. I have not looked at what leeks are nutritionally in real life. In fact, the only thing I know about leeks is that there was that cute anime girl who was spinning a leek and singing that one song that one time. Loituma Poka. But, ancient meme. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if a rotten leek can still give you a couple hundred or maybe just a dozen carbs, like, that would be 1/10 of its nutritional value, original nutritional value. But if you can still get, like, 14 carbs from a single leek, even if it's rotten, that's rather significant. That's rather significant, because once something is rotten, it just stays rotten. It doesn't, like, you know, doesn't turn into dust like it would in real life. Freaking a mosquito got in yesterday, and it's still flying around. In any case, I won't be able to test that theory until I get to cooking level 10. That's going to be a little ways out. But there are some rotten leeks in there right now. It is theoretically possible that I could get to cooking level 10 before we actually get the ability to grow our own leeks. So, I mean, grinding cooking is actually... So, I'm going to go ahead and take those leeks. I'm going to go ahead and take them. As stupid as this sounds, I'm going to go ahead and take those rotten leeks, and I'm not going to toss them into a... whatchamacallit, because, yeah. 12.6 grams of gram. It's, you know, I know that was probably a typo, but it's still, it's really funny because we don't know what the units are in this game. We don't know what a carbohydrate in this game is supposed to entail. The numbers are not very meaningful. The stupid witch. Grams of carb, okay. Okay, then I'm almost 100% sure that it's just a typo. I left the ambulance running this whole time. I have been known to be an idiot. That's okay. I'm probably not getting these labels exactly where they're at, but it's close enough. So this is our totals, right? We've got 3 females and 3 males. Thankfully, the game actually did kind of keep them separate here. This happened by accident, actually. I think originally we had a sim bull and an Angus, or like a sim bull and a sim cow over here, like just a breeding pair all the way over here. And then we had the Angus cow or the Angus bull in the middle, and then a breeding pair over here. But then one of the females bolted all the way over here, and the males just... I got lucky, the males stayed apart. Wait until the poop update. I was watching some Midwest Safety last night, as I always do. I watched the daily one, but then I'll watch the... what's it called? Then I'll watch some old ones. And in this case, I was watching an old one that... I think it was more Florida. It was more Florida man, Florida lady. But what they were doing is they were setting their light bar to ambient mode. And I just kept looking at that, and I was just like, oh man, why can't we do that in Zomboid? I feel like I got to clip that and send it to the devs and just be like, hey, can we do this too? Because, I mean, what they were literally doing, some of the cops, what they were doing is writing on their notepad, and the illumination was just a bright purple because the cherries and berries, the red and the blue light bar, were just set to just ambient mode. So it was just a big, bright purple light around the vehicle. And the cop was just sitting there writing by that light. It was really fucking cool. And, I mean, that's every vehicle with a light bar on it has been able to do that, I'm pretty sure. Shit. Okay, no, they're coming towards me. Good. I wanted to make sure that we were not getting anybody migrating towards the field. Now, you might notice my headlights have borked again. I don't know what causes that. I think it does fix itself if you leave the vehicle itself and come back, like you leave the cell and come back to the cell. But what I'm doing is, as I leave the area, I'm just luring these guys farther away from my cows. That's what I'm doing here. And if any of these guys get accidentally deleted by the broken culling mechanism, then so be it. I don't really care. I'm not going to change the way I play the game on a fundamental level just to account for that silly little bug. Unless I'm like really, really, really trying hard to get something from a specific zombie. Because then I have no choice. I have to be careful not to let it still be chasing me when I leave the zone. So we'll only be about 40 minutes late for bed here. That's okay. I can live with that. What book should I read? I think we're doing... Honestly, I was considering reloading. At the book, reloading. I already packed that up, didn't I? I think my... Where are my reloading books right now? That's disconcerting. Shit. Well, I guess I'm not reading reloading right now. I think what happened with reloading is I had a full set and then I packed it up. And then I probably put it in the VHS collection. Because that's what I was doing for a little while there, as I was putting book sets into the VHS collection. And the VHS collection got left at the Northwest Crossroads. That's okay. I know where it is. I don't have to worry about it too hard. Anyway, we're late for bed. Let's get to bed. Yeah, no, that's KTO. You're right. That's one of the things I was just kind of ruminating on that out loud. I'm well over the halfway point for reloading, and I'm keeping pace with aiming. So basically, what I do is I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. Just kill zombie, reload bullet, kill zombie, reload bullet. I'll get to reloading level 2 before I get to aiming level 2. I'm already ahead. I'm just getting more experience in general from reloading piece by piece. This bag is kind of a lower priority bag, like lower than standard lower, because it's mostly magazines that I've already read. I've got in the trunk of the ambulance a grindstone that we found. I should have deployed that already. Grindstone, very helpful. Just sharpens your blades much, much faster. Have one in your base, sharpen blades real fast. Sometimes, if I'm doing prolonged melee combat out in the field, I'll carry a grindstone with me. I have not been able to make that, like, at level 10 maintenance with level 10 weapon skill that you're using. Weapons degrade so slowly, it's actually kind of... I've struggled to make that useful. But that is a thing you can do. It's probably more relevant right now than it would be later on. So these bags right here are slightly higher priority. The glue is highest priority, priority 1. I have very few priority 1 items that I don't just carry around with me all the time. But glue is a priority 1 item, kind of like coffee right now. That goes straight into the trunk. Because glue, if anybody's not familiar, that's a ticket item for remote bombs, and it's so annoying to source glue that I prefer to just grab every single stick that I find and always consolidate it together. Never have it too far away from me. Yeah, appreciate that, Gloria. Good old YouTuber stuff. Feel free to like and subscribe. Speaking of subscribing, I have been making the mouth noises for a while now about a 1,000 subscriber special video. And, of course, I have not given up on such a task. And I would dare say I've made a little bit further progress, but it's still a little ways out. I apologize, guys. Anybody who's new to my channel might not have seen many of my videos, but they're all very low effort. This channel is always supposed to be my low effort channel. And even though I'm streaming, sometimes dozens of hours a week, it's still kind of my low effort channel because, it doesn't... I got this down to an art form. I just turn on the camera and I can just go. Like this morning, I didn't even prep. Like this morning, I did the thumbnails and then I just fired up the stream. And within like the amount of time it took to load the game, we had everything launched. It was great. But that's just a testament to how low effort everything really is here. Alright, we are clear to sleep again here. It's working. So we got some fog. The water's gone, but it doesn't look like heavy fog, but it's fog. Now here's an interesting thing to think about. This road here, Stringtown Road, it goes through some nasty stuff here, and then it goes next to the racetrack. However, it then goes to Irvington. About Irvington. We have a lot of animals in this farm right here. And I gave them the bare minimum to survive. Which means their status right now is actually in question. But also, alongside that, the only animal trailer that I've found on the map so far is in the parking lot of the cattle farm here. So I'm actually considering going back to Irvington and picking up the animal trailer and taking one of those Holstein cows with me back up here, parking it at Ekron where we're currently operating. Perhaps parking it next to one of these lovely bulls who's going to do his job, and then I will have a Holstein cow that produces lots of milk. And that Holstein cow that produces lots of milk will be a lot easier to access than all the way down here at Irvington. And I will also have a animal trailer, a lot easier to access than Irvington. This is all relevant to my interests. My interests are a little bit schizophrenic. They change all the time. Okay, so KTO is asking for a specific type of compilation there. I do have a different compilation, if anybody's interested. Many people who have been around for a while will have probably already seen this. But I do have a video here. It's called First 11 Hours of a Project Zomboid Run, but only when I say bracket_bracket. I'm just going to post that in chat if anybody wants to watch it. I find it very funny. Basically all it is it's, I think that's Annie Mae's run, I think. Yeah, like the first 11 hours of Annie Mae's run, but in 5-second increments of any time I say a naughty no-no word that YouTube doesn't want to transcribe. Because YouTube transcribes them all as the same thing. Bracket_bracket. Okay, yeah, I think we're locked in for today. We're going to go ahead and go back to Irvington and get the animal trailer. And we're going to put into the animal trailer a Holstein cow. And that Holstein cow is going to come back up here with us. It's going to be left with the Sim or the Angus, whatever. And then we'll have an animal trailer to take whoever we want from this area forward. See, I can't tell you where I would want to make my base yet, but I can tell you that wherever it's going to end up being, Ekron will be closer than Irvington. Just I can already tell you that much. I'm looking at this map, and I know for a fact that it's going to be somewhere over here. And because of that, Ekron, it's going to be closer than Irvington every time. So, best of towing. Oh man, best of towing. That, I mean, I was going to do a separate video for that without invoking my 1,000 subscriber special, but I can't rule that out. Oh, okay, so I do want to do what I'm doing right now, but I need to check the generator first, top it up, and then I need some more water. I've been operating with a 1 liter, and I've been forgetting about that, and that's not good. How do I feel about hitting Guns Unlimited? Well, I mean, that's how I lost my previous character, so Guns Unlimited is a little bit of a sore spot for me right now. That being said, there's no reason not to. It's not exactly on the docket for today, but it is something that I could do in the not-too-distant future. In fact, I will do it in the not-too-distant future because it is in this general area. It's within a town and a half or so. I think we finally have total tomato loss. No, these are still blooming, somehow. I don't know how, but we got more tomatoes. See, this is something I never would have considered in the past, because I never would have considered leaving it to chance as to whether I'll be able to get a crop or not, because I didn't really care about this field. I'm basically just kind of checking the field every morning, and if there's something that I can harvest, I'll grab it and eat it for the day. Mostly because I assume that in a couple days I'm going to wake up and everything's going to be rotten. I'm genuinely impressed we haven't hit that threshold yet. But yeah. I need to get water, and I need to get a backup water. I have water, so let's get a backup water. We've got a soda, whatchamacallit here. I have an idea. I have a dispenser bottle, and I've been looking for something to do with it. I'm going to make a mega soda with it. This is so that I can have a few spare water bottles. This dispenser bottle should have been replaced a while ago. This also to get rid of all these cans. These cans are extremely annoying. The soda is great, but the dead weight of the can actually just makes it really annoying to deal with. I usually just either leave soda cans put together somewhere, or... Admittedly, this would probably be easier to dump into that rain barrel over there. I don't know why I don't really trust that. When I was at summer camp, we had this liquid on tap. We called it bug juice because it didn't really have a specific flavor. It just seemed like sugar water. And that's basically what I'm making here. This is basically just bug juice. It's just sugar water. There's no chance that any of that soda still has any carbonation, so it's all just sugary sludge. 13.7 liters of it. Oops. So now we have a whole bunch of spare plastic bottles, one of which we'll fill up with some water here, and the rest of which we'll leave in the van as backup. You know, I instead of carrying around a, hold the phone here, 0.1 is what an empty 2-liter bottle weighs. And that gets you 2 liters. Okay, so the ratio of liquid that you can fit in it versus its dry weight is 20 for a 2-liter bottle. Compare that to a gas can, which is 10 liters, divided by the base weight, which is 1.6. That is ridiculously inefficient. Yeah. I mean, obviously there's still a use for gas cans, but I mean, if you're in a situation where you're trying to carry around something that enables you to do something, like, you know, liquid containers. 5 empty plastic 2-liter bottles is less than a third of the weight of a single gas can, and yet it stores the same amount of gasoline in a sealed container. That's stupid, and I love it. It's stupid, and I love it. That's exactly how we're gonna, yeah. We're just gonna have 5 empty plastic 2-liter bottles instead of a gas can as part of our field kit specifically. So we're just gonna top up the generator before we go. I don't think it's gonna be at risk of running out, but I'm not taking any risks with this. Okay, so about that. The game thinks the seat is occupied because I guess technically it is. There we go. Okay, we're good. If you're not familiar, an organized person can fit 6 encumbrance of stuff on their seat, but if there is more than 5, you can get out but not back in, because the game doesn't care about organized people very much. That would be pretty cool, to be honest, a liquid trailer. I would love to have that. I would love to have that. So what I'm doing right now is I'm getting back to Irvington via Irvington Road, right here. As you can see, it is one big road that leads from KY 144 over there, or what is this? This is Coalfield. It intersects, whatchamacallit? It intersects KY 144 at that crossroads where we've put up camp. But goes all the way from Coalfield up here, all the way down to the top entrance of Irvington here. So this is just getting us back to Irvington while exploring new territory. And then when we leave Irvington with the animal trailer and the Holstein cow, we'll take Cattle Road and get even more exploration. And that will be very relevant to my interests. I regret everything I just did. So, okay. If anybody wasn't here when we looked at the factory farm that we're going to. The animals in there, there's a lot of them, and they don't have lodging where they can get to Skywater. So their water is not being refilled by the rain. They have a very, very finite amount of water before they start to dehydrate. And when we get down there, we'll have an opportunity to fill their water up. But I just left one of my biggest available liquid containers behind. So that was not... I don't necessarily regret creating the Mega Soda, but now was not the best time. I will just have to source another dispenser bottle down there. No animal zones here. There could be one over there, but not this time. Sounds like we got cows over here. Now, it looks like they're just cementals. More cementals. What a shock. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about cementals right now. Yeah, KTO, you're right about that. I probably should have done that. There's some sheep out there in the field. I should have taken the Holsteins outside, probably. There's not enough room out there for multiple bulls, but I mean, that's fine. Because getting the cows outside, at least in all one zone, that would take a huge pressure load off of anybody that I have to leave inside. So one of the reasons that we're taking unexplored roads, if anybody's not familiar, unexplored roads are chances at survivor zombies. Survivor zombies, you'll recognize them as the big old mob of zombies randomly, and one of them has a backpack. Lots of potential book in that backpack, among other things. They seem to spawn most often on country roads. If I had to peg what kind of road, I would say it would be gravel roads. Like, I've actually literally seen a group of survivor zombies on this exact road before, and I think I even drove past it at the time. Like, I drove right past it while they were on this road, because I didn't notice them at first. I came back on this road, and there was a bunch of zombies that I didn't expect, and I was like, wait, what? Oh. Two keys for the camping store, none open the basement. One only the girl. Okay, then. Aren't they all attached, or are they, I guess the basement in that case is not properly attached. Anakin moment. I hate you! I don't like keys. They're rough, they're coarse, they're irritating. And they fill every key ring. So here is this is like a little, I wouldn't even know what to call it, urban sprawl microcosm. Yeah, suburban sprawl microcosm. It's just a little town-ish thing that is outside of Irvington, but not necessarily a part of it. The only thing I would care about here is a quick peek in this garage if I can manage, which I think I can, since it's open, just to see if there's a generator hiding from me. Nope. Oh, that's corn. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, that's corn. Oh, that's tempting. That's really tempting. But that's another ticking clock is what that is. So I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. I'm gonna mark it on the map. I'm gonna mark it on the map with a date. Massive cornfield, 8/15. 93. The year is kind of superfluous. Basically, the assumption is that corn is all going to die within a few... Well, probably within... I don't know. Those tomatoes have lasted way longer than they probably should have. But that's when it spawned in, right? We just explored the area. It just spawned in. So the health of the plants that are all right is 100%. But because we are absolutely out of the growing season of anything right now, anything except for onions. Onions are the only thing that are currently in season. Or no, sorry, not onions. Garlic. I always confuse the two in this game for some reason. There was another one of those massive cornfields that was in Ekron, but we missed our window for that. It's already 90% dead. I'm sure of it. Well, that's okay. So KTO, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because these tomatoes in my backpack right now, one of which I'm about to eat, were spawned in technically outside of their growing season back when we first went to Ekron within the first week. And some of them are still alive. Like, they're all turning yellow. But some of the blooming ones, I'm continuously harvesting. And that was, I mean, you know, what you just stated is usually the rule of thumb that I go by, but it seems there might be exceptions. I don't know. Like, and it doesn't even seem to be different if the player is not in the area. Because we've been in the area for those tomato vines, and they still haven't gone bad on us, which is, yeah. Wish I could say anything further on that. I can't. I just don't understand agriculture in this game. Okay, we are back in the limits of Irvington. We haven't been to the Irvington Gun Club yet, I don't think. I'm not going to deviate through the town and explore any of the residential areas. That's just not helpful at the moment, because residential, if you wait to explore it until a later game, then you have a greater chance at a survivor house. So it's, yeah, I'm literally incentivized to only use one route to get through the town here. I mean, I'm actually kind of incentivized to just not even go into the town at all, but that's not what I'm going to do. We did clock this as an 86 quality engine up here, but it's just a bull driver. I've pointed that out before, but it bears repeating if anybody watching is new. Farming and Rural Supply in Irvington here. Second best location on the map for trailers of any kind to spawn. As you can see, not a single one spawned for us. We got a rather unlucky there. If you are a smoker, be advised that one of the best tobacco shops on the map is coming right up here. It looks small, but it's densely packed. I think we came out of there with a couple cartons of cigarettes. Oops. Yeah, and you see that's okay, so that's another reason. What Casey just mentioned in chat there. That's one other reason that I wish this game was open source just on GitHub. And that's not like, okay, I don't think the devs of this game would like this very much, to be honest. But in a perfect world, in an ideal world, the devs of this game would just have the Java code base for the game, not the assets, just the Java code base for this game. You know, I completely forgot about this. I completely forgot about this, Van. That's okay. That's okay. That is okay. Now, I stopped towing it when I did because it had a bunch of zombies surrounding me, and then the tow chain broke. And I was like, okay, I'll just leave it. What a surprising lack of zombies around it now. Almost as if all of them were following me when I left the area. And because of that, most of them are now gone. What a shocker that is. I could not have been going faster than 7 miles an hour. And yet, -3 storage space in our trunk. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. I can't wait to play it some more. I just needed to move it a little bit. Like, I just wanted to get it down to where we're going to be coming back to in the future anyway, which is the general area down here next to where the animal farm and the sleeping, safe house to sleep in is. It was just a kiss. It was only a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Now they're increasing the drag. Fuck. Oh, no. I don't want to make the whole parody. No, don't tempt me. I'll do it. I'll do it if you tempt me hard enough. Yeah. Ramen comes in many forms. Okay, well, the animals are not dead. They're still alive. That's a good thing, I suppose. So now that we need to slow down, I use cruise control and step my way down in 5-mile-an-hour increments. And that keeps me just ahead of the thing that I'm trying to tow. So I got a little bit of distance left to cover. I will just tap. The last time I came here, as always, I only had one vehicle. I think it was the, I forget. It was the bull driver, maybe. Yeah, I think it was the logging bull driver. And I came here specifically for a regular trailer. And I found one, so I took it. That's the blue regular trailer that we got right now. So I could not take an animal trailer at the time, but now I got one. With the animal trailer, we go into the Brought cattle farm here. First, I check water levels. If I see water in it, then I already know that there's enough for the immediate moment. Like, even the cow. Okay, so I was most worried about the cows in this corner. But if you look closely at the trough over there, they've still got some water. So I think they're going to be okay for the immediate moment. Oh, we found the zombie who's bothering these guys. Found you, asshole. I think he's alone. I'm gonna run. Make sure. Yeah, I think we're good. See, I had these cows right here. They were kind of running in circles because they didn't know how to handle the fact that there was a zombie. Now, you may have noticed that this zone does not go all the way to the edge for some reason, but our cemental here is past that point, and I don't know if I can push her away. I mean, I can holler, but that's going to cause her problems. It's going to cause everybody problems. I'm going to try to coax her. Oh, hush with that stress. What are you stressed over? I will pet you. It's a 24-hour cooldown, but petting animals will reduce some stress. There we go. She really likes that corner. But she's in the zone now, so that's what I needed. So it was this pen right here with a Holstein breeding pair. But then there's another pen in the corner down here. So we got 2 Holstein cows in here, and then it's an Angus bull. I'm going to take the Holsteins outside and put them with the sheep. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a non-aggression pact between the Holsteins and the sheeps. I'm curious. Okay, so it's been a little while since we spawned these animals in by coming here. I'm curious to see if the babies are actually okay. There has been a problem in the past, a rather silly problem, where baby sheep would spawn outside of the breeding season for sheep. And because of that, the mamas would not be producing milk, and the baby sheep would die, because they would literally starve. But this ewe is correctly producing milk, because she has a babby, and the babby is milking from her, which is good. So we can at least be confirmed that the sheep are, all of them are okay, because they got food, they got water. And the babies have mamas that are actually feeding them. This is a complicated maneuver, but we can make it work. A sensible person would probably be like, let's just pull the cows out of here. No, I'm not a sensible person. I like to do things efficiently if possible. Now, do be advised, it's never a good idea to trust the hitboxes of these things. I actually feel a little bit concerned going past the sheep, even though they're on the other side of the fence. In the past, I have seen fences not care about the fact that animals are on the other side of them. Driving close enough to the fence has resulted in me shredding some rabbits that were on the other side of the fence once. So never take that for granted. I mean, look at how close these cows are. A little bit, a slight misplacement, and they would be in a very bad space. So I'm going to do some classic animal maneuvers here. We're going in the combat stance and we're just moving them. Now you can only do 1 cow at a time in the animal trailers, regrettably. You can do a cow and a calf. Actually, I can do a cow and a sheep, too. You can even... Okay, so let's talk about optimal animal movement. You can do a cow and a sheep, and then you can hand carry another sheep. I don't know if they're going to nerf the hand carry part, but currently, a medium animal, you can have one on your lap while you drive. So, in terms of getting animals out of here and into the field where they can eat and drink, much easier. The optimal way to do it is large, medium, medium, with one of the mediums being in your literal hands. Now this, of course, is a ram right here. There's already a ram outside. So we can only take females, otherwise they will start killing each other. I predict in the future that the game is just going to force you to drop animals when you get into the driver's seat. But that's not what it does right now. I literally have a lamb, or I have a sheep on my lap as I drive. Some of the males are too big, yeah. That's been inconsistent in my experience, but I have seen it happen, yeah. I've seen rams that are like too big to pick up. I'm sure that probably applies to pigs as well. Oh, we got two Zeds over there. I gotta go deal with them now. If these sheep bolt, that's gonna be a huge problem. I've actually been very fortunate that the sheep haven't already bolted. Now, when it comes to pulling animals out of the trailer, get them away from the trailer before you start driving. Otherwise, you will have dead animals. Even if they're behind it, which probably doesn't make any sense, but that doesn't matter. This is not a world where things have to make sense. I'm going to stop this one from moving by just picking her up for a moment. Okay, they're all far enough away. Just a little earlier on our previous character, we found out in real time that, yeah, bumping into them just for the fact that they're getting a little too close is still a very real problem. So I'm going to do that one more time, but before we get started on another run to the back there, we're going to go and eliminate those Zeds. So leave the trailer right here, and go around the corner and blow up them dudes. We did a pretty good job of cleaning out this area when we first came here. Oh shit. Oh shit, god damn it, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Son of a bitch. Fuck you. Alright, how many of them got out? Wow, okay. Only a couple of them got out. Thank goodness. Now, if any of them do get out, as long as they're not the cow, they're much easier to deal with. Because I can literally just pick them up. This is what I get for going down the road with the step van. Towing the step van down this road has brought zombies, pulled them out of places I didn't even know they were. Oh shit, this guy, I can't... Is he going back in? I can't... This is an example of a male being too heavy to pick up. So some of the males are a little smaller and you can pick them up. This guy is too heavy, so I've got to do the stupid thing. You know, this is probably getting me nimble experience. Stupid as that might sound. Okay, he's back in the zone. That's all I need for now. I should have just dropped what I was doing the moment I saw these Zeds. There's sheep over here too. And these Zeds are going to bother them. sheep over here, still in their zone. Good. Those troughs right there are ones I built myself. We had a few spare nails, so we put those together. Just because these guys didn't have a water trough outside. Oh, you know what? Okay. I've got a welder mask and a welder torch. I'm part of my kit now. I have already read the welding book, so I will get experience for this, I think. Oh, no. Okay, so I read the welding book and I watched the tape. So I need to read the next book to get optimal welding experience. I don't care. I'm gonna use the welding torch to knock out a couple of fences so that I can go in and out with the trailer more easily here. We're just gonna knock out 1, 2, 3 directly across from the... that. That didn't even get us experience. Okay. That's fair enough, I guess. So welding has been hit with the same bat as carpentry in that regard. I can't wait till they do the same to electrical. It's coming. I don't know when, but it's coming. Someday we will not be able to get any electrical experience from disassembly. I just really hope that doesn't happen until the rest of the electrical system's overhaul that this game desperately needs. For anybody joining, welcome. Our current goal is to just make these cows, some of them, last a little longer. And while we're in there, we're grabbing some sheep. In order to make them last longer, I'm just putting them into a outdoor zone where the rain barrel or the rainwater refills their water. Seeing as they're in here, the rain barrels can never get refilled easily. I do recall somebody in the past had busted out some roof tiles to make this place refill their rain barrels. So because my focus is on Holsteins, we're taking the bull next. But there also will be no reason not to take the other cows. At least from this group. Boy, must you? This would be impossible to do with a bull in real life, to just push them. Yeah, that's a bull. If it doesn't feel like moving, your body weight ain't going to do nothing about that. If a bull is not moving, but you need to get it to move, you're going to need some well-informed creativity. Otherwise, you're putting yourself at serious risk. I'm pretty sure a bull would not like being moved like that, even if we could. That's okay. Yeah, just become a luchador. That's easy. Oh, I completely forgot about the cows here. Okay. Well, the bull can stay, but that's another Holstein right there. I basically consider Holsteins valuable strategic resources. Leaving one inside here is completely unacceptable. Oh, here we go. Hey, the headlights work again. Neat. I don't even know what changed. We didn't leave the cell. See, this one over here looks small. I just want to check really quick if this small one is actually small enough to squeeze in there. Because we had about 70 room left. So I wonder if the visual size is actually an indicator of their size for going to trailers. I've seen sheep be as low as 60. Nah, this one's 80. Okay, never mind. That's fine. We were going to hand carry one anyway. I gotta keep track of the baby. The babies like to wander a lot more than the adults. I'm just gonna pick him up. Put him over there by Mama. Alright, so one other Holstein in the middle. And then we're taking the Holstein from the... 2 Holsteins from the front left side there. This one's going to be a little complicated. We'll have to turn. Oops. Okay, that's interesting. A vehicle collision seems to cause stress. And don't be fooled by the sleeping one there. The sleeping one is not dead. Yeah, like I said, complicated. Oh, right. Sometimes forget that we can get AoE light. I was complaining about this earlier. I'd give my kingdom for some running lights. Shit. Man, they really got pissed off by that collision sound. I gotta be careful with that. That's more pissed off than a zombie would make them. I'm just gonna exploit this a little bit here. That's right there is actually close enough that we can whatchamacallit, we can just push the cow up to the edge. Yeah, I know. It's unfortunately it's too late. So remember, it only has to be within a certain range. It does not actually have to be not on the other side of the fence. Don't ask me how that works, because I have no idea. Okay, this is stupid. I literally cannot jump the fence, because every time I hit E, the only thing my character can think to do is pet the cow. That's wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't mind petting the cow, but damn it. That should not be a higher priority context option. I'll just get rid of the crate then. Must pet cow. Must pet cow. That's okay. We're good. So I think we got a male and 2 females in here. So this is another pen that we're effectively emptying of ones that I can take outside. Honestly, if I can get all this done in one night, that would be amazing. Yeah. Okay, that's all the Holstein cows that are all the way in there. Now there's 2 more that are like just right at the front on this side. Like we don't even have to go that far in with the trailer to pick them up. We just got to get the trailer to the corner here. So I think what I'll do is... What will I do? I'll take one, bring her outside, and then the other one I'll probably leave the premises with. That's the last of the sheep. Alright, so my next movement, since we're leaving the area, am I leaving my... Yeah, we're leaving the area with the next movement. Oh, twist my armor, don't you? You know what? Okay. It's going to be so easy to get the cows out of here that I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of the cows, the females. I also just had another idea. I just had another idea that I probably should have been doing this whole time. Better late than never. I'm pretty sure that we can... Okay, maybe we can't. I was going to go all the way around this side. We do have the welding torch. And I'm not afraid to use it. Kraken, good to see you. Yeah. We have definitely got our quota... we're over quota for Moo and Ba today. But this was never an option before, now it is. I just take out a couple chunks of fence here and make it so I can drive straight through the whole thing. I don't understand why they wouldn't make the fence here with a gate so that anybody could do that, you know, for the regular employees of this place, pre-apocalypse. Starting with this one. If I had considered that, I wouldn't have killed this stupid thing right in the way. We might not have enough torch to do this to the other side as well. No, we might actually. Actually, we might have exactly the correct amount of torch. It's pretty much just one use of the torch for each of these. And I think torches have 10 uses. Well, it makes sense that there's the fence here. What doesn't make sense is that they wouldn't put a simple gate here. Because anytime you see a fence, there's no reason there couldn't also be a gate. Generally speaking. Unless you run out of hinges, which shouldn't be a problem for the pre-apocalypse world. I mean, maybe hinges were actually pretty rare in this universe. Even before the apocalypse. Is she close enough already? She might be. Ah, not quite. If anybody, does anybody in chat remember what breed of sheep is the wool producer versus the milk producer? The Rambouillet and the East Frisian. I wanted to say it was East Frisian is milk, Rambouillet is wool. I can't remember. And the problem is they look the damn same. They're both just white sheep, as far as I can tell. Now that's disconcerting. One of the food troughs emptied out while we were here. That's okay. We actually have an animal feed bag on us right now. And look at that, they're eating out of animal feed bags on this side. Good. We're going to go ahead and go sleep, because we do have a safe place to sleep just right down the road. Thank you for that, Grumbaki. So what that tells me is, Rambouillet, rams specifically. Maybe that's why the French called it the way they did, because Rambouillet, ram. That means rams are useful because rams grow wool. So when you see a ram and it's a ramble, yeah, you say yay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's meaning behind the frog language. Yeah, I've solved it, boys. Woohoo! But yeah, we have a safe house that I like to use anytime I'm operating in this area, which in part 1, this is actually, I think we finished part 1 of this character's journey in this location right here. It is already safely boarded up and bedded with a pillow. How do you know the city isn't named after the Rams? What if it's the other way around? Oh, okay, so this is also where I forgot about the coffee. Critical error. I should never be leaving coffee behind at a very low importance field site like this one. I don't mind leaving behind, a little bit of canned soup and some chips. That's fine. But, 1 or 2 non-perishables maybe, but not the rare ones. I love that I can thresh grain while driving. That's extra funny to me because threshing grain in this game involves just slapping the grain on the ground, or the wheat sheaf, just slapping it on the ground. So I like to imagine that while I'm driving with one hand, I'm just slapping the wheat sheaf against the roof of my vehicle or something. I think we have 2 female cows left inside here. One on this side and then one on the other side. And we should have enough torch uses to weld away the fence on the other side of this side. I already drove right past him. Oops. That's okay. And now remember that last Holstein right there. That last Holstein cow is just basically the one that we're going to take with us when we leave. She's the one we're going to bring back to the cows that we have located back at our current operating location in Ekron. And she's probably going to end up being... What? Okay, nothing's happening when I hit add. Okay, so... Tried to game the system, but didn't work this time. Just going to have to pull all the way forward, open the door. Push her on out. Oh, come on. Come on. I'm like 2 pixels too... That's gates in this game, boy. They cannot open unless they can open 100% of the way. We are at 14 experience in Nimble. I don't think we're actually getting very much experience for that. That's okay. I was just curious to see if it actually worked or not. I don't know how I feel about the pigs. I genuinely don't, because in the past, I have found pigs to be needlessly destructive and not worth anything else they could possibly provide. However, it costs me literally nothing but like 30 seconds to... Can I even pick these up? No, of course not. So... Could definitely push a cow like that. Well, I guess the real question is, would the cow have any sort of, like, resistance or acquiescence to the act of a human pushing it. I don't know farm animals enough to know how they would actually react to that. I do know you can give them a slap on the ass and they'll probably start moving a little bit. That's just what they do. I've seen enough westerns to know that part. Okay, so these guys weigh about 80, 88 each, so I can do one more. So I can't pick them up, but I can still fit 2 in the trailer. That's interesting. I think that's only because this cow is a little bit lighter weight than the others. This cow left me with 180 left over. 180 space left over in the vehicle. I'm gonna laugh really hard if I run out of propane after, like, the second fence. Nope. I think that's exactly what we have. Oh no, we have 1 use left. Now that's fascinating. So, you know what? Okay, so when it comes to these things, it used to be that only sledgehammers could disassemble them. Now it's split. Carpentry can disassemble the, with the post. So I don't need to spend propane for this. But then, the part that's only wire here, this needs propane. So I can get, this is one last use of my torch. My torch is now empty. But you can technically fit a vehicle through a, 2-tile opening. I do it all the time. I don't usually do it when there's a trailer involved, because trailers just make things complicated there. But these 2 tiles are now open, and all of the vanilla vehicles can fit through 2 tiles. And then that shit happens. But I know for a fact... Actually, I don't know if I've ever actually tried this. Not with a trailer. Shit, well, okay then. I've just made my life needlessly difficult by testing something. At least we learned for science that I can't say that all vanilla vehicles can fit through 2-tile spaces anymore. Because it's not true. Animal trailers specifically, apparently they can't. It must be those little wheels on the side. Fascinating, okay. Good to know. I think there might even be a height limitation on animal trailers. My brain meat is telling me that I tried to drive into a gas station once. And it was one of the few gas stations on the map that only had a one floor high ceiling, while all the rest have double floor high ceilings. And I think I actually bumped my animal trailer into the ceiling, and I couldn't approach the gas pump because of that. I could be misremembering. How many hours do I have? We're getting close to 4,000. It's like 3,800 something. I can check after I get these aminals unloaded here. About half of that now has been streamed. Linked in the description is 2,052 hours of Build 42 Unstable. That was a very fun playlist to put together. Do you know that YouTube has a lot of problems when it comes to manually sorting playlists that big? The default sort was date published, and so I had, in order to make it chronological so that you could watch from the beginning, from the very beginning of Barb the Builder, I had to reorder the videos by hand, all 236 of them. I felt so stupid doing it, like there's got to be a better way. But nope, as far as I could tell, YouTube just has silly little gaps in their systems, just like Zomboid does. Alright, 4:30, that's close enough to bedtime here. Okay, so Pig's not providing lard. That feels like a very horrific oversight. I wonder how hard it would be to add that to the game's, whatchamacallits. Like, how hard would it be to add something to the loot tables of, butchering a specific type of animal? If it's really just a list of things that you have a chance at getting. Interesting. I'm kind of, if it's not obvious, I'm like thinking in terms of simple things that could be fixed in this game. I don't know if I would ever make a Thunder's list of things that are just so easy to fix that for some reason the devs are completely ignoring. But that's possibly one of them right there. It probably wouldn't end up being a very popular mod because what I would do is I would just do all the fixes that I would imagine that I would want, and I would not put any effort whatsoever into mod compatibility. And because of that, a lot of people would bitch that the mod is not compatible with something or other. And you could not even pay me to make a make a mod for this game that's somehow compatible with every other mod on the workshop that's popular. Not even the popular ones. Right. So, Kraken, what I would do, I would probably make it so that, I mean, like, this is just if I had full systems control. I'd probably make it so that you would have to have a lighter at the butcher hook and put the pig on the butcher hook, and then you could melt the fat out of it as, like, an expanded option. But that sounds to me like it would require some attention to the Java slop. Oh, I'm not going to be able to open the gate. One of those gates. There's a guy doing that in RimWorld? Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me of, like, Vanilla Expanded. In RimWorld, the Vanilla Expanded systems, they're like a big old group of, I'm guessing that's just a big group of people. Oh, don't do that. Okay. Funny story, if you want to stop an animal from moving, but it's too big to pick up, attempt to pet them, and they will stop moving and allow you to pet them. Pig's looking up at me like, what the fuck you doing, bro? So here's how I'm going to play this. I got one pig in there. I'm going to get one of the cows in there, and then we'll see how much room we have left. I think this is the last cow on this side here. This lady here. The gate's always open to the right. So this gate is not a problem. This lady is probably pettable now. I don't know if it's been a full 24 hours, but it's got to be close. There's a 24-hour cooldown to stress reduction from pets. Oh, interesting. I did kind of feel like Vanilla Expanded was getting into flop territory, which felt weird to me because some of them felt really good and then some of them didn't. Yeah, not even close. It's a... Okay, so that Angus cow is actually significantly more massive than the Holstein that we put in there earlier. Which is... Yeah, okay, interesting. Right. I would definitely never do that in terms of... I mean, I suppose I could be convinced if somebody was to like, if let's just say that I made a Sunder's pack, Sunder's list, whatever the fuck, and just made a series of mods that made a few targeted changes. The ability to make sugar from sugar beets. I actually looked at Wikipedia on how that general process works. I don't think we would need too much added to the game to make that work. In fact, I think we would need very little added to the game to make that work. Do you notice that I stopped being able to move the cow? Because she got reserved by the bull. The bull came over to do his business. Discord was 17,000. Nice. That's, yeah, okay then. Discord is, an interesting beast. Especially when modders use it. I have opinions about modders who use Discord only, and don't want to engage with Steam at all. There's a good reason for that, but I don't have the highest opinion of it. I don't think we've seen any boars yet. There's no more cows on this entire track here. Okay, this is a boar. And this is another... What? Okay, hang on a second. Huh, males don't fight each other. I didn't know that. You couldn't have convinced me that male boars... I recall boars actually being a very dangerous animal. I guess more wild ones, maybe domesticated boars don't fight each other. But of all the animals that I expected the males to fight each other, I expected the pigs to be in that category, but I guess... Okay, fair enough. That just means there's no reason to leave them here, unless I literally run out of room somehow. Well, Kraken, we've solved that. We know how to solve the animal noise problem. We just build the animal farm just outside of the cell where we're going to be operating in. And then I don't have to be subjected to it until I want to interface with the animals directly, which doesn't happen all that often. Okay, why did that error out? He's close enough. That's stupid. What's going on here? Right, and that's one of the things about pigs is they have litters. There we go. So the sleeping one here. Don't know if I can even move that. Oh, I can. I can move it while it's sleeping. That's really funny. That is really funny. I really should just have some rope. I do have some rope. What am I doing? Am I getting nimble experience? I've gotten 2.5 nimble experience since I last looked. Okay, this is literally getting me nimble experience. I don't know if it's more than I would be getting for just doing this in my kitchen. How is that too far from the back of the trailer? I had a feeling that petting it would wake it up. Maybe it's because it's around the corner here. Meat, Mr. Crispy. I love how you... I'm sorry, you're going to have to forgive me for the irony here. A guy named Mr. Crispy doesn't know the point of having pigs. No, you butcher them and you get tons and tons and tons of meat. And they breed more prolifically than cows do. Cows breed very, very, very slowly. Per Angus cow, you get a lot more meat. But they take so long to breed that pigs, well, I wish I could tell you exactly how long it takes for them to grow up in this game, but I don't know. I have no idea. We have room for more, but I don't feel like maneuvering inside the building. We're just gonna do the anti-ray ups and get out of the building here. So on my way out of here, it's going to be one Holstein cow, one Rambouillet male, and one Rambouillet female. If I can fit the cow and the ram in the trailer together, then I should be able to hand carry the sheep. And then we will be out of here. What I'm going to do real quick is get the other... Do we have another, hang on. Another Angus cow in here? No, it's just the Holstein cow and then the, Angus bull. Okay, so we are going down this side then. I don't want to check the nutrition on meat from animals. I just assume that meat from animals in this game is hunger reduction only. I don't want to look at the calories or the macros. I just feel like they're going to be bad. I have spared myself the pain of knowledge in that regard. In terms of who else needs to go outside right now, it's just these two pig pens. Because we can't put the rams or the bulls out there. Otherwise, they'll kill each other. Now, the rams only kill each other during mating season, but I want what I'm doing right now, to be as long of a term of fix as it can be. So I don't want to be putting myself in a situation where I'm going to come back here and a bunch of males will just be killing each other. I'd rather just have those males be isolated. Oh, fuck you, is that door... What the hell, guys? It's like there's an extension of the end of the hitbox there. I wonder. Can I do the thing? No, I can't do the thing. The pigs, it feels like the pigs have got to be closer than everything else. Once again, I can't seem to put the pig in on the first try. Well, that was the wrong button. I was trying to pet the other one. Now the other one has gone all the way over there. Okay, I'm gonna go get the rope. This is getting tedious. Look where the fucking thing's going. I don't know where he's going. He's just wandering now. No, stop. Of all the ways to gain nimble experience, this is probably the least offensive to me at the moment. Okay, it's still erroring. Or, I mean, like, it's not even giving me an error. I didn't see anything in the bottom right. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to try petting them before putting them in. That's an easy, it seems like petting them unstucks them a little bit. It's the gate. That could be it. Hey, look, the other one's coming back. Nice. I'm going to laugh real hard if I can. No, I can be able to fit all these guys. They're not bigger than 100. So you can easily fit 4 pigs into a trailer. Pretty sure you'll never be able to fit a fifth unless it's like a piglet. Don't shoot. Make me hit E. I'll hit E if I have to. This guy is just really... I know I said that I'm gonna go get the rope. I haven't ruled it out. Yeah, I need to go get the rope. That pig might actually be broken. It felt like we were going right through it just now. So I do have one rope. Like I was saying before, the only reason I wasn't using it is because that does actually give me nimble experience. Please don't be broken. Come on, dude. Nope, it's broken. So the reason it's broken, I think, is because I started trying to pet it, and then I stopped before I could actually pet it. And so now it is stuck in place. But there was a successful pet, so maybe now it'll move. It's trying. There we go. Okay, good, good, good. Learn something new every day here. So the rope goes in your main hand, so if you want to just instantly get rid of the rope, equip a weapon or something. Alright, that was more effort than I wanted it to be. But, pigs... We could actually fit one more. And this is animal feed bags here. So we take these outside. The animals outside are going to need their food congregated. One of these pigs looks way bigger than the others. Yeah, that lander's in the middle there. That's a big pig. That's a big pig. Oh, it's got baby. That's the noise I was hearing. Okay. So I think this one's a mama. Be curious to see if the piglet can come with me. Where are you going? Okay, yeah, that one is bigger. So all the rest of them are like in the 80s. That's the baby that I'm carrying. Not enough room in the trailer. Wow, that's funny. The baby that I'm carrying is 1 unit too large. You know what? That's fine. I will hand carry the baby. Shall not separate mama and baby here. No need. If I were to ever make like a Project Zomboid video, Introduction to Animals, everything that I've done today is probably just a lot of footage I'd be using for that video. Okay, so getting all these guys away at once, I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to use hay to lure some of them, and I might be able to get all of them to come over at once. Wait, why can't I lure pigs? I've got food, and I can right-click and hit feed, but I can't right-click and hit lure? Oh, okay, so in order to use something to lure animals, you must have it in your main inventory, not a backpack. Again, never let it be said we're not learning things here. I've learned like 3 or 4 things today. I've just got to somehow keep track of all of it. Honestly, I should have just used a lure to get them in. Yeah, I'm stupid for not thinking of that in the first place. That would have been way faster. Now I can take one bull out of here and go leave it with the, there's a sheep farm just right next door that's also secure and set for life. So I can take one of the bulls out of here. Otherwise, the rest of the bulls and rams are just going to have to chill. Oh, my flashlight just died. This is why we carry around multiple spare batteries. Thankfully, I'm in my van, where I've got even more of them. Been using it a lot. So yeah, let's see if we can just lure all these guys together at once. You do have to be within a certain range. I have no idea if that range scales with something like animal care skill. It would make sense if it did. Yeah, see, that one over there didn't even...
Come on!
Yeah, this is not as... Animal care level 1. See, they wait until one of them has gotten to me. But then whoever gets to me first will eat whatever it is I'm carrying. So yeah, this is not the most... I'm just going to try to get whoever's already close. And you know what? That's fine by me.
Come on.
Okay, once again, I hit add to trailer and nothing happens. So I try to pet it, and then I move it a little bit, and then I try again. And still nothing happens. Hitio, you think it was the gate. So let's try. You know what? Let's try closing the gate. Still nothing happens. At least not with the boar. This boar is really boring me right now. We got a Jeremy boring over here. I mean, seriously. What else can I try? I've pet it. I've relocated it. I've removed a potential obstruction. Get even closer? Is it really somehow not close enough? No, just and the worst part is we're not getting an error. It's just not happening. Does it perhaps want a drink of water first? I gave it a drink of water, and it still will not go in. Okay, I give up on this one. As a professional courtesy, I'll push it out of the way so I don't run over it. And maybe I'll try again after I get this one out of here. But otherwise, that's it. See, that one went right through the gate, so I got nothing. Hey, look at... Okay, that... I tried again when I thought it wouldn't work again because it was out of range, but that time it worked. Maybe it was too close. That would be so stupid if that was the problem. But I can't think of anything else that could have caused it to not work until now. So that's all the pigs, all of the female cows, all of the female sheep, with the exception of the female Holstein that we're going to be taking home with us. So otherwise we should now be good to go. After we drop these off, grab the Holstein cow and bring it on back with us. Brother, I crave the oats. Alright, so everybody is away from the trailer. That's a lot of animals in one zone. I don't think I've ever had so many in one zone that were not, like, enclosed of a zone of my own creation. Okay, I did decide that I'm going to take the bull, the Angus bull, right? Yes, I'm going to take the Angus bull down the road to the sheep farm. But then that will be the last relocation of animals that are already here.
Come on.
Sounded like she was getting frustrated there. Now, I am like 99.9% sure that there's already a ram at the sheep farm that is just down the road from us here. If there somehow isn't, then I suppose I can drop one off. But I'm pretty sure that there isn't. Why did one of these things wander out of this zone? I feel like I gotta blame the zombies, but I thought everybody was in the zone. This is an East Frisian ewe, so it needs to absolutely be in the zone. Everybody else appears to be. Yes, okay, so we've got an East Frisian family here, basically. I think everybody is East Frisian. Oh no, that's a Rambouillet ewe over there, so that might be the ewe we take home with us. Unless I can find one that fits the bill. Alright, so now I'm going to mark this farm for its contents. That was 3 East Frisian, and 1 Frisian ram. Or, yeah. One. I'm not going to mark the Rambouillet ewe because that's probably going to come with us. Yeah, okay. Wait a minute, no, there's just 2 East Frisian ewes and then the ram. I cannot edit markings as my eraser is not present. Too late. I'm going to go in on foot really quick and just check all the zones to see who has got a... That's a Suffolk ram. Another Suffolk ram. This is an East Frisian ram. I need a Rambouillet ram. I would laugh really hard if that was the only type of ram we did not have. And I'm feeling like I might have to laugh really hard. I'm laughing really hard because that is the one type of ram that we just don't have. And that sucks. That really sucks. So instead, I'll be bringing... Okay, that might be the ram we have outside. So I might have to do some ram rotation here. We might have to reslot our ram here. We'll have to switch dims for our ram here. Nah, it's a Suffolk ram out here too. So we're just taking 2 Rambouillet U's then, and we're going to hope that we can find a Rambouillet ram elsewhere. Okay. Otherwise, we are now taking Miss Holstein from the corner here, loading her up. And she is already producing milk. She is a very good cow. So what I'm doing now is I'm taking some of these empty troughs outside with me, and we're just going to put them down to capture rainwater. And on our way, before we totally leave the area, I'm going to do one last pass for feed bags. So I think we got some feed bags right here. Feed bags are the most nutrient-dense way to feed animals. So just taking all these feed bags out of here, bringing them with me, dumping them outside. They will be very well loaded up with edibles for quite a long time, in addition to the, the grazing area. I have no idea what order they eat these things in, but assuming they take it from the bottom up. If they don't take it from the bottom up, then this is not the best order to do it in. So that means in this one feeding trough, they've got 156.5 units of food. I wish I understood what a unit of food is, but I know that 165 is a metric lot. So all these extra troughs that I pulled outside, they will just eventually capture some rainwater here. Until the next rain, they've got 136 liters over there. They should be fine until the next rain. Alright, so now we are picking up 2 Rambouillet U's. I've gotten almost 2 levels of animal care just today. Shit. This Rambouillet U is too big. I think that is expected. That's okay. That is okay. So we're just gonna have to hand carry her then. Well, okay, so this Holstein cow is smaller, visually smaller. Still an adult, still producing milk. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just going to set them up and leave them as is for now. I would be more comfortable hand carrying if we were going to have more, if we were going to be driving on cleared roads, but we're not. There might be a chance that I need to get out and fight, and if that happens, I need to be not chasing down a ewe that I'm going to have to just drop. As a professional courtesy to the bull here. Making sure he's good. This ram is not going to need more than a couple animal bags, so I'm going to leave 3 for him. Meanwhile, this trough over here, full of animal bags, most likely. Whenever it's like double full like that, you can see it like visually that much full. That usually tells me that there's animal feed bags. Now remember also, every time you empty out an animal feed bag, because the animals have eaten it all, that also means you get a free sack. Oh, he already got several bags, okay. Honestly, 3 bags for a single animal, that's going to last them a very long time. Honestly, they already have way more than they need. They should be fine. So that is a total of 4 rams. Yeah, 4 rams and 1 bull. That's the only ones that I feel the need to mark, because the ones that are outside in that big zone, I seriously doubt I'm going to be able to, like, recover all of them. What I'm most likely going to do is just kind of leave most of them, and then some of them will go to my future base site, particularly the, whatchamacallits, the Holsteins. Just got to make sure that they're all actually in the zone when I leave, which they are. Functioning as intended. Perfect, okay. I've managed to drop down to just 1 bag so that my offhand is free. So one would assume that there's not very much water for that many animals. And you'd be right if we were going to have a drought. Like if we were to just not have rain for the next month, then that would be a serious problem. But all we need is 1 or 2 rains, and that's going to fill up, and it's going to be a lot better off. I need to also not forget that there's the step van here. I need to get it marked on the map that this is a step van. I think it had a pretty good engine quality. 70, okay. Not the most impressive in my potential fleet, but... Okay, very nice. I genuinely don't care about the bull drivers here. Suppose the only thing I could care about would be the contents of their trunks. I don't want to be driving right past a potential survivor vehicle. It's always possible. If I'm going to be right in front of it, I might as well check. Oh, look at all that shit. Holy crap. Okay. 4 boxes of... Okay, this is going into a garbage bag that is going to go into the trailer. Or, not the trailer, the ambulance. Shouldn't have forgotten that, you know, I do actually have room in the ambulance. Now that's concerning. The ambulance actually took trunk damage, and I don't know what did it. I remember the bump that took us down to 143. I do not remember the bump that took us down to 139, so we lost more space in the ambulance, and the worst part is I don't have an explanation. Oh, no shit. That sounds really stupid, but I would believe it. That sounds really fucking stupid, but sadly, I would believe it. Okay. We've done our due diligence on the vehicles. Never discount your local trash cans. Found some salt. Okay, there's a magazine rack right there. I've never actually been in here before. It only just struck me. This is, I've driven past this place on almost every character I've ever made. Even the ones that didn't make it that far. And yet... It's mostly office loot, most like. Yeah. Break room up there. We can refill our water as we're getting thirsty here. I was planning on stopping by the safe house, but... Maybe we'll come home with even more coffee here. We'll come home with a dispenser bottle here. If anybody's not familiar, of course, break rooms, as the one in front of us here, equals a shot at coffee. And a coffee machine, usually, too. Oh, animal auction. Animal auction. That makes sense. I'm stealing the flag, that's it. Easy peasy pickup. Now that I have an eraser. It could be KTO. It could be. I have not checked enough for it to say one way or another, but we definitely have not been quite as fortunate so far. So if other people are seeing the same thing, then they may have tweaked coffee loot tables a bit. I really wish we could just take the feeding bottle and put it in here. Or, I'm sorry, the water bottle. But we can't do that. So instead, that's what I'm using this dispenser bottle for. Make sure that our folks in the trailer here are topped up. You know, I might be able to fit the bottle in here if I take one of those troughs out. No. And suddenly I don't have enough room for everything. What a shocker. Let's trade one of these boxes of nails. Perhaps multiple. Okay, that's still not enough. 0.79. Okay, take this medium handle out. I picked up that medium handle specifically because there is a axe that is in need of replacing handle here. And right on time for bed here. I do actually have some food that I can eat in the animal trailer here. You know what else I could do? You know what else I could do? Our cow produces milk right now. I could just milk our cow a little bit. I haven't even brought her home and she's already helping me. Because of that, I give her a pet. Because she is a good cow. One quarter of a 2-liter bottle is more than enough to sate your hunger. In fact, it's actually a bit overkill. You only need 300, but that's 500. Hey, Nana Madhouse, how's it going? For anybody joining, welcome. As a brief recap, we have taken a side journey to Irvington because we managed to secure a field full of animals in Ekron. So over here in Ekron, we got 3 bulls and 3 cows. And because we've secured them there, I am now... The only animal trailer I've seen on the map has been down here in Irvington. So what I'm doing is, came down here to Irvington, and I got the animals in the factory farm all set for mostly long-term. These ones here, I'm actually going to edit these to red. I'll edit them to red to indicate that they have a limited lifespan because they are indoors and therefore not getting sky water. Everybody, I didn't even bother marking how many are out here because these guys are just, there's a little billion out here. But everybody who's not inside that now has sky water, and we have a trailer. And now the trailer has a Holstein cow and a Rambouillet ewe. Rambouillet is the one that produces extra wool. I can't remember if the basement of this house had anything left in it or if I exfiltrated everything. We'll check that after I replace the handle of our hatchet here. It has been awaiting a new medium handle for a minute. We don't really need the freezer. There's a small part of me that wants to take it anyway. I'm going to use up these planks to just get some carpentry experience. I don't want to read the whole book. I'd rather just grind to level 4 and then read the next book after that, because we're already that close. If my memory's not betraying me, we actually would have more experience from building barricades. So I'm actually going to just open one of those boxes of nails and build some barricades on this place, even though it's already got lots. Unless I have loose nails. Do I have loose nails? I should, but I don't. We're barricading from the inside next. Oops. It's not like I expect there to be lots of zombies showing up here. But, what? Only 3 experience. Okay, that's really weak. The floors get me more. Nope. 1 plank, 1 nail, 3 experience. Okay, whatever. I literally am just using up these planks because I found them. So we only need, like... we would have to make 147 more floors. I think we are going to be reading the book after all. Okay, yeah, good to know. It's a little early to go to bed. Speaking of reading books, I do believe we have the... yeah, we got the cooking book with us. I'll just read by the flashlight. We've got an influx of batteries, so it's okay to use it. Oh no, somebody died. Checking on the way out to see if they need any water. Sure. I like how they can be fed, but they've got food right in front of them. Nice. We are now animal care level 2, so we are now capable of reading the next level book. But we're heading out of here because we are good to go. Vehicles, all containers of the vehicle are full, and in our offhand we got the backpack carrying a extra freezer in case we need it. So I don't think we will, but yeah. So we're gonna take on our way out Cattle Road here. Cattle Road, I think it connects up to Wadsworth here, which will take us straight home. And I know that I believe there's a turn somewhere that could take you to Echo Creek. But Echo Creek has got a lot of zombies in it, so I don't want to be taking the cows next to unnecessary amounts of zombies. We are exploring unexplored territory in case we come across a survivor zombie, but that does not mean I want to go looking for zombies. We would not want that while we're carrying animals, otherwise they will get stressed. It doesn't seem to build up anywhere near as quickly as it used to, but I'm not going to take that for granted. I am going to check on our way out to make sure that I did not leave this gate open. And I did not. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I almost ran right into that barricade there. Kind of blends in a little bit with the gravel. We've got 2 ranch zones right there, but if there were animal... Oh, very important, very important. Animal trailer. A lone animal trailer in front of a house. We're using big font for that because I will forget. Big font so that you can see it at higher zoom level. So I'm used to having a lot of these, but right now this is the only one that I have, aside from the one we just saw. And it's actually located very conveniently for us. So I think if I took a right there, that would take us to Echo Creek. But instead, we're just going to loop back up and reconnect to Irvington Road, because that is a nice and direct route back home. So these are both ranch zones up there, and we do have pigs. I don't know if I really care about pigs, but 4 times those ones. Hey, how's it going? I don't know if I would call myself a king, but how you doing? How you doing? As a recap for anybody joining, we have gone back to Irvington to acquire a animal trailer and a Holstein cow, and we're going to unite them with a bunch of cows that we recently liberated at our current operating zone, which is Ekron. Feel like Bill from King of the Hill looking at the trailers. Pretty. That's going to be complicated. Our animals will start making the stress noises. That's okay. It will be but a few seconds of exposure. Not bad. So I will be very curious. We spent a day and a half, 2 days, I think. Something like 2 days, close to 2 days, down there in Irvington. So, when I drive past the corn that spawned in just the other day, on our way down here, I'm curious to see if it will start looking yellow. Yeah, that's no problem. Hey, I'm glad you're learning. That is what I enjoy doing here. So yeah, we're driving past this massive cornfield here. Yeah, and it was spawned on 8:15, and it is now 8:17. Okay, so if it looks like everything is dead, then we'll be closer to confirming that most crops die within 2 days of spawning of outside their good season. But if it looks like a lot of them are still not that bad, then I'm going to have questions that probably won't have answers. What if I just... I'm not gonna. But what if I just... I'm not gonna. I almost. I mean, I can repair hoods now. But no, it's fine. So that where I had the corn marked on the map there, it was a little crossroad town down here that doesn't really have a name. It's just it's an outside of Irvington sort of joint. And there's going to be too many zombies to effectively get close without risking collisions and animal stress. So all we're going to do is visually take a look. all dead. It's all dead. So there is something special about my tomatoes, and that's it. Otherwise, we have good reason to believe that most crops just all die within a couple days of spawning in outside the growth season. I don't know why my tomatoes are still going. Maybe when I get back, they'll all be dead. But somehow, miraculously, the tomatoes survived until the day we left here. Now, I always say Brazil has got the second biggest audience for this game. The US, Brazil, UK, a couple of other countries. I don't have them ranked. Massive, massive Brazilian audience for this game. I wonder if that's a translation skill issue. Maybe there's some better survival crafting games out there that, or at least ones that the general audience would find better, that just haven't been translated into PTBR yet. Fuck. I hate doing that. Yeah, they do. Colonizing is one of the most expensive things you can do. You're literally taking an entire country and trying to make it better. Or oppressing it, depending on what narrative you're looking at. But even if that's the narrative you go with, believe me when I say oppressing people is not very cheap. Yeah, there's a fun history behind that. Count Dankula did a video on that. The history of whatchamacallit? The history of Brasileiro, Brazil. And the way the Portuguese briefly made it their capital. That was like somebody playing EU4 with a novel tactic is what that felt like when I was hearing that story. Couple of salt licks over there. Once again, I have no idea if salt licks are nutritionally required, but if they are, certain fields will have them. Okay, I can already tell you all my tomatoes. I'll have to right click to find out. I genuinely don't know. Should I just create a field here? I have all the tools to create a field here. You know what? I should. I really should. I have all the tools I need, and we've got a fence already made for us. Yeah, there's no reason not to. Give me just a moment here. Well, actually, if I'm going to do that, then let's just go ahead and drive straight in. Our animals get to have their own swing set and slide. I don't know if they'll use them, but they can have them. It would be really funny if domesticated raccoons would enjoy themselves with something like that. Oh, there's a gate over there too. Okay, good. So that's our zone size. Just to mark it really quick, I'm going to put down the chest freezer right here. That makes it much easier to get them in and out. I don't have to drive all the way into the... So we came home with 3 small metal troughs. I guess I put that backpack away a little earlier. I'm going to do the metal troughs for food. And then we'll do the, we'll make some of our own troughs for water. Now, the only reason I'm doing this is not because I want to lock in here, but because getting the animals from the area nearby will... Never mind. Shit. I don't want to do that. I don't want to take the animals from nearby and put them here, because then 200,000 moves a second. Our MPS, our moves per second, will skyrocket to an unacceptable degree. I can deal with 1 move per second, or, you know, whatever the 0.5 moves per second that the... I mean, if I don't spend too much time here, then it won't be a problem. I don't intend on getting locked in here longer than I need to take Ekron. Now, animals do, I think, at least they used to, get stressed from hearing the sound of you chopping trees. So that is something to be aware of. I don't know if that's still a thing. If it is, then cutting those trees, we would not want to do, like, more than 1 a day, if that was true. I mean, we have not read the carpentry book yet. I want to read, like, halfway through the carpentry book or something. Maybe not the whole thing. Because once we read just a little bit and get a small multiplier, and then just maybe build the fence to get them contained here properly. And then we can get to the next level. Yes, okay, these... Wait a minute. Yep, some of them still alive somehow. So definitely not all crops are made equal in terms of how long they just last outside their season. For some reason, tomatoes just seem to be far more resilient. It would be interesting if crops were a little bit more resilient to the growing seasons thing. In general, though, as opposed to just random specific exemptions. Yep, there's another 21 tomatoes. Now, we could, of course, deploy the freezer that I just brought home. And no. I already have too much frozen produce. These tomatoes are just going to be eaten while we're here. So they only go straight into the fridge. No freezer involvement. Those eggs went stale while we were gone. I was not expecting that. Let's just go ahead and cook then. We have a propane tank. We should have a propane tank over here. It's going to be in this bag, I think. So now I can re-equip the ambulance with its material here. The glove requires a welder mask. Where's that extra 0.2 coming from? Never mind. There should be rope in there. Now there is. We found an extra rope in that truck, so now we've got rope in both the ambulance and the animal trailer, the way it should be. until we relocate the animals nearby over here, I'm just going to garbage bag up their feed bags, leave them in a separate area here. And we'll decide how to proceed from there. About 1,300 hours, so we still have a fair bit of time here. This bag right here is my bag of things that I don't need in the ambulance immediately, but should be coming with me. So we're going to take a little bit of duct tape, a little bit of twine, and these extra boxes of nails. Okay, that makes sense to me. I picked up this satchel because I'm on the lookout for one that has... There's one type of satchel out there that has 16 encumbrance in it, that all the rest of them don't. I think it's only the dark brown leather one. Don't know for sure, actually. Floodlights are kind of a low priority item, but you know what? I'll go ahead and deploy one here so that we have more visibility outdoors here, but we're not using the this tiny little thing here. Oh, Grumbaki, no, I have not settled on a base location yet. We are just on the road, and the way I can stomach that is basically every time we move to a new location, we just go somewhere where there's already a fridge, and then the contents of this generator, what's in the freezer, and the freezer itself, that is basically a perfect fit for this trailer. So every time we move locations, we simply empty everything that's in the fridge and freezer, hand carry that, and then take everything here and put it in the trailer, take the trailer with us, set up there, and get to work. So we can basically wipe out the loot in a town and congregate it all into one spot and then just move on. So we're accomplishing mid-game tasks here without establishing a base first. That is relevant to my current interests. Very much so. Since I have good daylight to work with here, we're going to make a little bit more progress. Fighting our way down to the... You know what, we're going to do what I said I was going to do right before we got distracted by the whole animal situation. We're just going to go see if there is a way around here. That was what we were trying to do. We were going into this field to see what our options were for going around the Western Railroad blockade here. I actually don't know off the top of my head how far that blockade goes in the general this way direction, southward. I know it stops at some point. And I mean, we have the ability to weld now, so we can actually eliminate parts of the fence and make it easier to drive back and forth. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, I genuinely, unironically enjoyed the Riverside, the RSMC. It's a beautiful place, but now that I've based there once, and I unfortunately wasn't forced to restart my run, I look forward to basing somewhere else next. Perhaps even outdoing my the custom design base that I did on Nora. My Van Fu continues to improve here. You guys are gonna have to forgive me if the Van Fu is unimpressive. I'm enjoying every second of it here. Just using the van as a simple, guaranteed push to knockdown, and then just going in for the finish. Feels great. I love it. Okay, we need to be turning northward here. Sorry, not northward. This is westward. Oh, there's pigs over there. Okay, then. Wasn't expecting that. Judgment call. You know what? Yes. Now, the reason I'm going to do this, to save these pigs, is because I'm going to... these are the ones I'm going to butcher. Somebody coming out of the bottom here. You can hear the chain link fence. There you are. Pigs running away from that general direction. Looks like we got more somebody's coming. There's also crops over there. That looks like more tomatoes. I'll kill as many of you as I must. You know what? Well, actually, I shouldn't have done that. Because that's going to spook the pigs, too. It looks like this is one of those rare examples of a zone that is properly sized to fit the enclosure. It's like so many zones are not fully properly sized to fit the enclosure. But no, this one is perfect fit. So that's great. So, back a long time ago. I'm going to have to finish that sentence at another moment. Long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away. That's just another massive field of tomatoes there. That I could harvest right now. Now, okay. Is that pig screaming because there's another zombie? No, if he was screaming because of a zombie, he would be running too. He's just screaming because he's stressed. That means that, yeah, we don't fuck with stressed pigs here. I'm sorry, I got distracted by the tomatoes. Now, if I just pick the tomatoes and don't even like commit to preserving them, even with the fridge, then I get free. What's it called? Free compost. More so than I already have. Sounds like at least two coming out of that house. Not sure if those are upstairs windows or not. If they are, I won't be able to shoot them. This little porch overhang is preventing me from getting a visual on the windows. Yeah, if it's not this one here, it might be a ground floor or an upper floor window. Or how was I able to see her? She was around this corner here. Interesting. As always, you see a barn, check it, look on the hay bales, see if there's any kinds of interesting tools laying on them. I've not seen it yet, but my theory is it's a possibility of a sledgehammer. Just another set of feed bags here. I'm just going to go give these to the pigs. Pigs are probably set for life. But if they're not, they will be in a moment. Yeah, they're probably set for life. Oh yeah, 74 units. That means that this trough right here is the same as the one I just looted. So these pigs are set for life, not even a question. So, if I hit it so, if I pet the so, that's animal care experience. There is a tape you can watch for animal care. And as fate would have it, we are now past the first 2 levels, so I could read the next book. Yeah, just something I'm thinking about. Anyway, am I going to commit to anything with these tomatoes? Possibly. No longer need that bottle allocated for milk. Put that away. So if I just harvest a bunch of tomatoes, shove them in this bag, come back, pick the bag up later, there's 26 encumbrance of compost. There was something else I could do with tomatoes other than jarring them. Jarring them would be a more interesting option if I... Well, I do... I haven't even looked to see if it's possible. I know there's a recipe for it. I do have the recipe for it. And I'm pretty sure I have jars somewhere. Jars aren't too hard to find. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Seeing as jars actually supposedly last like 4 years or something now, I'm far more compelled by the notion of jarring food than I was for all of B42 Unstable. The moment I started seeing jars go bad after a year, I was like, what's the point of that? Now, when it comes to quote-unquote what's the point of that, there's still a question of if they're going to go bad someday, why bother? That's the mentality I take here. I don't like doing things to preserve stuff temporarily. I fucking hate it, actually. If I put something on a drying rack, and then take it off, and then it's preserved indefinitely, that is what I prefer. Okay, so that is 2 completely full garbage bags of produce. I'm going to leave those they can just rot. I'll leave those to rot. And we'll just come back, pick them up before we leave the area. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Doesn't feel wise to challenge this. But I'm not very wise. That's okay. So even if this does connect to where I think it might, there's a lot of grass to roll over, so this is not a good road. I was watching a top slop video last night. It was after the one with the ambient running lights. It was one where a perp stole a cruiser, and they actually, there was a dead end, but what they did is they saw one of those little gates that leads to a hiking trail, and they crashed through it and started driving down a hiking trail for a little while, and then they went straight up off-roading with it. So I actually caught a little bit of dash cam and body cam of what happens to a vehicle if you just off-road in the wrong place, even a powerful one like a law enforcement vehicle. The results were not very encouraging. In fact, the thing ran into a bridge that was like a decommissioned bridge at like 25 miles an hour, and it was completely unrecoverable. That was a rather low-speed collision compared to what you would generally expect to be, 25 miles an hour does not sound like a collision that would total a vehicle, but apparently that was what happened. Christmas movies. I'm so glad that I've gotten my parents on board with Die Hard as a Christmas movie. That was what we watched last time. Don't know what we'll catch this year. It's actually been a few years since we've done a Christmas story, so we might do that. It'll be whatever my brother has in his library, which is far more expansive than mine. I only have like 130 or so movies. That man is an absolute collector. He used to have like a ton of Blu-rays. Like he used to be the kind of guy who would have a shelf full of Blu-rays, but he got himself one of those objects that have the ability to make backup copies of your Blu-ray discs, which is our right under the DMCA. But unfortunately, a lot of retail acquirable devices don't give us the ability to use that. Most Blu-ray drives have, protections built into them at the hardware level, which I don't like. Oh dear. These sheep don't have any water. Oh no, they have 2.6 liters in here. Well, we found out where we're putting our feed bags that we just picked up. I was going to bring them home, but yeah, we'll give a little bit to these sheep. It would be amazing if one of these was a Rambouillet ram. We got a Rambouillet ram, boys. Hell yes. I think I hear the sound of a zombie scratching a door. Actually, that's not scratching, that's slapping a metal door, which is very far away. Garage door, no less. So, Rambouillet ram, you, and a Suffolk you. We've got 200 billion Suffolks. This is just on the other side of... Okay, I didn't know that. This is just the other side of where the cows are. We didn't actually explore this road. We took the field out here to get to the cows. So 2 liters will... Yeah, good, they're not going to die. That's the important part. but I might go ahead and bring the sheep down to my current basing location, because that is closer to a major road, but it won't, that's 2 zombies in there. That's dangerous. What the hell? No shit. Boys, we got a fucking... Okay, we got one of those events. We got one of those events. If you know it, you know it. And if you don't, observe carefully. Military, criminals. So that spawns a couple of cops and people with a chance at a military backpack. Like this one right here. Oh shit. Fuck. I'm not gonna shoot. We're too close to the animals. I blunt kill these guys. That's fewer holes in the clothes. So these events, many times when they happen, you don't actually get to see the, you know, just the cluster of zombies that it spawns. I've just many times have had the events spill out into the outdoors. So it's been hard to keep track of the zombies that actually spawned in from the event alone. So in this case, it looks like 2 law enforcement. And what is that, 5, maybe 6 military? It's probably random. And then, of course, a bunch of corpses. Would not surprise me if one of them turned. Nope. No traps? Okay, no traps. So, law enforcement, we got 1 bulletproof vest. The other one did have a, I saw a magazine for a 9mm. It was not a priority, so I didn't grab it yet. Okay, so I didn't find exactly what I wanted, but I definitely found a few things. Damn, okay, so we did get some foreign camo military pants, but they are damaged. That's fine. This is what I truly wanted. It was either from this guy or the other guy. This is a military backpack in tactical black. Been waiting my entire life for one of those. I'm just taking anything that I could possibly use off of them. And we can come back for most of it later. Tobias McLaughlin, thank you for your service. Here we are. This is the one. Catherine Griffin. Ah, that is the name of the soldier who got me my military backpack in tactical black here. Now, we've already got Alice belt and suspenders. However, it is in forest camo. So we actually are still on the lookout for Alice belt and suspenders in the correct color. There's an Alice belt and suspenders on this guy. However, it is also force camo. The boonie hats come in several different colors, and you've got to be advised that as hats, they will disappear if you just leave them on the floor. Same as this military hat here. Or rather, if the zombie leaves them on the floor, as in it falls off the zombie and lands on the floor, then it will disappear from the universe. However, if I put it on, and then take it off again, and then I'm the one who leaves it on the floor, I do believe it will stay there forever. So that's what I'm going to do, because, you know, I have one force camo military helmet. I don't think I have a forced, or rather hunting camo hat, so that can now stay there. But otherwise, that is everything loot related off of these dudes. We are moving on. Our objective was just to see if there's a way around that track, the train track there, and we have not used up the whole day yet. We can still find that out. We'll be fatigued any minute now, but that's fine. We got more cows up here. I don't know. Oh, no, those are my cows. Okay, we're good. Hey, for a second there, I was like, wait, more? No. I didn't realize we were this close to my, my aminals here. I never would have pegged Ekron as a really good ranching location, but I mean, honestly, it really is. I mean, there's not just this joint, but there's several joints around town. In and around the town, as it were. I'm going to go ahead and establish a low priority loot bag for the trunk here. And we'll call it EQ, LP, equipment, and low pri. Just stuff we picked up from those military Zeds that doesn't need to be with us right now. So this field right here, is just part of the big roadblock of going around the train tracks without sacrificing something. And boy howdy, that is one hell of a long field. This field, as far as I know, it goes all the way up to the... Yeah, I mean, honestly, this field, there's a fence that just goes all the way along here, all the way up to the gas station. I don't think there's a gate anywhere along it. So there's... This is an intentional design decision, by the way, to block the railroad tracks here. And then, yeah, I mean... Now, thankfully, we are able to use welding to delete parts of the railroad track fence, so even if we don't find a good option down here, there's probably an option to... Oh, shit. Did I already mark these? No, these are new. Great, okay, well, let's try to get the cow, or the zombies over there. Let's get them away from the cows right now, because a single toot, and the cows will not be polluted. They are all slow shamblers, it seems. Now, if we pull them all up here, then they'll be far enough away from the cows that the cows, or rather, we can probably shoot. We can probably shoot from up here. Because remember, we're using the real quiet gun. Now we got to use the light bar here because unfortunately the stupid zombies are just that magnetized to the animal noises. Just got to keep an eye on the fast shamblers because they'll probably reach us before even the slow ones do. See how long it's taken them? It's because they keep getting distracted. Okay, that's my main backpack, pretty well sorted. I should no longer be encumbered once I put this away. This is going to be a bit of a dangerous fight. It's a lot of slow ones, but the fast ones can creep between the lines and make my life very miserable here. So we're going to play this cautious. We're doing all right. Somehow we're not fatigued yet. I'm getting, you guys have to forgive me for being a little disconcerted here. This is, of course, minus the rain, a very similar situation to what lost us Dixie. Or rather, that's lost. I failed. That I decided to fail her. I want to be very, very careful with my framing there. Because I don't want to... If the moment I start absolving myself of any wrongdoing is the moment that I'll start making the same mistake. I think that might be my... Oh, hang on. That might be my bandana right there. Now, after dark, we lose the ability to see after a certain distance, so we actually can't tell. We can't tell if we've gotten far enough away from... Or, you know, we can't tell if there's anybody bothering the cows down there. I don't think they are. Okay. There's the fatigue, right on time. That went way better than expected. I expected I was going to have to fall back. Now, it would not surprise me in the slightest if these guys were stressed from being around my noise and the zombie noise. So this is why I fired up the light bar, because I knew that there'd be way more than what we could see. The only reason I made the decision to do this is that one of them is a Holstein. Alright, I'm getting sick of this. I have been called by what I assume to be spam callers on a daily basis from the same number block, but the different actual number. Wow, there's a big group over there. This is I'm gonna fall off here. My combat effectiveness is gonna degrade. But I'm getting a fucking phone call right now from a number from that same block. It's been like clockwork every day. And that is rather irritating. Because if it's from the same number block, but a different sub number, then it's not, you can't regularly block it. Graphene OS has a couple of apps, but the native phone app does not support range blocking for phone numbers. And I actually can't stand that. Speaking of things I can't stand. They're still in the zone. That's okay, excellent. But unfortunately, zombies are going to be in the zone. Look at that. No Van Fu. I wasn't pegging Ada for a rancher, but that's just how her run has evolved here. Right over that fence, let's go. Yeah. Well, it's... I hate to say this, but only Pixel phones seem to be supported by Graphene OS these days. We're fighting at Fatigue 1 right now, which is, at this stage of the game, that is objectively, measurably dangerous. The only reason I'm doing this is because I feel like we just wait for a few more of these slow assholes to get over here. That'll be the last of it for now. And these cows will be secure. We can go and... I mean, I got a cup of coffee. I'm not afraid to use it. But I am reticent to use it, because right now I don't have to. But I have identified that there is no easy solution to the going around the busted train. And it's not because of the train itself, but the train plus these fields. Because remember, a field of dead grass, whatever the fuck those fields are over there, of dead, just nothing but dead grass, those are actually incredibly hard to get your way through, because I think you can delete them with a scythe, but that's a lot of scything. And of course my engine is enough to be bringing these people every time I drive back and forth. See, I knew from first sight that this field is good in terms of food and water. This is past the halfway point being full, and this is probably 100% full because it's been getting filled up by rainwater. So in terms of food and water, they're good. Probably only going to worry about the Holstein at some point in the not-too-distant future. But otherwise, what we've discovered tonight, which was our primary objective for the night, is that this entire freaking line that we haven't explored. It's just a fence. It's a one contiguous, uninterrupted fence with a bunch of shit grass on the other side. Until you get to this area, where it's broken up by, I mean, there's still a fence. We could weld our way through this fence, but then that's just shit, non-traversable terrain over there. Who knows what kind of roadblocks are waiting for. I don't care. I don't care. At this point, we have gone so far afield that it doesn't matter. This is not our shortcut. There's nothing short about it. I don't see much of a point for a long cut. God damn it, man. The moose can pull them from such a ridiculous distance. That's why I stayed here. Because if I did not stay here, if I just left after killing the big group, these guys would have gotten there before we left the area. I don't care about somebody who's stuck on a door. Whoever's slapping that door, please keep slapping it. Stay where you are. Don't come over this fence. Thank you and goodbye. Yeah, we're out of here. We're only going to be like 2 hours late for bed. That is something we can stomach. Okay, they're good. Gonna laugh if there's even more cows out here somewhere. I mean, honestly, this is one of the biggest outdoor pastures I've seen on the map. I have not seen any bigger consecutive pastures. There are Zeds here, but no animals, so we don't care. And you see the bushes are starting to show up. They continue to get worse until day 200, and we're currently at 39, I think. So these are people who we left in the field intentionally. And just by driving past them, some of them are going to get deleted probably. At least I think so. Well, maybe not. On my way back, the worst I could do is catch a little bit of exploration. There's a raccoon over there. Yeah, I think Ekron is actually not that far from Irvington in terms of animal potential. That's the right word to phrase it. Animal potential. It's like a potential energy. Potential butchery. Yeah, let's call it that. Potential butchery. Our new guests here are still in their zone, I believe. Just double checking. Yep, they're good. And now you can see the beauty of the floodlight that we added to our collection here. Oops, don't leave the headlights on. Let's test this bandana that we picked up. Ooh, look at that, boys. This is one of the best bandanas I've found in a very long time. Just in terms of random color generation that actually matches stuff. This is definitely our new go-to. The red one that we've been using It's alright, it's a nice match for the Hawaiian shirt, but the Hawaiian shirt is not going to be the visible layer for too much longer. As soon as it starts getting cold, the Hawaiian shirt's gone. It's going to be covered by something else. Alright. Very close to the next level of axe. We've been doing great with our Van Fu. Oh, you know, I never did build rain or water troughs for the animals outside. It is a beautiful coincidence that it is currently raining. Let's take these planks here. Originally allocated to help me build stairs before I decided to just go for logs. And let's just get some small troughs down now. We are already ready for our next bedtime here. That's okay, we don't need to immediately go, but just in case the rain just stops for no apparent reason. There we go. So, in case the rain stops for no apparent reason, they've actually got a little cache of water there now. I would like to hold off on building any further troughs until we can get better experience for that. For that, we will need the carpentry books. For that, we will unpack the set here. And now we sleep. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time while it's raining tomorrow just reading. I don't like the rain. Can't get back to sleep. Okay, well, about that. Maybe tomorrow is now. Now we can sleep again. Second sleep is a go. Alright, sounds like we got plenty of rain. And since I don't like operating in rain, we read the carpentry book. I'm going to do like halfway through it, because I feel like that's going to be more than enough to get us to the last level here. Remember, your experience multiplier for book reading does scale with how far you've gotten through the book. Okay, multiplier is now 2.5. Let's see what that gets us for building a trough. I'll go build another couple troughs here. Well, I'm going to assume the rain's going to be off and on. Can't put the USA flag there for some reason. Interesting. How about over here? This is still just a temporary place. It's not a formal base. I'll just go ahead and put that there. Alright, that's all the loot that I've picked up recently, except what's in my backpack. Separating the heavy form food here. Forgot that I had a wash and dryer already deployed here. If I wanted to, which I'm toying with the idea, I could just build some floors upstairs to go around the building and then put a rain barrel above the washer, which is this one right here. So that would be a rain barrel upstairs and one, just 2 tiles in from the corner. That would just be in case it continues to rain. Which, as you can see, it is now off and on. Did these logs over here, I wonder? Sorry, I missed chat there. When did I start this character? What day am I on? That's in the stream title. It is day, I want to say 40-something now. So it's a little bit ahead of the stream title. Just take the stream title and add like 5 or 6 days to it. We started this character back last weekend. So we actually do have some log up here. That's great. And rabbit out in the field there. So I didn't even have to cut any trees, and we've already got a whole bunch of logs. Apparently I'm a dork. You're not incorrect in the slightest. So we have been steadily using up all of my garbage bags. We actually don't have enough on us to make a garbage bag rain barrel. However, we have one right in front of us here that I have been withholding for a special occasion, and I think this one fits the bill. There is not currently a way upstairs to get outside. There will be after we've built a few floors, though. If I wanted to do full coverage out here. Thirteen more planks. I could get the total coverage up here. The washing machine is downstairs on the other side of the wall from this spot right here. So we take the rain barrel out of my backpack. We place it on the tile that I'm currently standing. That will block our movement around there, but that's okay. We were going to expand this backside anyway so we can go around. I'm just going to go ahead and use these 3 planks here to get that, what I was talking about there. So now what I can do is simply this means that the base is actually no longer 100% secure because a zombie could technically just wander up the outdoor staircase and break into one of the upstairs windows. I seriously doubt that would ever happen, but it is because it's now a possibility. We are going to go ahead and just delete the staircase outside. We don't need it anymore. I don't know if that's going to get us back any logs. It might not. It's a rabbit over there. Hold the phone. Are you telling me I can't disassemble log staircases? That's... Alright then. Yeah, I'm in disassemble mode. And it's not letting me. Maybe it's because of the lamp. Nope. Even with the lamp gone. Okay. I guess this is just permanent until I get a sledgehammer. That's really fucking stupid. But, we've learned something today. That is, don't put a log staircase down and expect to be able to delete it easily. So if I wanted to steal a rabbit, I could do so very easily now. Whenever they get stuck on fences like this, they actually can't run away properly. Oh no, look at that. Never mind. Never mind. You see how slow it was moving before. But it changed its mind. It remembered how to run. There's another one down there, but of course that one is not blocked in by a fence. This one is, however. Is it gonna... It did the thing. Okay. This one's mine now. Yep, we caught a rabbit because it decided to wander into my field here. Now, when it comes to rabbits, if you want to make them yours, simply steal them somehow. Whether it's a trap or just being clever. And bring them to a zone of yours and drop them down, and they're yours. One times rabbit. So I can actually use this window now. I'll decide what to do about the front area a little bit later. We're going to go and build 2 more troughs now. Actually waiting for shelves to be somewhere here so I can put those downstairs. We're gonna do a bookshelf of stuff that can, books that can stay here, dupes and stuff. If anybody's not familiar, I've espoused this a few times, but the short wooden feeding troughs are the best for water until you get to like the triple long ones, the metal ones. The double long ones have the same water capacity as the short ones. So in terms of just overall real estate, the short ones get you more return on investment. Pretty close to carpentry level 4 here. I'm going to do a few fences. So these are ugly wooden fences, but they do the trick. They keep animals in. That's what I was waiting for. They'll just go ahead and leave the planks here and read the next book and continue after you've read the book. Oh yeah, no, I don't ever trust car repairs until I'm high level everything. Both welding and mechanics nowadays. That's right, we need to make a couple of things with these eggs. I'm gonna try omelets. So an omelet starts with just 2 eggs, and then it becomes lightweight. The 1.5 encumbrance frying pan becomes 0.5. Oh, that's stupid. That's really stupid. Okay, the fucking omelet ended up being stale because the eggs are stale. I guess. Okay, never mind then. That's just a fucking waste then. I mean, we got some cooking experience for it, but yeah, that's just a fucking waste. I'd rather just not even bother trying to eat that because it's just gonna make her unhappy. No, we'll just make some tomato stir fries instead. The only seasoning available over here is salt, which is not something I'm going to be using. I'm going to go get a pepper out of the... Could have a pepper in here. Got a couple of 30 fries out of that. And we're a little late for bed, but we're not tired, so we are good on track with sleep schedule here. There's honestly no reason not to leave the light on up here. Don't know if this is more comfortable than the kitchen chair. I seriously doubt that there's a major difference, but I'll use the comfier one when I'll use the one that looks comfier. How about that? Now, I'm not necessarily building this animal pen because I want to stay here forever. I'm mostly just doing it because it's an opportunity to do something useful that will help me level my carpentry pretty quick. We have the materials here to do it, and we have the we have a slight impetus, and yeah, it'll get us levels. So, multiple reasons to go for it. Not tired enough to sleep. All right then. That's what happens when we have a chill day. Let's try again at 6. At this rate, we're just gonna be sleeping through some bad weather anyway. Feels like we got our wet season early on this character, but it still definitely comes around early game. Now, for this case, because we're just starting out on the level range for the book, it makes perfect sense to cover book, or read it cover to cover, rather. Right. Carpentry books can be packed back up to make transport easier. If I didn't know better, I would say that the rabbits that we keep hearing are, like, running away from us and then coming back. Like, it genuinely seems like they are not keeping their distance the way a wild animal would. But it's also probably just the fact that I can hear them from so far away now that I'm thinking they're closer than they actually are. In any case, I'm going to put this ice axe away so that we can use the firefighter axe on our back. Oh, I built the fence on the wrong facing here. That's okay. We'll just need to redo the zone really quick. The rats from the police department basement. That's pretty ratty. Yeah, look at that. Rabbit right there. I should leave this gate open so that I can just do the same thing I did before. I don't know which way it ran. I mean, oh, there it is. What if I just make it run away from me right into my zone? I've seen that happen before. Oh, it stopped running. There you go. Every once in a while, they'll slow down for reasons that I can't explain. But they seem to be much better about speeding back up. But now it's going to run just right into my zone. Ah! Now, the devs did make a countermeasure to this. It is still wild. You have to pick it up and then put it back down in your zone. But we're going to use the fences to our advantage here. Gotcha. Aha, you're mine now. So we got a cottontail female and a swamp male, so we have a breeding pair. Anything further is honestly superfluous, but yeah. Anything further that wanders in, I'll grab it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get a rabbit trapping here. I'm going to leave the gates open because they keep coming from the southeast here, center bottom of the screen. So if I just leave these gates open, the chances of them wandering in seem to go up. 21 axes in the fire police department plus 3 crowbars. Nice. Which town is this? I'm assuming PD basement. I'm assuming that's going to be what's it called? Muldraugh. Wait a minute, I've got a sharpening. That's what this is for. Oh, Riverside, nice. That is, that's way more than I found. I did not find 21 axes. Jeez Louise, that is, good, good rolls there. Very good rolls. We are out of nails. I think we had some more nail. Duffel. Yeah, duffel. I agree. Now, I did actually make a bit of a mistake with this fence, did I? Wait a minute. No. No, we can get in and out of this gate right here. That's all we need. That is literally all we need. We're good. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 more planks required. There's 12. 15, there's 18, that should be it. I feel much more comfortable sitting down and sawing logs now that there are much fewer line of sight obstructions out here. That would be carpentry level 5, and I think that upgraded the quality of what fences we can make here. Yeah, we can make better fences now. So that you can get to see the shift in the quality of my fences. And just like that, we're also getting tons more experience. Because it's now a higher level recipe. I honestly just put that freezer down because I did not need it at the time. Wait a minute, I think that's within generator range right there. I want it to be out of generator range, but also next to the fence so that I remember where the gate is. I mean, the corner is going to be pretty obvious, but there we go. I'll switch to eating those stir fries once we are actually working around outside of the base area. We don't have a lot of daylight left, so there's not much point in deploying right now. So, something that it would behoove me to do, like, if I had the action economy to do it, is now that we've gotten a bunch of, trees chopped right around next to our base operating area. We've also got a literal ton of, I'm stealing this baby rabbit because I can, but also because I think its mama was the one that, I took. Because the one that I took was a cotton-tailed doe. So I think this baby rabbit can actually get fed. Otherwise, baby rabbits, you have to hand feed them. You were supposed to spawn in Rosewood, but you weren't paying attention. Oh, man. It happens to the best of us. It says baby can't find its mother. Is that because it's all the way over there? If I can't recover the mother, then this will be some of my first butchering experience. Here it is. Well, let it never be said that they're all made equal. Just because they are both cottontails and one is a female. That means that there's another cottontail female out there I gotta steal if I want that baby to be feedable. I'm not gonna be hand feeding rabbits right now. I know, right? Yeah, my cows get a swing set. I was saying before that I wish the whatchamacallit, so you could get raccoons and they could actually play around on things like that. So I'm pretty sure raccoons are just slightly smart enough to enjoy entertainment like that. Don't know that for sure. Now, I don't particularly have a hard need to be building more floors like I am now. I'm just doing it because it passes time and gets me carpentry experience. And is going to be, I don't know, marginally useful. It's questionable as to whether this overhang is going to be useful until I can delete this stupid, whatchamacallit, log staircase. That's going to require a sledgehammer. Right, that's all the planks for now. And that's all the carpentry I'm going to bother with for the immediate moment. It's fucking wild that this bedroom is actually not secure anymore. I'm actually going to go ahead and disassemble the wardrobe here. And just so that I can barricade the window? No, I don't need to barricade the window. What I can do is actually just use the... Well, part of it broke, never mind. Never mind. This bedroom is no longer secure. That's just really funny to me. I mean, it hasn't been secure for a couple days, but... the perils of mid-level carpentry. But I did manage to at least get half of one from one and half of one from the other. So now what I can do is just put the white wardrobe down right here. And there is now a barricade that they would have to break before they can break into this window. And that the best part about that is it's temporary. Again, the chances of them actually making it up there to somehow break into that specific window, probably astronomical. Did they change the spawns of large hooks? Yeah, metal bands are frickin' annoying. honestly, I don't bother trying to find them from any place other than welding wrecked vehicles apart. I've given up trying to find them by actually looking for them specifically. They're just that hard and annoying to find. I'm going to clean up all of the wood that I left on the floor, and we will start gathering materials for, what's it called? Carving purposes. What I'm doing with these garbage bags. We don't have very many to spare. I actually need more now. When it comes to leveling carving, my preference is to level by making small handles wherever possible, because small handles can be recarved into other things as you get to higher levels. I think that's it for what we've chopped. Yeah, there's those two trees I haven't chopped yet, but otherwise we're good. I always stack twigs into bundles where appropriate. 12 twigs equals a bundle. Now, a lot of crafting or carving recipes do require a crafting surface. We have the most lightweight crafting surface in the game right here. A large cardboard box. Only weighs 2 encumbrance. Pick it up, put it down wherever you want. And you can carve or do other crafting things on it. It's not a true redneck joint until you've got a chair out in front. And just like that, it's time for second bedtime. I'll let the weather tomorrow decide what I'm going to do next. If we got good weather, we'll probably go acquire the welding loot from the basement of the school and survey what the fire department looks like. Well, okay, so fog is not going to mess me up if I'm going into the basement of the school. It's just going to make... Well, you know what? I'm going to read. I'm going to read. What am I going to read? Let me check something real quick. For carving a sapling, I want to see what kind of carving experience for a sapling at level 0. Do I not have a knife anywhere? We've got these simple metal knives that we found here. These simple metal knives can probably be used for carving. Anything but my hunting knife would be appropriate. Yep, okay. We've got our carving knives then. Let's just see what we get for... That's only one experience, so yeah, that's not happening. Not in the slightest. We're going to go read the book. I will leave the carving knives in this satchel here. We have carving books 1, 2, 4, and that's it. Grab a couple more tomatoes here. Now, usually in my order of operations here, I wait until I have secured a primary base location before doing things like leveling, carving, or carpentry or whatnot. But by leveling carpentry to, where am I at, 5? 5 or 6 would be an amazing start before actually getting stuck in on building a custom base. Because building a custom base will get you tons of carpentry experience, but you won't be able to build certain things until you're certain levels. Level 6 gets you most of what you would want to build at the highest tier. Usually floors are the most important, followed by walls and windows. Alright, carving volume 1 is red. I need some music. The game's music died, as it always does after a while. So we just play it ourselves. We start by doing all of the saplings into long sticks, because long sticks are a guaranteed win. I'm going to go ahead and put the long sticks on the floor right here. Long sticks are required to build drying racks. And if I get a small plant drying rack and a large plant drying rack, one of each, then the next time we come across a field of corn, for example, or something else that we can dry, then we can at least harvest some of it right away and bring it home, slap it onto the drying rack without filling things up into the freezer further. Speaking of the freezer, I actually think we have a we have some basil in the freezer right now. 20 basil. That's enough for a plant drying rack to get started with. So that's actually what we're going to do next. That's going to help us get stuff out of the freezer in a way that preserves it indefinitely. Give me some twine. And then I'm going to need a hand drill. I already got some nails. I should have everything else already. Of all the tools I brought in here, somehow a hand drill didn't make the cut. That's rather frustrating. I know I have hand drills elsewhere. Well, I guess we know what we're doing for the rest of today. We're checking my neighbor's garages. If we're gonna deploy in that direction, we're gonna go ahead and take the animal trailer so that I can get that other Holstein cow home. There's no reason not to. Let me get this van just a little further out of the way here. I want to be able to drive around where we've got the regular trailer parked. I should bring the animal trailer, he says, and almost proceeds to forget the animal trailer. I have not actually looted that house across the street from me there. I had been avoiding it because I hadn't jumped into it to clear the Zeds out. And there still might be some in there. But there's more garages in this direction. I can't recall if we dropped any hand drills on the ground up here. Imagine leaving twine on the floor. That was a strategic failure on my part. So this house does have a basement. I remember that much. Ooh, there's a box of garbage bags there too. I actually need that. This house did have a party in it. And because of that, I am being extra cautious on it. It's a dead rabbit on the fucking table there. So not only was there a party, somebody was trying to butcher a fucking rabbit in the middle of the party. Trim clear. Master bath. Clear. This place is actually a safe place to sleep. I should keep note of that because there is the bed with a pillow on the second floor. That's all I need. It's behind a door on the second floor. Now, in the past, I've seen a lot of tailoring supplies here. Hey, look at that. There's tailoring supplies here. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if that's something that's actually likely to happen. For some reason, that's not striking as much of a coincidence. like 3 times in a row I've been to this house. It has always had tailoring supplies in it. Maybe the chances are just higher than normal. I'm always loath to assume something's guaranteed. Who throws out a full-ass welding torch? A welding torch that's full of propane and just toss it in the trash. That's just a waste of propane. Hank Hill would be extremely disappointed. This is one of those weird houses that has a road, or like a movement block in it, in an odd spot. You want to get to the basement. You can't go diagonally like this to get to the basement. You've got to... This stupid chair and this stupid dresser here conspire to make it very difficult. Therefore, goodbye the chair. Bye. Ooh. I feel like this is the same basement every time. Just general arts and crafts basement here. Or like, you know, workshop. I feel like our chances are pretty good. But I've been wrong before. Lots of this is vehicle workshop loot. But then dub rods. I would be quite entertained if there was not a single hand drill. I think I'm about to be entertained. I'm very entertained. There's not a single hand drill down here. Okay then. Not for lack of trying. Now, if you are trying to put together a forge, and you don't have metal tongs yet, worst you could do is make sure that you've checked all of your local fireplaces. I've seen actual tongs, like the kind you can use for blacksmithing, spawn in those before. That is it for this house. We've checked everything. Rather expansive house. I left it running again, didn't I? I've been known to do such things. Probably a fair amount of logs in the log pile over here in the bottom corner. I'm not usually programmed to look at those and actually see them for logs. It was like sometime in the midst of B42 Unstable. They actually made those like log containers that can spawn logs. Some more knives. Relevant for carving. Just check the... yeah, garlic. So garlic is one of those ones that's a proper winter crop. You plant it in August, which is, it's relevant to me. If I had a chance to plant it right now, I probably would. But I don't have any seeds, so... but garlic is... Just basically, if you look at garlic right now, garlic is how all winter crops used to be. It used to be that you plant it in the fall and then harvest it next year. But for some reason, and I complain about this a lot, but it bears repeating if anybody hasn't heard the rant, because it's just that stupid. The devs recently relative to B42 development, at some point about halfway through B42, the devs took all the fall crops that you're supposed to, originally were supposed to plant and grow through the winter and then harvest in the spring. They took all those and cut their growth time a little under half. So you now harvest the winter crops. I'm sorry, that you harvest the fall crops in January. I'm going to say that one more time. You harvest in January. How many plants do you guys know that bloom and become seed bearing in January? That's the game we're playing right now. That's your wheat, barley, rye. That's your hemp. Hemp and hops are both broken still. Completely ungrowable, verified to still be ungrowable here on Stable. Hemp and hops are like the old rules, but even worse because they don't work. But yeah, at least at least garlic and wild garlic both work. Like they take really long to grow, yes, but they actually work. Yeah. Anyway, exposure, survival. Now the moderators. The moderators is a tape series that I do pick up, because the moderators series gives you happies. It's kind of like the comic book versus regular book. Okay, so you're right, Paradigm, except for They fixed it for most crops. I think at one point, winter wheat was the only one that had cold hardy, and therefore winter wheat was the only thing you could actually grow through the winter. I don't remember when they fixed that for most crops, but they did. Now the only one that doesn't have it, the only two that don't have it are hemp and hops, which it's especially egregious in the whatchamacallit, in the case of hemp, because there's crafting infrastructure already in place for hemp. Like, hemp is one of the only reliable ways to get an extremely large amount of twine and burlap. And yet, you can't. Because every hemp crop that you plant dies. For no reason. Well, there's a reason. There's just no in-universe reason. Okay, we already handled the kitchen. We actually never did look upstairs. I usually would like to do upstairs before downstairs. Hand drill. Mission complete. We're just going to finish what we started here. But otherwise, we can go home with a clean conscience whenever we feel like it. food and water are damn easy once you're used to the game and not a... I mean, you know, giggles, zombie combat play. That's one way of putting it. I usually think of the people who can't stop fighting zombies and get bored if they're not. I just call them the sweaty folks. But sweaty can mean a lot of things in a lot of contexts. I come from the context where it means you're just taking a video game way too seriously. Which is, I know that probably would sound very, what's the right word? Very rich coming from a guy like me who's, you know, almost 4,000 hours. But just because I spend a lot of time playing it doesn't actually mean that I take it that seriously. Maybe slightly more than a normal person, but I'm just here to have fun. I'm not actually here to LARP. We have a spare pillow. If I put it on this bed here, then we once again have a safe place to sleep on a second floor. Which means we don't have to stop looting just because it's nighttime. I'm going to put some S's real quick. S with a circle just means that it's safe to sleep on the second floor. It's also a way to help remember that I've marked off these garages. Somebody recently had a child here. They've got the crib right next to the bed, and they've got a, whatchamacallit? A, what do they call it? A bureau? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. It's like a little table that's specifically meant for changing and other, baby-related tasks. Normal people would just call them a table. Table that has room for things like that. They did recently make it so that you can move the cribs. For the longest time, you could not move cribs. Still can't try to sleep in them. Not that I would expect a person to be able to fit in something that is meant for an infant person. But I mean, what if you have nothing else, right? Bet you me that if I had nowhere else to sleep, but there was a soft surface that just so happened to be surrounded in bars, I'd just break the bars off. Steal the mattress off of it. Electrical level 3. We can now move stoves. Okay, 2300. We're actually right on time for bed. I'm just going to double check and make sure I didn't leave the van running again. So I always do that. Nope. Okay, we're good. You know what? That's fair, Grumbaki. That is fair. It is also nice that there are more containment zones than ever before. It used to just be that if you wanted the edgelords, as it were, if you wanted to contain them, all you really had was like CDDA or scenarios. Now you've got many scenarios. You know, you got the tower, you got the 28 seconds later, you got the whatchamacallit, extinction mode, the big one. If anybody doesn't know what I mean by containment, Extinction mode and some of the other challenges are not really meant to be satisfying long-term gameplay. They're meant to get the people who can't feel anything unless they're seeing their character get ripped apart. It's for them. They just can't enjoy this game without an extremely heavy combat-focused challenge everywhere they go. That's not me. I enjoy the combat and logistics pretty much equally. Now, that being said, I kind of wish they hadn't nerfed Apocalypse as much as they have. Apocalypse, that's the default version of the game we're playing right now. They have nerfed it over the course of B42 rather significantly. Now, the only nerf that, you know, people would call a nerf that I strongly, full-throatedly agree with was the disabling of respawns. Oh, there's no basement here. Huh, okay. But yeah, they turned respawns off for default difficulty, and I am 210% okay with that. Some of the dumb shit we used to have to do to deal with respawns, man. You think I take agriculture seriously? Y'all should see what I did to deal with respawns. So the headlights on the van are broken again. That's alright, I got my flashlight. So I do see some Zeds just laying around in here. Oh, that's right, I killed that one. Okay. I forgot that we actually did a... What the fuck is that sound? Oh dear, that's the sound of deer. Oh dear. Yeah, I know, honestly, okay, every time I see somebody with multi-hit on, I just have a few questions. Mostly, are you using that because you need it, or are you using that because... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some people think it makes the game easier, but I actually am of the opinion that it just reinforces bad habits. But, I'm sure some people stand by it. We already dumped everything on the floor in here. But now we'll take these planks home with us. I don't think I'm quite at the point of just collecting large hooks. If anybody's not familiar, large hooks do actually spawn often enough that if you collect enough of them, you will just have enough iron to melt down into a blacksmith anvil. Oh, I like this place. I like the, whatchamacallit, that rustic touch here. What is that called? The Sims actually had a name for it. This little, I keep wanting to think the word gabled. That's not what that means. The rustic archway thing there. Makes it look kind of farm-like, even though it's not. This is definitely not a farmhouse. There's not enough terrain, or rather, not enough land next to it. This is a more semi-recent construction, probably 70s. This is rather new for 4220. china cabinets having a chance at being a book box. So the same thing that we're looking out for in libraries now, which is in libraries, cardboard boxes, the book boxes. Same loot table has a chance of spawning in china cupboards, of all things. Not the most guaranteed chance, but a chance. Somebody had a little trouble with their monitor here. Wonder if they've tried turning it off and on again. Oh, that's true for everything in here. There's a bunch of stuff here that would be on top. That's actually... Now, look at this. Jar of broccoli. Stale. Okay, boys. I was told, word of mouth hearsay, that jars are now supposed to last multiple years. We're not multiple years in. We're 42 days in, 43. We're about 43, 44 days in. And this jar of broccoli is already stale. Apparently, okay, so there's a new note here. Cook to preserve for longer. Okay then. Maybe that only applies, that extension we're talking about, maybe that only applies if it was cooked. In which case, we'll have to keep an eye out. We'll just need some more data. Fair enough. Kind of wild that they would be uncooked. But mystery solved. Excellent. Data acquired. Deer sound like they're getting closer. I hate those noises because they are stressed animal noises. Mammals literally being programmed to recognize what stressed animal noises sound like. React accordingly. Alright, that's the kitchen wipe down here. What is this canned food item here? Oh, that's another jar. So I guess the story here is that they were jarring some food and then forgot to finish it. So every single one of these houses on this particular street has had tailoring supplies in the laundry room. That can't be a coincidence. That's very, very consistent on my previous... Now, on my previous run-throughs, I have not been quite as diligent with these particular houses on the further down the road, but that one at the crossroads that we slept in last night, I have checked that one every single time. Every single time it has been loaded with tailoring supplies, or, I mean, loaded. It has had some. So, we'll call this Tailor Alley. It's a whole-ass medical coat. Fully intact. That's relatively rare. You can find them on pharmacists or doctor zombies. I'm gonna close one of these doors and do these rooms one at a time. If there is anybody in the other room, I don't want them wandering out while I hit this room. Coming up behind me, biting me on the ass. It's a key to a dash elite. That might be, okay, I think I know where that dash elite is. Just from driving by the school, enough times. At least we're not drinking water out of glass jars. If we were doing that, I would start feeling more concerned about the status of this game, because I'd be thinking about another one. Terrifying one. We're actually not far from ready to go back into a weight gain phase here. So both of these beds have pillows on them. Sweet. Keyring, just a key to this house. Should probably not be needed, but if we do need it, we know where to find it. Right. Build a little addition above the side of the house here, so that the teenager can do their band practice behind a door and a half. I mean, honestly, this wouldn't do that much. This wouldn't do that much, because if the adults are sleeping in this room here, then, yeah, no, trust me. One wall between you and the adults' room is not gonna stop your parents from waking up in the middle of the night when you're yelling at the screen because that guy in StarCraft beat you. He raked you over the coals. Ask me how I know. So these are both safe to sleep, and they should both have pillows. Yes, okay. So this house can also get an S with a circle around it. All three of them have a second floor that has a pillowed bed on it, and therefore is safe to sleep in. So we'll sleep here for our second sleep. Tomorrow morning we'll check the shed once more on our way out. Actually, we don't need to. The shed's good. Hey, how's it going, Marcia? Playing with some Walking Deads. Walking Deads. Zeds. Yeah, we already checked the shed over there with extreme prejudice. So we can actually go ahead and peace out. We have checked all three of these houses. Our primary objective, which is a hand drill, has been successfully acquired. Since I have a little bit of room left for memorabilia. Just grabbing the memorabilia that I left. Oh, I was supposed to grab an animal. We're only halfway back. Let's just go ahead and grab one of the Holstein cows specifically. It's closer to this side. Yeah, we've got the Angus, cow, calf, and bull. Then we got the Holstein. And then there's Rambouillet sheeps right there. We have the ability to grab all three of those. And I kind of want to because Holstein cows are the most important right now. They give milk, and milk gives butter. Butter gives massively increased weight gain opportunities. In fact, okay, so we've got in my freezer, or sorry, just in my fridge, we've got some leeks in jar form. And once we have 2 Holstein cows, we'll have butter on tap. So we'll actually have optimal weight gain opportunities. When I say optimal, I mean you would be baffled as to how quickly we'll gain weight. Like it's gonna kind of be, it's gonna be decadent. Shit. If I want to steal that thing, got to go a little faster. So the trick is to stay on one side of it here, get out, and have the right-click menu open. Damn. Hang on. Might be able to use the fence here. Yep, we got it. The only reason I did that is because we got the trailer right here. What the hell? That... Okay. Okay. A rabbit takes up 82 space. The pigs were taking up 88. What the fuck are these numbers, guys? It's not kilograms, it's not volume. If it's not mass and it's not volume, what the fuck is it? I got nothing. I'm actually baffled. I expected the rabbit to be a small fraction of that. But okay then. Chungus rabbits. Okay, yeah, that means we've got to name this guy Big Chungus, because he's bigger than he should be, literally. All right, so the most important to grab now is, well, the Holstein cow. Oh, I can pick the ram up. Okay, that's good. That's good. I want to have, you know, the cow and then the... Hang on, I can just go around front, can't I? Yes, I can just go around front. I don't have to go off-roading like I did last time. I could just take the road like a civilized human being. Okay, you know what? I'll get Big Chungus later. I don't have room for Big Chungus and the sheep. So what I can do is just leave Big Chungus here in this zone. Remember, a wild animal does not become not wild until you drop it in a zone of yours. So, Big Chungus is now not wild. Oh, wait a minute. I can put him in the trailer for the moment, but I'm going to need to take one of the 2 sheep out so that I can fit the cow in there. Flemish giants. I mean, I was watching a documentary on jackrabbits the other day. Fat Electrician did a documentary on rabbit drives. If you don't know what that is, imagine just having so many rabbits that killing them in a genocidal mass slaughter fashion is actually necessary to have functioning farms in an area. What the fuck? Where did that tire come from? How did that fall off? The tire just fell off of my goddamn van. Why? Is it just because it's an old tire? Like, really? Oh, you know what? Okay. I never really understood what could cause a tire to fall off of a vehicle. I think I'm coming down to understanding now. This tire was actually in great condition, so it's not just condition, but the inflation dropped really low. So we're gonna have to stop what we're doing for a moment and inflate, which is perfectly fine. I've got all the necessary. I have the technology. I can inflate them. But yeah, so I don't understand why some tires deflate faster than others. I am almost 100% sure that we had all 4 tires here inflated all the way, which means what we're dealing with right now is the random deflation problem. And, okay. So the tire fell off, but it didn't visually. Okay. It would fall off again, easily, if I don't inflate it. The tire that fell off was down to 4 psi, which actually, you know, that if a tire gets down that low, of course, in this game, it's going to just fall off. In real life, you'd be at that low of a psi, you'd be on rims, and the tire would just rip itself off. Like the tire would actually be dead. You know how every once in a while on the road, you'll drive past a, just like this strip of broken leather, like this flat strip of broken leather on the, or not leather, rubber. Yeah, just this flat strip of broken rubber on the side of the road. That's somebody who, and this happens to people all over the place, who just left their tire to get so low that they, it just burst, or it ripped itself up on them while they were driving. But we have reinflated the tires now. Never would have imagined I would need my vehicle kit, or my regular vehicle kit for my own vehicle. That is, that's a new one for me. But otherwise, nothing has changed about our current activity. We've already got the sheep that I wanted. We're now going to get the cows that I wanted. Cows singular. There is one cow. All the rest can chill for now. I should have known that driving down this road would potentially spawn in more Zeds. I didn't see any of those Zeds right there last night. That's a significant amount. God damn it. Okay, well. Gotta drop this again. I can't be running up there on foot like this. I don't have my rope, so I need to go get that. Yeah, I know, I hear you. They're making the stress noises because I came back here and that allowed zombies to exist. Yeah, I know, I fucking hear you. Calm down. Oh shit, I almost did it. I almost left it attached. Not this time, Satan. Not this time, Satan. I'm leaving the cell, so we're gonna be just outside of the ambulance range. You're pissing off my cows, Farmer John. Just stay on your side of the fence next time. Farmer Jane, where the fuck you are. You're Farmer Dirt now. Alright, who's outside the zone? Both of them. We'll have to do some holler for these two. Which is not something I want to do, but it's whatever. I mean, they're already stressed. So I give them a pet first.
Hey!
Back into the zone they run. I assume they're all stressed to a certain extent. Be advised of stressed bulls. If he was super stressed, he would be making even worse noises. But he's alright, I think. So we are petting the Holstein at 1300 hours. That's important because if she's stressed, then I want to be petting her once every 24 hours. Put the rope in my hand. I put the cow on the rope. The cow comes with me. Now, I'm hoping that I can cheese this and just load her through the fence. But if I can't, I will use the resources at my disposal and cut a hole through the damn fence. But I'm lazy. I'm gonna try to cheese this. This is an exploit, being able to load an animal up into a trailer through a fence. I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. Assuming I can. Oh, well, detached it. Also, before I load anything up, I need to pick this backpack back up. And the reason for that is when I pick up an animal, I can limit break my inventory size, so I won't drop the backpack. Again, another exploit. I'm just doing it because it's convenient. Not because I expect it to be a strategy that'll work forever. But before I can even try to put her in there, I need to take the ram out. I know for a fact I won't be able to fit her in there with only 200. Yeah, okay. So just as I planned, the Rambouillet is in my hands. The trailer is full of aminals. And we have a ram on my lap as I drive home. That was today's plan. Everything has gone according to plan, minus those zombies making their way into my field. Which, eventually we're going to have to deal with those ones in that field that we just passed. It's whatever. We'll survive for now. Despite the rain, today has been a great success. We set out to find a specific tool. We found it. We even captured Big Chungus and left him over there. Behold the ease with which my little enclosure here works. First thing I'm going to do is get the ram out of my hands. We have ram slotted in 1 out of 4 dims now. Next backpack goes back in my hand for the moment. So our sheep complement is 1 ram and 2 ewes, and they're the kind that produce wool. So unlike other rams, this ram is actually useful for something other than eventually butchering, because the East Frisians are all about their milk, and the the Suffolks are all about their meat. Now, when my naming or my convention with animals is that I usually give them names after I bring them to their final destination. This is not their final destination. This is not my permanent base. I'm not going to stay here forever. But now that I have 2 Holsteins, I kind of do want to differentiate them. So I'm going to go ahead and name my first one Athena. And then the second one that just arrived is going to be Bastet. I always name my animals alphabetically, with the exception of Big Chungus, I guess. I don't usually give rabbits custom names, but I had to for that one. And my Bastet. For Holstein cows, I go Greek goddesses. For I don't have a naming convention for Rambouillets yet, but I might come up with one. I will go ahead and leave the animal trailer right here, because this is actually where it's most useful to me. So, fun level up. By getting the next level of electrical, I am now level 3. I can now freely move my stoves. It's a small upgrade, but I'll take it. And I'm gonna like it. Because now I don't have to walk as far to get my stuff in the, we even have a couple of decorations for our new stove. I do love the copper cookware, so we've got a copper saucepan, now a copper kettle. We came home with several buckets. Buckets fill up nice and fast. Let's go ahead and deploy them. On the ground right here is fine for now. We also came home with tons of sheets. Probably more than enough to make a couple stacks. Stacks of sheets are useful for getting more logs. I don't expect we'll be doing a heavy-duty logging operations anytime soon, but when we do, we'll be able to more easily. Now, one would be forgiven for asking me, is a toaster really necessary for a... Yes, it is. It's a cooking, crafting station that I need to have every single one of them. And now we have every single one of them. Or, we don't have a microwave, but you know what? Shut up. Going to go ahead and collect all of my locally sourced crafting stuff into this container here, so we'll triage it on our way out, as opposed to trying to conceal and triage like I have been. That's a little bit much for... Now, the subject of where to put my next rain barrel comes up. I actually don't have a good answer to that. Not to say there isn't a good answer, but I don't have one at the moment. I don't have to place it. I gotta keep that in mind. I don't have to place it. So instead of even taking those sheets out of my backpack, we're going straight to sheet roping them, because we have enough sheets now, plus the ones on the floor here. We can now make a stack of sheet rope. So just like that, that's a couple full backpacks of logs. There's probably enough sheets here elsewhere. Suppose what I could do is just drop a barrel outside on the floor out here. We'll call this bathing water. So we've got drinking water, we've got clothes washing water, and now we've got bathing water over here. It's probably not going to fill up so much that I won't be able to use it up with a single bath. We'll see. Does this guy even read chat? When it gets really slow, I get distracted. But no, I do. It's literally on screen. I don't know if you've noticed, I got a pretty big screen. And it's usually focused on the center here. Empty M9 magazine, that can go... We have a spot for that. So we have 200 liters, thanks to those 4 troughs. I'm just going to go ahead and make a few more troughs, because it's going to get me carpentry experience. and it's going to capture the sky water while it's falling. There's no reason not to. We've already got some planks here. That's going to be 7 planks. Plus, I assume we're going to be able to cut some trees out there. But that's an odd number. Seeing as he's probably not actually paying attention, because I did reply to him, but he's probably jumping in and out, as is known to happen here and there. Couldn't help myself. Y'all forgive me. I can understand the question because, of course, you know, I have recently been a viewer myself. Arch started streaming this game a few days ago, and it was a bit of a shit show. I was actually trying to help him in chat, but not a single person on the stream, all 4 of them, not a single one of them responded to anybody in chat that I could see. They were responding to somebody, but it was neither Kick chat nor YouTube chat. And because of that, I was like, okay, so is there just another chat room somewhere that you're giving precedence to? I have no idea. But I mean, that's, if so, why? Probably priorities. As many YouTubers would like to have their inside club gated by, whatchamacallit. Gotta pay to get in the inside club. This is one of the many reasons I would never want YouTube to be my day job. Arch, he's just a guy who does a lot of Warhammer content, but then he also just does some live streams here and there. And the live streams he does, kind of all over the place. I did not actually expect him to play Zomboid ever. It did not seem like that would be what he would do, but he also hangs out with a lot of VTubers. And so maybe some of the VTubers talked him into it. He didn't seem that... I'm going to be real. The guy didn't seem that into it. He seemed a little bit low energy. I think he spent a non-zero portion of the stream reading books. It was a multiplayer server. So he couldn't fast forward. So he literally just sat there and read books while he was yapping with his buds, which is, you know... Nothing wrong with that, but it does definitely communicate to me that you're not as interested in the game itself. More interested in the yap. Which I definitely can sympathize with to a certain extent. Yeah. And honestly, I don't know if anybody in chat is familiar with Arch. The long-form videos he's done, some of them has got his avatar animated, which I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But when I look at that and I think about the amount of time and effort that must have taken to manually do that, just from a YouTuber logistics standpoint, that makes 0.0 sense to me. Why anybody would ever animate an avatar in the year of our Lord 2026. Maybe he's got AI doing it for him. That would not surprise me, honestly, with all the different applications for AI to just optimize an existing workflow and take some tedium out of it. That would definitely be something I'd be interested in. Because, I mean, you know, obviously, if you're just a PNG tuber, right? You're not doing the VTuber thing. And you just want basic-ass lip syncing. I could see that being somewhat useful. Here it is. I have an axe that is a little damaged. I want to use that one for cutting. My other one's actually in much better shape. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking... That was actually... So, his stream of Zomboid was getting a disproportionate amount of downvotes, and people just driving by chat to be like, nah, fuck Dev. Which I totally understand. Dev has been a little radicalized and late. Radicalized in the cringe direction. I don't know how I feel about the fact that, or fact, rumor. The rumor is that he is just shot off into the left because he's a enjoyer of a certain proclivity of human being. And when I say enjoyer, I kind of mean fetishizer. Seeing the company he keeps. There's a limit to how much you can judge a man by the company he keeps. It depends on how often he spends that time. So that was all the trees on this side of the road, basically. Unless I want to go all the way to the other side of the field, or the other side of the street, which is no problem, really. Now, someone would be reasonable for wondering why I'm spending this much time on carpentry tasks if I'm not going to stay here forever. That's a very reasonable question. I'm glad you asked. The short answer is it's carpentry experience, really. And it's doing something marginally useful. So I can't make the... Oh, I can. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, oops. I should have made a larger one. That's okay. Too late now. Can't get my... Oh, I don't... Yeah, no, I definitely don't do brain rot. The only reason I watched Arch play it is because I was already subscribed to him. If I had not already been subbed to him for... I enjoy some of his other content. Probably about 1 out of 6 of his videos I'll actually sit through. But, yeah, the, I mean, I generally get enough Zomboid in my day-to-day playing. Enjoying it on my day off is not usually something that I'll do, but, I didn't have that much else, on Tuesday evening, I think it was. Yeah, Tuesday evening. I'm gonna build this in the corner. This is a butter churn, if anybody's not familiar. 5 liters of milk, regardless of where you get it from. Bring it on over to your butter churn here, and you've got a stick of butter. I'm going to disassemble a table here and roll the dice on getting 1 more plank. Hey, look at that, I got 1 more plank. Successful dice roll. This is just going to get me an even number of planks. One of the things we picked up is a box of garbage bags. So this is the bag that should have had a hand drill this whole time. Everything else I can put elsewhere. I don't know if I want to take all this booze home. We'll see about booze. I'll just put it on a shelf somewhere. DSP tried the game. Oh man. That is a name I have not heard in a long time. This is where I'll put the booze for now. We're actually getting really close to filling this entire dispenser bottle up with soda. A few more looted houses worth of soda, and we will have 15 liters on the dot, which is kind of funny. It's not going to be a high priority move. Just be something that I chuckle about to myself mostly. Beer is worth 8 in stews and soup? No shit. I did not even know you could do that. Yeah, PSA, everybody be advised. All forces, be advised. New deplore on cooking has been dropped. This, this whatchamacallit, just full of crap, stuff I can use for carving. Now, about these garbage bags, generally speaking, once you've started emptying garbage bags out of a box, you might as well just break the box up, because the box doesn't change weight. It just stays heavy, even though there's fewer bags in it. So I'm going to go build a proper, actual, real rain barrel. Okay, I should have closed this window. It's all fine and dandy to use it as a shortcut, but I mean, if I don't close it afterwards, what am I even doing with myself? I want this rain barrel to be the one that gets used up first, of course, because it is like 137 liters. The sink is below the floor right here. So if I put the next rain barrel right here, I'll know pretty quickly if that rain barrel took precedence. If it did, then there will only be like 0.1 liters in the sink, which there's not. Good. Okay. It's basically, it's the route in which it uses the barrels is center first. So if I was on the second floor, there's a rain barrel directly above me, and I was a sink. It would use up this one first, then it would go counterclockwise from the top. So that one, 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 that one. It's sometimes hard to visualize though if I don't have something directly above a what's it called? If I don't have something directly above a rain barrel or a water source. Alright, so now that we've got a rain barrel up to capture the free sky water, we're going to go and milk both of our cows, see if we can get 15 liters. I am also going to, assuming that we can get 15 liters, just in case we actually can, I'm going to take one container here to get more than that. Just a little bit more than that. And the reason for that is there's going to be some floating point math errors when it comes to making a stick of butter. I've already seen it happen, so I know it's going to happen. Now, milking cows, especially a Holstein that gives a lot of milk, that is a fast route for your animal care skill. So if I truly cared about animal care right now, I should have read the book before doing this, but the amount of time it takes to read a book, they'll replenish their reservoir. So that was half of this dispenser bottle from one cow. And hey, here's another cow right here. Shit. She's not producing milk. I could have swore she was. Okay. Well, never mind. Shit. I guess getting a male cow down, or a bull down here would be relevant to my short-term interests. So I will just leave this dispenser bottle that is partially full of cow's milk next to the churn, and we will finish filling it up from the one of our 2 cows who is currently producing. Alright, right on time for bed. It was a rather successful day. Now, it looks like the sky water stopped falling, but we've got some groundwater still. So assuming it's done, what we can do is we can empty these buckets still, and then we can turn around and use the groundwater to refill the buckets. Now, if I had to choose which one to fill up currently, it would be the second, or the main barrel for the laundry, so that I can do a load of laundry sometime and then I have to do this in future and pretty much have a clean conscience about it. PSA, if anybody watching is not familiar, buckets fill up faster than barrels, so using buckets to fill barrels is a shortcut to more water in your pipes. I'm gonna go ahead and just place 3 of them here. And then we'll use the last 2 that are in the area. Fill it up with groundwater. Now, we have a lake down the road, so that's if we truly need tainted water by the however much, we don't have to go far. Huh. Well, the groundwater is failing me here. Alright, that's it. Don't need to be grasping at straws here. It's fall in Project Zomboid, so there will be plenty more groundwater and sky water and all the above. Leaving 1 downstairs for car washing purposes, and 1 can go in our main drinking water, and then we are done for the night, on water at least. Not quite ready for weight gain. We're still about 3 kilo. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah, sky water from the sky. That's stuff that falls from the sky every once in a while. Not quite as often as I'd prefer. I was wondering if I wanted to wash the citrus wave. Part of me wanted to leave it like it was. Wait, what? Oh, wow. That's funny. It used up all 10 liters. It used up all 10 liters, and it's not washed yet. That's funny. That thing is covered in blood. I'm not even mad. That's just impressive. I mean, I'm not using this for anything else, am I? Now I know why certain vehicles say they require up to 20 liters in your inventory. We just used 10. Now we're using a little more. Okay, then. It's not just repairing it that's going to be difficult, it's cleaning it as well. I had no idea that a vehicle could have that much blood on it. They really went wild with running into zombies with this van. Okay, so there's no longer anything stopping us from making some drying racks. That was why we came home with this hand drill that I put into the duffel bag out there. So we can now make a small plant drying rack. And what we can do with this is take the basil that I put in the freezer much earlier on. Was it this one? Yes, we have 20 basil. All we got to do is thaw this basil. And what I'm going to do is take the tomatoes, put that back in the bag here so that we have a little bit more preserved tomato. So I'll just read through the rest of the night here. Oh no, I'll carve. I'll do a little carving. We are carving level 1 now. We can now do small handles. Small handles are a route to a pathway to crafting some would consider to be unnatural. And we're just doing this until the basil has thawed. I'm going to continue doing this until the basil is thawed. I'm not going to be waiting, or I'm not going to be going to sleep right now, because I want to get this basil put on the rack ASAP. So a lot of lumber that I would have otherwise never had a use for. Scrap wood, broken handles, that kind of stuff. They're all small handles now. That is the power of carving. Basil is moments away from thawing here. Here we go. Alright, we got some basil on the drying rack there. So we're about an hour late for second bedtime, but it is worth it. The sooner we get that cooking, the sooner it'll come off the rack and it will be preserved indefinitely. We got fog today, so I'm just going to continue working on carving. I hate fog. Air water. Honestly, we're coming right along with carving. I don't have to do too many more of these. Just had to do that many more. Still 78 kilo. I suppose I have no idea how long broccoli is going to last in a jar form if it's not cooked. But let's cook it. Oh, click the button. There we go. That's going to take a minute. But yeah, what I'm thinking is we'll use the broccoli, tomatoes, and leeks to make a few of those, well, honestly, I have the calculations in my head for the leeks, and it doesn't involve anything but leeks. So, leeks in a stir-fry. That is how we will get ourselves very quickly into rapid weight gain. Has the fog gone away yet? No. That's okay. We've got Carving Volume 2 to read. And then she heroically read a book for the next 2 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen enough anime to know that fish, some people can just straight up eat fish, along with the head and everything else. That's the sound of a guy who ate the fish along with the head. He had no idea what he was in for. But now he does, and knowing is half the battle. We're just going to go ahead and do a series of stir fries here. I'm doing this to get the broccoli out of its jar and into something. We're just going to cook one of these, because I might want to start adding butter and margarine and whatnot to those after we lose a couple more kilo. Oh, I keep getting thirsty because I left my water bottle on the floor. Solved. Alright, carving volume 2 is complete. I'm gonna move the grindstone to where the knife bag is. Then I can just sharpen straight from the grindstone as I'm working here. Like this. Can I have them both open at the same time? Ah, no, I can't. Regrettable. It's fine. Now we can do medium handles. That is... Actually, that's not a bad idea. If I do medium handles, I think I can take that medium handle and turn it into a small handle. There is some loss there, but that's okay. I think medium handles, that's 32 experience versus tree branch straight to 4 small handles is 60. Yeah, it's half. Yeah, there's no math there. We're doing medium handles now. Interesting that the right-click menu here, if I right-click in my inventory, the game wants to use my hunting knife. But the crafting menu uses the simple metal knives that I want to use. It only takes about 24 hours for the small plant rack to dry crops, but we're probably dealing at a slightly lowered rate. It's the mid-60s right now, 60s Fahrenheit. Oh, it's done already. Never mind. So other things we can dry are things we don't have. Otherwise, I'd probably put them up right now. I'm going to go ahead and put these in my food bag here. Except the food bag is full. Only really need one of each sugar type. That is a quick way to fill up your bags. You start taking all your sugar together. Now, one of the only reasons that I'm stopping to read carving, there's many other books that I could and possibly even should read to progress with just general skills, but I usually wait until I've got a base put together for that. This is a waypoint. This is not a permanent base. I've done waypoints many times in the past. It is a general thing that I do as part of my development. We are carving level 3 now. We can now take small handles and turn them into pipes. We can also do large handles, but we're terrible at it. Those large handles will be very bad quality. So for the purposes of leveling, I'm not interested in that right now. But now that we have a level 3 recipe that we can use to make small handles, what we do is we transition to using tree branches for small handles. So the rest of our tree branches, instead of medium handles, they go into small. So now everything around us is small handles, and we can start converting some of those into smoking pipes, which is a level 3 recipe. This is 48 experience each. We will probably have no trouble getting this up to the next level, which once we get there, that's it. We cannot go further because we don't have the next book, and that's okay. Because honestly, getting to that level means that I can improvise large handles. I won't be able to make good ones, but I can improvise them, and that is a break point that is rather important. It's mostly for my axes, so I can make new handles for them on a dime. $77 kilo. Still a little ways out from weight gain being a necessity. So I'm going to go ahead and cook up this stir fry tomorrow morning. Because that's just going to be eaten in my bedtime here. She can be a little hungry for... Yeah, it's fine. Hey, Gloria, welcome back. Cracking. Well, small handle to forks is good for a couple of levels, but then small handle to pipe is good from level 3 onward. I'm going to do like 4 pipes in a row, then check to see if I need to sharpen the blade. Otherwise, I don't want to be spending all day on carving. I'm going to take 2 of these inside with me so that I can do a couple while we cook, because I should have cooked already. That would be the sound of a siren IRL. I don't think you guys can pick that up. God bless condenser mics. Small handle to spoon to fork. Hold the phone. Are you saying that you can do a spoon to a... I've never tried that. Hang on. Okay. So we've got a small handle. There's a spoon. I don't see fork. Oh, I don't have the recipe. I could probably research that if I right-clicked on a fork. Let's research wooden spoon here. Hey, there we go. Now I can. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you for that. So we are now carving level 4. These leftover small handles can get... I'm going to bag them up and have them be like an extreme low priority. Perfect. So this is a garbage bag, literally full of nothing but small handles. Not going to be relevant to us until we find the next carving book. So we'll just have to keep in mind that next time we find a carving book, volume 3, we can come back here and just carve away. So I keep hearing a rabbit down here somewhere. Wascally wabbit, there it is. That's a Appalachian doe. We're looking for a cottontail doe if we want to have the baby rabbit and have its mama feed it. If these stupid animals didn't abandon their young, I would be far more interested in trying to secure the mother. But, no. It's not the mother that's coming back here, I don't think. But what we can do... Well, it looks like it's doing the thing. Easy. It ran up to the fence and then slowed down. Sometimes they don't do that anymore. Now they do. Oh, there's another one right there. That's a cottontail female. That's what we're looking for, is a cottontail female. So I'm going to avoid that one that's going off into the corner there. I'm going to avoid that one. I'm going to drop off our Appalachian, and then I'll go secure this one. I pet my rabbits because my rabbits, once I take them into my care, they are good rabbits. They are not... Once I take them in, they're no longer those filthy street rabbits. And it looks like this one's doing the thing, too. So, easy peasy. I wish I understood why it didn't do it earlier. We had one who was in front of the fence but did not slow down. But this one might be the mama. If not, I would be impressed. Because that would mean there's 2 cottontail does in this pack. There's the babby rabbit. Here it is. Would you look at that? I think we found the mama. Nope. I'm not sure what's going on here, because the baby rabbit no longer says it cannot find, a baby cannot find its mother. So, apparently its mother is here somewhere now. Yeah, I don't know. Neither of the cottontails here. So I don't know what's going on with that. Is the Appalachian its mother? We have some crossbreeding going on here. Nope. Yeah, I got nothing. I don't really know. I wish I understood exactly why the rabbits kept coming back here. Like, maybe they... If crops attracted them, that would be very... That's realistic. That is a realism thing that would actually be of both benefit and detriment to the player. if rabbits actually behave like they do in real life and come and eat your crops. But if you catch them before they eat the crops, then you can eat them. But I don't know if that is a thing in this game right now. That is just a vague theory that makes me wonder if that... It could just be that they spawned here, and they just go back to where they spawned as just a general order of business. That actually would make a lot of sense to me. Let me check my generator. It's probably been a little bit. Oh god, we're down to 38% fuel. That's dangerous. I should check this more often. There's only a tiny amount of gas left, so we'll siphon it out of the ambulance. The ambulance is overdue for a fill-up anyway. Yes, Paradigm, I actually did get a chance to test Chum briefly on my previous character, Danny the Drifter. What we did is we made a little bit of Chum when we hit the Louisville Central Park area out of some local sand. I found out that you can just right-click on a sand tile out in the world and just go straight to Chum from sand on the ground. So you don't actually need to have a bag, a sack, that's actually kind of helpful because sometimes there's sand that'll spawn next to water sources. So you just go right over to that sand next to the water source, make some chum, stick it into a fishing trap. We found... I don't remember the parameters of the fish, but we stuck some chum into a trap and we got some fish from it. That's all I remember. So it works, yeah. Definitely works. I don't know how effective it will be. I want to steal, or check to see if the keys that we found are to this car. that would be a yep. I don't really have a burning desire for this car. It's a sports car, therefore I cannot fix it up in a very long time. I'm just gonna leave the key on the seat. That's standard procedure for me whenever I find a key to a vehicle that I don't need anytime soon. Key on the driver's seat. Now, I did spot a raccoon. I don't know how I feel about raccoons. I know you can make hats out of them. Normally, when I start running into raccoons, it's places that are, like, ridiculously far away from anywhere I could put a animal. But, as fate would have it, we've got raccoons. However, we've also got an animal farm right down the road. I think we've got... It's doing the thing here. Is it going to come right to me? Damn it. Okay. It's not slowing down on the fence, so we're going to have to be very careful with our timing here. We can outrun it in a straight line. Got it! Haha! So you don't always need to have it slow down on the fence, you just need to control its movement. If it's going along a fence, it's generally going to continue going along the fence for a minute before it decides to retarget. So we have Spiffo here. I'm going to put Spiffo in our animal pen, and Spiffo can play on the slides now. Prophecy. Prophecy shall be fulfilled. Roadkill leather must be dried. Yeah, that's true. If you roadkill some animals, and they're small enough, make sure to butcher them on the spot. If they're large animals, you're going to want to put them on a hook somewhere. Otherwise, no leather. Now, don't try to pet a raccoon that has been recently wild in real life. They will scratch the shit out of you normally. They'll if you're giving them food, sometimes they'll learn to just let you do whatever you want to them if you give them food. I have seen raccoons behave like basically small little furry gray dumb dogs. Nowhere near as trainable, but somewhat similar on the adorable metric. Mostly through YouTube videos. I have seen a raccoon in real life, but it was not one that would interact with people. It was one behind a glass. So not a very compelling experience. I imagine if you could domesticate a raccoon, it would make a decent therapy animal. But that is just a wild theory. Get it's wild. So these little bushes here, random bushes appearing in the middle of nowhere, it's begun, and it won't stop until it's over. 200 days is the peak wilderness overgrowth, at which point this open field here will be a forest. Okay, I cannot be approached from this side, by design. Sometimes it's risky to park like that because you end up accidentally bumping into the pump itself. Really? Now that sounds like one that has been acclimated to your presence. So, I was talking earlier about creating shortcuts to get around the broken down train up here. I have an idea. Perhaps that sand will be of help. Now we have to be... what I'm going to do is I'm going to approach, turn the van off, and handle any threats in this area on foot. So that's anybody who's spotted us from the right here. Actually, I'm going to go loud. I'm going to go fully loud. If there's anybody in this area, I want to know. So... I have not checked my ammo in a minute. We're down to 9 reloads of 38 special. So we actually have more loose 9mm than we do 38 special right now. I caught it! That's really funny. Oh, that's really... I was not expecting that to work. Okay, here's the deal. I'm not gonna bring this one all the way home yet. I'm just gonna stick it in the gas station. Just gonna stick it in the gas station where it can't get away. And we'll pick it up on our way home. I was not expecting that to work. That was literally just that was a bit of a flex to see if I could make it happen. And would you look at that? I made it happen. So the simple act of picking it up actually made it tame. I actually thought that you had to have your own zone, but no. Picking it up is actually good enough. But that gave us some time to observe the zombie movements. Ice pick needs to be on my back. I swapped it. I don't remember where I put it. Well, okay. I guess we're done using it. It's fine. What am I at for the 9mm? 9mm is... I just emptied it. Okay, good to... Got it checked. Yeah, the music is about to shift. So... I don't know if we're far enough away from the rabbit that we put in the gas station for it to not be affected by the gunshots. The reason we're using 9mm is we actually have more of it right now than we do 38 Special. The hunting store in Ekron is actually just right down the road. Oh dear, okay then. One coming in from the left and faster from the right. I'm going to fall back a little further. And see if we can just... Basically what we're getting is we're getting people going through from the other side of the train tracks. Which we have explored up there. But it was literally just a little drive-through.
Hey!
Current 9mm is at 9 shots. There's more coming out of the forest. I'm falling back farther. I was not expecting too many from the left, but that's probably people who are coming from further back. This is my last reload on my person right now. Fucking somebody on my right, surround right. Okay, I think we're good. We're gonna have to fall back farther. The ambulance is lost. I'm not challenging that. Ambulance lost. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. We'll get it back. We're good. 8 shots in the current 9mm. This rabbit's gonna hate me. This might be my first butcher victim. What are we at? 8 shots. Okay, that's it for the 9mm. Right? No, there's 1 shot. We want the magazine empty. We have a shot. We have a few shots of 357 or 38 Special rather. Alright, back to the axe. Stepping around, we're going to flank for a moment here. I just need to fall back and get my bearings because we got He's on the other side of the fence up here, right? I don't like where that zombie is right there. Yeah, see, now they're making their way around the fence. It's like everybody just suddenly decided, okay, we're done slapping fences. But now, this one is one that could come up behind me because they're no longer stuck on the fence. So even though I thought this area was relatively clear, not yet. We've got 3 shots, or 3 reloads, rather, before we are switching off 38 special. That was 2. Okay, you're my last shot then. I actually really like this bandana. I wish. Gosh, do I wish that they were functional. I have not tried, to be honest. I have not, like, taken an empty propane tank up to one of them. I feel like a feature like that would have been advertised somewhere. Anywhere. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just like those strange assortments of pipes that we keep seeing on every wall of a lot of the new buildings. Maybe those are things that'll be used someday for something. But for now, when I right-click on them, nothing happens. I don't like fighting next to this stupid sign, because I would not be able to tell if there's anybody behind it. Stop breaking my fence. Are we in need of sharpen? Yes. So in the trunk of the ambulance, we do have a couple more reloads for the M9. Not that many, but a couple more. So our, whatchamacallits, our... Oh, so we're level 2 aiming and reloading now. I'm actually kind of shocked that we got aiming first. Like, that kind of went in one eye and out the other. So now, we actually stopped shooting. We stopped shooting completely. I'll continue carrying the gun, of course. But we are done shooting for the sake of shooting. Because now we need to read the next books. Yeah, okay. That was a very light... For a second there, I thought he wasn't going to notice me. Oh, I'm feeling good about my Van Fu right now. I think we're getting better at it, boys. I think we're getting a little better at it. Decided I only care about one lane of this road. I'm going to focus primarily on the ones coming out of the forest, because anybody coming from the top, going around that fence, I'll hear them flip over the fence. Today has been a day of leveling. 1 to aiming, 1 to reloading, 1 to axe. Beautiful. Very beautiful. We walked outside, we decided to resume heavy combat, and levels proceeded accordingly. Dominoes getting set up to knock down. I love it. What is my tier list on guns? It depends on what level I am. If I'm, like, starting out at completely low level, SN38s for single target, 9mm to ragdoll multi-targets, and shotgun if you happen to get, like, you know, a bunch of them caught in the corner of a fence or something that you can shoot through. But specifically double-barrel shotgun, because that does not jam on you. Regular shotguns, because they jam so much at low levels, I don't even touch them until max level, for the most part. Or like level 8, usually. I'm really digging the Raider Ada right now. It is a complete accident that we happen to have a bandana that is a perfect match for the helmet. Normally that takes some serious dye mixing efforts. It's possible, but it's difficult. Now, I've never tried, but can I? You cannot use carpentry to disassemble the boxcar. I hate that. I strongly dislike that. But we can use welding to disassemble the fences up here. And what we could do is cut a few holes in the fences and drive through this 2-tile way here. It's stupid, but it will work. But that will require us to be very much unimpeded. That's one of the reasons I was happy going loud just now. Now that's neat. This rain barrel right here has water visually in it. I wonder if that means that that one's full. That's new. I've never seen that before. Now, of course, it might not look like it, but this area is close quarters combat. Just don't let the fact that half of it's outside fool you. This is 1 tile of movement space. So I'm not even bothering with that until we get to the other side of this rail car and see what is waiting for us out here. So I'm just going to run through it. Hey, look at that. A bunch of people waiting for us out there. Fuck this. Fuck everything about this. Fuck that. I don't have a lot of maneuver room over there. This is my secure angle of approach. I'm using it. 1911 and Trapper Carbine both jam. Why would you use guns that jam below like level 6 or 7? I would prefer to be level 67. 6 to 7 before I start using guns that jam, because otherwise you're wasting your time, putting yourself needlessly at risk in combat. I actually would only use Trapper Carbine at max level, because of the fact that it is a 50 bullet to the box platform that can shoot, whatchamacallits, that can shoot at medium distance with a 4x scope. This lady's got a crash helmet. I'm going to separate her from the others. Crash helmet comes with vision and hearing problems, so that would be a negative, but for the sake of collection, for the memes, as it were. So I want to pull more of them through there without putting myself at risk by going through there, because that is, make no mistake, that is a fucking risk. I felt very, very threatened by just simply walking through there. So what I'm going to do is just move these burned wrecks out of the way, and the simple act of moving these burned wrecks will produce so much engine noise that we will we'll have no problem pulling those people through. Because we've already gone down to 1 lane of traffic here, what I'm going to do is leave these burned wrecks right here at the edge so I can see them and remember that those are, I left those right there purposely so that we don't veer onto the left side of the road. And I can still see it without worrying about the trees. Yeah, okay. And look at that, we've got a guest who's already come through here. She got leather gloves. Or were those black gloves? Those are just black gloves. It's fine. She got a duffel. I hear somebody to my surround right. Ooh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, we'll get the exact same thing happen again when we start pulling this one out of the way. He's got an Indy Stone shirt. That might have been Cerulean right there. Got that, well, actually, I don't Cerulean doesn't have that big of a beard. And, he ain't got nothing in his wallet. No, no ID card. So we don't know who it was. There's another rabbit right there. I mean, what's gonna stop me from putting it in the rabbit house? Literally nothing. It ain't gonna stop me. There's a fence right there. I don't know if this is mine. Maybe mine... Okay. I shut the door. Did it escape? Nah. It's got a buddy now. Don't worry, we'll come back, pick him up. Oh, I should have grabbed something to eat while we were there. We ran out of stir fry. Did I clean this place out completely? I think I did. I think I'm a doofus. Yeah, I'm a doofus who cleaned out the gas station 100%. That's alright, we have a quick fix for the hunger problem. Alright, let's see if we brought any guests through here. Alright. I still don't think I feel comfortable welding yet. Not yet. I'll cut the van engine here. I'm going to run through on foot again. Yeah, let's see. So what I want to do is just go up and down the tracks for a moment. Is this really going to have a bunch of logs in it? Or yeah, holy crap, okay. We did just have an influx of things that can bind logs together. Yeah, we've got an entire stack of regular rope and sheet rope. So, I will leave that thought there for a moment. I'm just going to stage these for pickup. I'm not going to actually try to take them with me. See, I'm not as interested in carving materials right now. But logs equals carpentry, which we are read up on. And getting to the next level will get me stairs, which is an important breakpoint. So that's 12 logs right here. That is a the better part of a stack of ropes worth. What are we up to? 15 now. 16 is another even number. Now, one of the reasons I'm just kind of doing this is because I'm wanting to listen for zombies in the area. I saw the thumbnail of a video. I didn't watch the video itself. I saw the thumbnail of a video talking about sandbags being a meta. And I got a little bit sussed by that. You need 3 sacks of sand to make a sandbag wall. But can you take the sand back afterwards? It says chance to break. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, thank you, YouTuber. I don't even remember who it was. Somebody made a video, and I just looked at the thumbnail. It said something about whatchamacallit, bags of sand. Yeah, that's 9 sacks of sand right there. Wow, okay. Good to know. We've cleared out the Brandenburg checkpoint. That might be, okay. Next time I go back to Brandenburg. Sometimes thumbnails communicate exactly what you need. I appreciate that YouTuber for not being so vague that a veteran player of Zomboid wouldn't know what he's talking about. What are we up to over here? 19? I usually get one more. Then that's a round number for binding into four stacks. Now, I'm not taking home any carving stuff except for saplings. Saplings are useful beyond just carving. I need more drying racks at all times, pretty much. Ambient, cosmic background need for drying racks. So if I wanted to make a way through, I would not use this spot. I would use the backyard of that house up there. Yeah, okay. I see a way through here. And this is something that you can do as long as you have the capability of using a welding torch. Okay. It's not as easy as if I had a sledgehammer, but we don't have a sledgehammer. We're improvising here. We have a torch and a mask, and we have a relatively accessible little path here. I was about to use this dude's backyard, but honestly, this is workable here too. I will revisit that rabbit. It just trapped itself, so... Well, okay then. This is going to be a fight to secure. I will kill the zombies that are right in front of me. But then we're going to, if we want to be able to cut through here... We need to account for the fact that there's plenty of people on the other side of that fence. Yeah. Raccoon freaked me out for a moment there. Now, the reason I keep talking about the fence is we can always just right-click and disassemble. We did not used to be able to do that with welding. But now that we can, this is the shortcut. This is the shortcut. I'm not going to bother trying to do any welding today because, of course, I was talking about the zombies back there. That's going to be a big negative. You know it's goofy, but it still matches my getup. So I'm holding on to that one. Golf caps can come in random colors, so. I hear somebody going through forests. I think they're back here. Now, on our passenger seat, we've got a crowbar for reasons such as this. The tactical moving of a dumpster that blocks our line of sight. God, I wish we could delete streetlights. There's never going to be a straight road through here, and that's okay. Doesn't mean I like it. Gotcha. I don't know why that guy didn't run away. I wonder if he knows that I've got the rest of his family. That might be why he didn't run away. Take me to my beloveds. There's others out there, including a baby. But I'm not going to be going out of my way to search for them. If they want to be rescued, they can come to me. Otherwise, they can just chill. Whole family of Rambouillets. Nice. Very nice. What am I doing? I don't need to drop it off. We're just going home. It's bedtime. Now, let's say that I needed to continue fighting for whatever reason, and it wasn't ready to go home. What I could do is pull out this water that I now carry with me and drink that instead. But, no, we're good. We'll be home momentarily, and then we can drink. Already up to 8 hours, 30 minutes today. It's wild. Appreciate everybody sticking around on Friday night. Usually my viewership drops off pretty heavily once we get into the evening. Yeah, see, there's no need to read books for animal care right now. We are just getting tons of animal care experience just by petting rabbits. You wouldn't think. You wouldn't think it'd be quite that easy, but it be. No, unfortunately, Second Amendment, I do not. I have always, every time I have located the Cheapskate John magazine, it's just been sheer lightning strike of luck. Because it's not a very common item. If it was, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It's very hard to find. I don't know which residence that key goes to. I'm just labeling it as Ekron, so that I do not accidentally continue carrying it. We'll cook the rest of those 2 stir fries overnight. We're still 77 kilo. I'm not worried about going back up until we are 76 or 75. So that's another day of weight loss right there. For anybody watching, if you're not familiar, be advised, when you fall below 75.5 kilo, once you're below 75.5 kilo, which means, you know, you've been at 75, you're still losing weight. Below 75.5 kilo, you get the underweight trait, minus 20% melee damage. It does not say this on the trait, but that is something that happens. So anybody who wants to take fast metabolism at character creation, I would recommend against it. That's just you're just gimping yourself negative 20% melee damage right off the bat. So unless you plan on instantly putting on a lot of weight ASAP, don't Pikachu face when you suddenly do a hell of a lot less melee damage. Gloria, that is by design. I have many times espoused the loveliness of cardboard boxes. They can go nuts. You can find some really amazing stuff from those cardboard boxes. Very highly recommended to take time out of day if you've secured a storage facility. Doing some cleanup here. We are not currently carving. We just brought some materials home. I will leave these saplings here. We brought some leather jackets. We have laundry now, so if I want to, I need only put the stuff that I've picked up. Regrettably, you still can't put bandages like rags into the laundry. Hey boys, we got a jar of water. I certainly hope the water doesn't just disappear along with the jar. Oh right, we have 2 stir fries coming right up. Cook those while we're cleaning up here. Be advised that using the crafting menu to clean things with inventory water is more efficient than doing it at the sink. The sink uses like 16 times as much water. It's kind of absurd. Some more sheets over here we can twist into sheet rope. So we got 2 60 fries here. That's 2 days worth of food is what that is. So we've got a total of 2 bundle actually. Let's just get them all put together here. Got a rope bundle already that we brought with us from our previous rope collecting. That's 1 sheet rope bundle, 1 regular rope bundle, and we're like just past the halfway point on more sheets. I need a new battery for my flashlight. I also need a garbage bin. Don't we have one here? Yes, we do. As fate would have it, 6 light bulbs. One of them is ever so slightly damaged. Because of that, it cannot be packed into a box. If that sounds stupid, I 200% agree with you. The game is very sensitive about items being packable into boxes. Oh yeah, fear of blood is very hard to deal with in terms of your daily activities. If you live next to a lake, that is the only time I would ever want to do fear of blood, is if I already lived next to a lake and everywhere I went was next to a lake. That's the only time I would tolerate it. I'm going to take a couple of the curtains here so that we can do another stack of sheet rope. We've got 5 on the floor, which means we need 7 more sheets. I think this house is going to have enough for that. But let's find out. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wish I could say 5, 6. Hold the phone. What is she doing? She's removing the curtains somehow. She's going upstairs. Wow, pathfinding is more advanced than I thought. So apparently maybe we can remove the curtains from the outside. I did not know that. Both these windows are in front of stairs. I thought okay. We have to click on the window from inside, though. So let's try this instead. If we leave this window open, will she path through that? Because that would be a lot easier. Yes, she will. We just had to leave the window open. Neat. So it is possible to take curtains off of windows that are above staircases. You just gotta do it from the outside. Anyway, where are we at? 6 out of 7? Let's make the Zoomers proud here, boys. We need 6 to 7. That's basically everything except the bedroom. And I would like to keep the bedroom intact for now if I can. So we twist these into sheet rope. Now what I want to do real quick before we start loading things up is swap backpacks. We actually got a new one. I've been a little lazy about upgrading to the correct color here. Mostly because I still don't have the correct color of Satchel to go with it. But that's okay. We found this on one of the military zombies that came out of the that little, I don't even know what it's called. little shed looking thing. But now we have 2 spare forest camos and 2 spare desert camos. The desert camos go with us for regular use, and the forest camos can get left here on standby for now. I don't know if we'll need much more than a bundle. I'm going to go and bundle up the logs. I'm not even going to pick them up. I'm just going to bundle them for now. And if we need more sheet rope at the time, then we'll steal some from the nearest house. That is a very easy thing to do. These 5 coffees that are directly in the trunk here, they can go in one of the essential bags here. These 2 duffels are just basically essentials. They come with me no matter what. No questions asked. It was 1,300 that I started petting rabbits, I believe. So if I want to pet everybody, I should wait until after 1,300. Or was that the cow? I can't remember. Here's a good thing that I can do until 1,300. Look at my neighbor's house. I have actually yet to look at this house, and it's right next door. So it is worthy to take a few minutes to look at this. Just because we've driven past it many times does not guarantee that we won't have a bunch of dudes coming out of it. See, look at that. This dude right here. Why do you got to break the fucking window, do you? Right through that fucking... Sunflower seeds. We got a garden basket too. Let's see. Chamomile. Chamomile. Didn't get what I wanted. That's fine. We got some useful stuff here. A spare hand drill will be nice. Seeing as we were looking for one earlier. This is kind of mean. A frickin' greenhouse with garden loot and everything. But we can't make those. Wish we could. Beta blockers. Episode of Woodcraft. Kind of low priority, but I'll take it. And VHS will make a fine addition to my collection. There, I don't see a basement. So I'm going to hit the kitchen and then we're out of here. I don't really expect my mind to be blown by the second floor. that's the first floor of this place wiped out. I was mostly interested to see if we got a generator back here. What? There's a pottery infrastructure in here. Neat. I don't think it's relevant now, but I would like to mark that on the map for future reference. This will be the house at the crossroad of KY 144 and Irvington Road, at the top, whereas my current base is the one at the bottom. Now, some of this stuff is easy to build. Pottery wheel just needs a couple levels of masonry to get the stone wheels for that. And then the kiln is just 20 clay. Okay, so no, there's a well here, too. That's a little redundant, because, I mean, we're right down the road from a lake. Out of curiosity. Okay, so it says unlimited, but if you go to transfer liquids, there's 9,542 liters. So it is finite. But it's clean water, it's not tainted. That's why I opened this, to see if it was tainted or not. Interesting, okay. And apparently the max is 10,000 liters. So all 8 of those logs, thanks to a couple sheet rope, are now together in one place. I don't think we're ever going to need the key to this house. I'm just going to drop it in front of the front door. Nice little diversion. Allowed us to spend a little bit of time. I also forgot my food. That was one of the reasons that we needed to turn around here. Hunks in a toolbox of a mechanic shop. Ah, nice, nice. I'm gonna be with you guys. I don't really feel like sorting through all that loot we just picked up. What I'm gonna do is just take what I need out of this backpack, and we're gonna deal with that. Deal with sorting through this loot later. Just leave the backpack on the floor and swap backpacks. That's easier. Just switch to your side backpack. It's faster than reloading. Did I actually pick up? No, I didn't. Literally came back here specifically for the food. Ooh, I gotta get rid of that. I've been thinking about getting rid of the other side of that fence for a long time now. Playing normal pop is so strange. Yeah, I believe it. If anybody watching is not familiar, our homie in chat here is a survivor of high pop. He did some high pop for a while. He's just that insane. It's a lot of killing. If you're feeling the itch for more combat here in whatchamacallit, here in Apocalypse, you can make it a little harder for yourself if you turn it into high pop. Hello. I'm picking this up because I actually forgot to empty some stuff out of my handbag here. I mean, are you going to come at me? It's coming right for us! Nope, I tried. I couldn't get the bar to start there. That's okay. We're just going to rush through here. Once again. Yeah, see, look at that. They just love grouping up over here. I'm sure my own actions are contributing to that. But I mean... Really? Just this street pole for some reason? Okay. Yeah, whatever. Whatever you say, game. So this is what we came here with all the rope for. Five times 4 free logs. Alright, it's continuing to do some chop chop. Anybody in this area is a potential threat to me when I'm trying to cut those fences. So I'm not even going to go anywhere near cutting those fences till we kill some more people up here. Trust me when I say there's a very, very significant reason we're trying to secure a way through here. This town is just so freaking annoying to navigate. That if you can just just ignore part of the town completely, then suddenly you've got a little bit less torture to deal with. No time for small animals that are going to damage my tires when I run over them. Especially things that don't level my butchering. We are overdue a sharpen. Alright, so I was gonna do through here. That's gonna be a lot of fighting though. If I just do this spot, what trees do I need to cut? Pretty much just this one right here. That one, and then this one is not really that necessary, but that one, and then this one here. So what I'm going to do, put my back to this fence here. As fate would have it, I happen to have 2 sheet rope left, so we don't have to let those logs go to waste. Alright, so here's something we can do to make ourselves just a tiny bit safer. It's not much, but we can take some of those boxes out of the inside of that crate. Or, sorry, some of the boxes out of the boxcar train, and move them outside so that the zombies, if they approach us randomly, we can just block some of the approaches here. So zombies will, if you move a crate, they will slap the crate, and they'll break it in not too much time. However, they won't be able to come up and nom you while you're trying to do something like weld a part of a fence away. Okay, so you see how technically we've got 2 doorways right here. I think we can still drive through that. That's the only reason I'm doing this right now. I'm pretty sure we can still drive through that. Another one of those lovely, strange arrangements of pipes here. They definitely mean something. I'm sure we'll find out someday what those mean. Okay. So we've boxed ourselves in. Unironically, we've boxed ourselves in. But, we're clear on this side as far as I can see. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to, go actually get the welding torch and the welding mask. Thankfully, I can just do that. You know what? I'm going to move some of these crates back a little bit so that we have a slightly larger approach here. This lets us turn a little bit. Everything looking all right? Everything looking all right? Okay. This is why we do it in... Okay. That's why we started on this side. Yeah. Fucking asshole. Did Indy Stones send you? Tell him I send my regards. Bonked on the noggin. You know what? I'm going to be extra paranoid about this because of that. My paranoia level has gone up. And that's okay. What we're going to do is we're going to do this side first. And then we're going to block it briefly with a crate. And then do the other side. So nobody can approach us. I've got plenty of these crates. And I'm not afraid to move them. Okay, technically speaking, we should be able to drive through here now. It's going to be a real tight fit, and it's not exactly going to be fun. I'm going to put that just like one tile back. Just because it's going to be possible does not mean I'm going to like it, nor is it going to be easy. See, straightening out is actually going to be a problem here. How many more torches uses do I have here? I want to say that's at least 3 or 4. I'm actually going to take out a little bit of this fence behind me to give myself a more straight approach. Trust me when I say that all the effort we've put into this so far is less than we would have had to put into clearing a clean path through the other side of town. Believe me, that is what am I still wearing this stupid thing for? Take that, Andy Stone. Inconvenience me with a bunch of tight fences and tight street corners, and nah, no thank you. Nope, we're through. And of course, that doesn't get us very far. We still got to fight on our hands. At no point was I going to imagine that we would be hitting the gun store tonight. No, we got through just far enough to pull some zombies over to us, and then we're going to start chop. Now, if I have to, like, say that I've bitten off more than I can chew here. That's very possible. You know what? I'm going to try to split these guys up a little bit. It's not the fact that there's that many zombies that's really scaring me. It's the number of fast shamblers. I'm going to lose maneuver room a little too quickly. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Just going to leave the ambulance up here. Yeah, I'll leave the ambulance up here somewhere-ish. We'll fight on... Well, yeah, there's more here than it looks. Yeah, okay, never mind. I don't want to be getting risky right now. I really don't. There's no need to. See, the problem is, going through the shortcut that I've built for myself there is going to be a lot harder if there's a bunch of Zeds over here. This is why we went through all that effort of clearing all the Zeds that were near it. Alright, I'm going to get risky here. I should not have parked on that facing. My current axe is a little bit low on lifespan, so I'm taking the replacement one here. Remember, I can just run through the boxcar in the center still. So if I feel overwhelmed, you know where to fall back to. Whether we can handle this is pretty much just going to come down to randomness. Crit rate versus sharpness. Because this axe is coming down the end of its lifespan. None of those guys over there to the right are fast. Not as worried about them. There's a fast. Now on this side of the fence, there are quite a few through this little dirt path over there where it starts going to gravel. We spotted those there the other night. So if we made enough noise over here, maybe I pull out, shoot a gun for a minute. I don't have a lot of reloads, so I probably would not do that right now. But we would have to expect, after a certain noise thresholds, an assault from the right over here. Now, because I parked on this facing, don't do this. Don't park facing, what is this, screen right? Screen right, or north. Just north in general. And this is why. Because now your driver's side door, where did I go? You can't see me. Wouldn't be able to see a zombie either. Be advised. Be very advised. This thing has got to be ready for a sharpen. Of course it is. Didn't know we had some dudes over here. He only just stepped around that corner, I think. I'm going to use the sound of the engine to see if there's any more people down there. Or, no, I'm not. My engine just pulled more people from the top left there. So, never mind. Engine can just get cut off. Because engine is what keeps pulling them. So I cannot just rely on Van Fu unless I want to handle the entire parking lot at once. Here's what I don't want. I don't want somebody going all the way over there. So I hit Q, and I catch her before she goes too far in that direction. Alright, is this guy alone or is he in a group? These are the questions. I am going to kill Agnes over here before she gets any closer. Assess for incoming. None immediate. We're sneaking around behind the building. I want to see if whoever I just killed is part of a group or not. Doesn't look like it. I think I hear somebody scratching something. I don't really care about a lone scratcher right now. We've got a lot of outdoor foot mobiles to deal with before we worry about scratchers. Scratching means they've been obstructed by something. We're going to lose our ability to fight in this spot due to the density of the corpse pile. That's okay. I want to say we are getting close to a point where we can move up. How bad is this axe? It's feeling pretty bad. It is bloody dull. You know, we've pretty much secured the fire department here. So I can probably get an influx of more axe without too much effort. Maybe I'll look into that tomorrow after we get fatigued today. For now, I'm going to leave that dull thing over there so that I don't have to deal with reduced damage anymore. For the moment, at least. Now, when it comes to the people in the backyard here, this particular yard, with the sand decorations out there, the sand crop cycles here, I don't see a path for them to get to us right now. It used to be that this backyard of this house had a way through. Like, there was a section of low fence. That does not seem to be the case anymore. So, progressing a little bit into the church here. I don't have high hopes for the step fan over there, but it's something I want to look at while we're here. I would not say no to a, would not say no to a key to the church if we could find it. I can't remember if this is the church with the spooky basement or not. It might have been. Not that there was anything you could really do in the spooky basement. Spooky being there's a crypt underneath one of these. Hello. I don't know if you guys noticed, he was in the dead zone for that van. My lady. Alright, what kind of engine quality are we looking at here? 53. Pretty much garbage. But if it ends up being one of the only games in town, I'll take it. What is the trunk more like? 1/6. Okay, this is garbage. Absolute literal garbage. The trunk is only 1/16. We could get better from the D6 down the road. But I will gladly take the material out of it. Dub torch. Hell yeah. Sweet. Wasn't expecting that. So I do want to peep that D6 and then this other step van here. We shouldn't be too intimidated by the people who are behind the fields here. This fence, they got to go all the way around it somehow. I don't really see a route for them. Podcast mode, yep. Oh, you guys definitely aren't alone. I know I've said this a few times, but if anybody watching is not familiar, approximately 30% of my audience is watching me on the YouTube TV app, so they are unable to participate in chat generally. And for all I know, some of them might be putting me on at the office. We have TVs at my office. Regrettably, they're not smart TVs. But plenty of offices have smart TVs. If anybody watching is not familiar, I also stream in, whatchamacallit, in 5.1 surround sound. So if you've never physically heard a zombie behind you, definitely look into it. It's a game changer for me personally. We have a key to the church. We're going to call this EK Church. It looks like there's a threatening amount down here, but they don't know how to get to me. They're just going to come up here and slap the fence. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so that zombie right there with the leather jacket, that's on the other side of the fence. Okay, then. Alright, what kind of step van we got here? Engine quality 48. It's literally worse than the other one, but this one does have a full trunk. So if I need a step van literally just for its trunk, which I'm actually not being that picky right now. You know what? I mean, fuck it, we ball. I'm going to steal this thing right now. There's nothing stopping me other than the windows, which, you know, that just tends to happen sometimes. I don't know if smashing the rear windshield will help me unlock this. Maybe. Of the four things that I care about when it comes to a vehicle now: engine condition, engine quality, trunk integrity, and then everything else in that order. Actually, trunk integrity for step vans is probably number one. So this thing, despite the fact that it's got a good condition engine, the engine quality means it's going to have trouble starting reliably. But I mean, that's currently the only real detriment. Aside from the fact that it's going to have significantly reduced engine power to off-road and shit. Again, not the biggest deal right now. The trunk of this thing is in the dog water zone. Engine itself is not that bad. Also a purple truck. It's got that going for it, at least. We have been clocked by one usher. Yeah, we're good. And I think we found a key to in the yellow right around the corner here. Just gonna leave that behind. I don't need to be carrying it. Gas can. I could use that. I'm doing -T to indicate the trunk is shit. I'm going to take this through the shortcut that I've created and then leave it on the other side. And then we'll continue until we get tired and then fall back with the ambulance as well. Let's see how good I can get at this. This is going to take some, it's going to take some work. Okay, you know what? I think we're done for tonight. I would like to bring that step van back with me in one piece. I mean, the simple act of doing so is going to redistribute them just as much as what I'm doing right now. The step van that we just towed brought a bunch of people out of wherever the hell they were. Or not towed, rather, just recovered. I wonder if engine quality affects noise, too. I always thought it was mostly muffler, but some vehicles have a louder bass line for damn sure. Kitty was mentioning the D6 is one of them. Overdue for a sharpen. I'm going to do that while we drive. Perfectly safe. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh dear. So here's an example of what I was talking about here. This zombie right here. She's slapping the crate that I put down. Hey, my headlights work again. Shit! Scare motherfucker. This feels easier with double doors from like larger buildings. I couldn't tell you why. Probably because larger buildings just have a straightaway, much straighter approach. There is a trick to it, and I feel like I'm getting closer to establishing that trick. We're just gonna do the safe thing. I'm gonna tow it in reverse. That's the safe thing. I'm gonna do that. Well, when you're towing in reverse, and it's a little dark, what you can do is turn the headlights on for both vehicles. New favorite, the Rancher. 440 is about... Or carbon, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's, Oh, fuck you. Come on. Alright, we're doing that again. See, the most insulting thing about this is it won't happen if I hook it up the other way around. That random little disconnect that doesn't really seem to have any rhyme or reason behind it. It only happens when you're towing in reverse. God damn it! That's so fucking stupid. There's no reason that should be happening. I'm mad about it, guys. I'm mad about it. I'm gonna try this one more time. And if that doesn't work, then... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think we're okay. It might have had something to do with the zombies. On our way back, I'm going to take a rabbit. Because we've got 2 in here. There's a baby rabbit right here. That's interesting. I'm guessing that this is a baby rabbit, and one of the ones that we put in the bathroom is a mother rabbit. That is, that's kind of cute that it would somehow manage to get all the way back here. The baby is a swamp, so the swamp over here is probably the mama. So I'm going to take the Appalachian. If I took the animal trailer, this would be, I could take them all at once, no problem. But, nah. What I wish we could do, this is probably a tall order, I wish we could just put these rabbits straight into the crates. You know, the crates we use for trapping. And then just put the crates in, like, a, you know, the trunk of a car or whatever. Animal control does that all the time. It should not be an issue for us in this game. Animal trailers should not be the only way to move animals around. I mean, animal trailers and then putting them on your lap while you drive. That should not be the only 2 ways to drive animals around. That's kind of silly, but whatever. It bugs me because there's already mechanisms in the game for rabbits to be inside of crates. That's how you trap them. But that system, I think, has not been touched for a very long time. And I loathe to imagine if it's going to be touched any time soon, because the what's it called? That Steam review that I saw gives me very deep concerns for anything that is not a core system. Yeah, I know, right? That's now that makes sense for, you know, animals that are intelligent. Yeah, I agree with that, Gloria. Very strongly. If there's no animals in the animal trailer, then there should be room to put stuff. Now, the reason I'm going backwards here. We're going backwards because we're being extra cautious about collisions that could damage the trunk of the step van. If something really stupid happens here, then the step van drifts forward and it's just a front collision. Make no mistake, The way the game currently works, a front collision, if it's the towed vehicle drifting into the back of the tower, that is a far more dangerous situation. Very highly likely to damage the trunk of both vehicles somehow. Don't ask me how, because I don't know. It's just something that happens. I'm not even going to try to do this with towing. I'm just going to do them separately. Honestly, if I had known that there was another rabbit up there, like the baby rabbit, I would have just held off and come back with the trailer. But too late. Now this is interesting. It looks like they're drinking from the right to the left here. That's good to know. Because this one had, you know, visual water in it. And carry them in a lunch bag. Honestly, putting animals in a bag should be possible. It should just increase their stress really quickly. Small animals like rabbits. People put them in backpacks all the time, usually after they've killed them. But you can do it while they're alive. It's just not good for their health. So we're about an hour late for bed, but that's okay. We're actually putting leather strips on site here. We'll catch a sleep, and then we'll get some stuff cleaned up here. I'm going to use the water up here for a change of pace to get some of the leather strips cleaned up. I'm going to use my gas can that I just grabbed to use some toilet water. I really, really hate when that happens. I wonder if it's... So the crafting menu just cuts me off. It's as if the stupid gas can is suddenly not available. And I wonder if it's because it's in my hand. Now it's not in my hand. Nope, it just... God, man. I just can't fast forward. It's just going to become unavailable. So I gotta click, fast forward, click, fast forward. Fuck you. Whatever, I don't care. I'm mad about it. The stupid thing is, sometimes that works. You know, it's probably warm enough that I could do some laundry. Anytime, even though we've got a laundry machine here, the concern is I want to be able to sleep without getting too cold. So we got some pants right there. This doesn't have anything that needs washing, but it's got some leather gloves that we can put on. The backpacks need to be washed, but that's beside the point. We cannot wash those in the laundry. I'm gonna do both my own laundry and the laundry that, of the stuff that we have looted. The generator isn't close enough for this, is it? No, it is. Oh, I got a plummet. Okay, easy peasy. We should have a pipe wrench. Gonna be out in the van. Damn it. My expedition van always has a pipe wrench. Otherwise, it ain't no expedition van now, is it? Nothing in there. Oh, my scarf. I forgot my scarf. Oops, too late. The clothing in here is clean. So we can stay warm with this. Nice. Nice. She looks nice. I like it. Yeah, most of this would be way too water expensive, so no. So while that's going, we can put more loot away here. Now, to be honest, at this time of year, wearing wet clothes is not that big of a deal. It's not that cold outside yet. You won't be needlessly freezing yourself. So I don't necessarily need to let the dryer go all the way. into the low priority stack with this. And there's the dryer. Literally everything in here. Might as well call this garbage bag everything. We still haven't found leather pants on this character. That is something that I have actually kind of forgotten about. Now, the t-shirt and the formal shirt are actually redundant layers for now. If we continue wearing those in the current weather, we might get hot. I'm going to put a garbage bag on top of the laundry so that we can put the pajamas in there. And by pajamas, I just mean warm stuff that we can wear during laundry. Can't remember which one of these elbow pads are mine, but as long as they're tactical black, then that's good enough by me. We're still rocking these knee pads that happen to be light or like really dark purple because of reasons. This music t-shirt with a hole in the lower torso. I'm going to go ahead and wear that because that will help me not overheat as much. Okay, that's everything sorted. We're going to stop by the lake to wash everything that I couldn't wash. And on our way out, we're going to pet some animals. We're just about ready for weight gain. We're 76 kilo. We can eat these tomatoes for today. But then, starting tomorrow, we will focus entirely on weight gain, which will be very easy. And I will explain why it will be so easy when we get to that point, because we do have a way to do it now, and it's going to be thanks to the leaks. My own water. Almost forgot that. Not too hard to fill while we're out, but annoying. Annoying to forget. Wait a minute, where's my helmet? My riding helmet is not being worn. What's going on there? Where's my riding helmet? That's not good. Where the fuck is my riding helmet? Oh dear. Fuck. Oh, made its way in there. Okay, we're good. It was at the bottom of the list. And that confused me. But we're good. Bicycle helmets are a very, very, very good thing to have. And I shan't take them for granted. They didn't save my previous character. But that's my fault. I should not have had to rely on my armor, because armor doesn't save you. The riding helmet is 40% bite, 60% scratch. But that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. Dixie still received a bite to the head. I'm mostly focusing on the rabbits, because the rabbits, I still hear plenty of them making the stress noise. And honestly, petting every rabbit once is probably going to get us quite a bit of animal care here. Why is it that I'm capable of feeding her? She is well fed, not thirsty. Okay. See, whenever I see the ability to give water and feed, that tells me... Well, it doesn't necessarily tell me anything bad. It just makes me want to make sure that they're eating, because we have had cows die for no reason, and I mean, I think we have an explanation as to why our cows are dying, so no reason is no longer applicable, but, yeah, seeing as I did have a cow, one of my cementals was underfed, and we even watched her walk over to the trough and then do nothing. That set off my susometer. Maybe she was just about to eat and we interrupted her by looking at her, I don't know. In any case, she was underfed, despite being in a zone that, had everything she should need. That sort of traumatized me a little bit. Since my scarf didn't make it into the wash. Otherwise, we're good to go. I should have refilled my welding torch, but that's okay. One of the things we're probably definitely going to go look at today is going to be the school, the basement. Perhaps both the basement and the break rooms, lounges rather. We just hit 10 hours. So that was my limit yesterday. I'm still feeling, I'm feeling pretty good. It's a Friday afternoon. I have no hard obligations. Actually, here's what we're going to do first. U.S. mail service. And then there is a mail van that I keep forgetting about because it's back here. And because it's back here, I can't see it every time we drive past. So I'm actually going to put a little gas in it, and I see that there's a key on the floor there. Easy peasy. It says key Franklin Volume, or Valley Line, rather. But that's not what we're looking at here. This is a mail van. You can tell by the little balls. So I'm taking this copy of Cooking 1 because I don't already have it, but otherwise this is an extremely disappointing van. All of these books are dupes. At least the van has a full trunk. Flyer, Louisville Fire Department. Neat. It's that one. I've seen that one. I wonder if the engine quality is anything higher than normal. 76. I mean, honestly, as far as vans go, this is one of the good ones. I will go ahead and rename the key, though. And you know what? I like this satchel better than the green one. Since I can't have a military satchel yet, my new satchel is the mail satchel. It feels a little bit less clashy. I mean, at least the red and the white matches my shirt, and then the blue is a little, that's whatever. The rest of the vehicle is cleaned out. Now, the interior of the mail service here is rather very disappointing, but there are magazine racks, so more magazines than anything else here. Oh, right. The seats are a little bit weird. What? Why is there electrical stuff on this shelf? Yeah, that's a long-range remote controller right there. We already have one, but now we have two. Neat. Mail bags, that's what we're looking for. Mail bags are useful. Ooh, Cheapskate John magazine that I haven't read. This one is Forging New Identities, so we can make fake ID cards. Now, mail bags, of course, the magazines in them can be very useful, but also the you can rip them in half and get sacks. There's another cheapskate, John. Unfortunately, this one is Chemical Warfare. I think that's the one we have the most copies of. We have like 6 of those. Definitely feels statistically significant, but the plural of anecdote is not data. Fucking whole ass satellite dish. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Alright, if you're gonna give me a satellite dish, I'll take it. Suppose I could take this water. I'm just gonna go do a drop off in the van. Water bottle and satellite dish. Box of garbage bags. Relevant to my interests. We've also got our hands on a few power bars here. Oh. Okay, so I aim up the stairs and I see a red crosshair. Normally that sets me off because that tells me there might be a target at the top of the stairs. However, I am actually aiming at the glass window next to the staircase here. You see how it highlights red? Yeah. Careful with them corners on the glass windows there. They he just disappeared. Fucking poltergeist moment. Imagine having a whole bookshelf in your bathroom at the office. Now that's interesting. It's a tiny break room, but I'll take it. We'll call this a take room because I'm taking everything. Taking the whole room. Well, maybe not the plates. Okay, we're out of here. I think we're going to take this van with us and use it to help loot the basement of the school. Because we're going to find a lot of stuff in the basement of the school. Like a metric lot, more than I could probably fit in the ambulance. I mean, especially now that I'm taking shit like satellite dishes and whatnot. Yeah. Smoker cough just aggroed 20 cents. R.I.P. I have heard other people complaining about that. The cough being rather absurd with how much Zed it attracts. If anybody ever needed any more evidence that the devs of this game really hate smokers, look no further than I mean, all the silly detriments that seem to keep getting worse and worse. The devs really took it personally when everybody said that smoker is free points. Like, you guys don't understand how much the devs hate it when you say that something is free points. If you tell them that, then they will make sure that it isn't somehow. I don't know why I feel as though I've got to clear the fire department before I start messing around on this side of the school. Probably because it's best to do that. Working on my van thru here. I took too long with this guy though. So remember, we had a lot of people back here at one point. Like, a lot of people back here. Former people moaning and groaning and following us. And then we lost their vision. Hello! That's why we take it slow. I was mostly looking for generators, but there's only going to be 2 such. I know Van Fu. We have 1 use of our welding torch left. But we'll have many more torches, hopefully, after we go loot the school's basement. It's basically like a machine shop sort of joint down in the basement. Thank you for participating in the Jaw Stab School. Please stand by for future jaw stabs. Now, the moment this opens up, any zombie who wants to go around, regardless of where they're at, will suddenly know that this hole is here. when it comes to pathing in certain respects. Zombies are quite omniscient. And regrettably, there's no propane in this grill right here. That would be extremely convenient if there were, but that's okay. That just means we're doing the school first. Well, I suppose I'll go around. I don't usually hit the cafeteria, but the cafeteria does have magazine racks. Mostly doing the sneaky sneak so I don't feel like getting interrupted by somebody creeping out of the darkness here. I don't know what it is, but my CPU fans have been spinning up in this area, and I have noticed some minor frame rate drops. I do not know if that is a sign of anything that we should be concerned about. Chalky milk. I'm finna drink some chalky milk. Probably very chunky milk because it's been sitting out in ambient room temperature for about 45 days now. It's not gonna stop me. I got chalky milk. Your argument is invalid. I think the only person I can hear slapping right here might be the bathroom. Could be janitor closet, though. Ketchup. Chives. Taters. Still good. Just brush that moldy looking stuff off them. You can still use them. Probably all janitor stuff here. I'm only going to target specific things here. Perfect large handle. Hey, a dub torch. There's not a lot of juice in it, but there's some. You didn't even need to go down to the basement. There's a full dub torch. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm convinced that whoever it is we're hearing slap, I think they're upstairs. Yeah, because we've gone in circles around the noise source here. So they are definitely upstairs. Mostly actually just looking for steal some dude's lunch. Because I predict we're actually going to get just so much stuff out of the basement, I remember there being a lot of stuff in the basement. So I'm going to actually put stuff back into the ambulance. Because I think we have enough to fill the ambulance now. And then just leave the mail van full so that we can the mail van just load it up with nothing but welding material. That would be prurient to my interests. Yeah, that's actually just going to fill it up. Okay. Okay, I have a different idea. We'll do the rest of the school tomorrow. Tonight we're just gonna do the fire department because it's right in front of us, and it's far easier to loot than having to go upstairs and downstairs with the, yeah. It's only, like, room for 3 axes directly in the trunk, and everything else is going to be hand carry. Of course, the one window over here, in front of friggin' bushes. Somebody scratching to my left. That door is... I would really like to find the key first. Our chances of finding a key to this place have been sorely diminished. Oh. The first locker I look in. Okay. Stand corrected. Never happier to be wrong. Just gonna leave her outside back here. I'm not gonna bury all of the firefighters from this department, but that one will just pretend she was the chief. She looks to be, being as she was in the important place there. I will bury her out back here in the corner. Don't think you're gonna need those anymore, Chief. So assuming this place is secure, there is a second floor to it that would be probably safe to sleep in. How do I not have an E-tool in my van? That's a critical failure. All this shit and I don't have an E-tool. We might find an E-tool here at the, fire department. In fact, I would be surprised if we didn't. Hey, they added loot to the second floor of the garage. Sweet. And there's a spade here. The handle is absolute dog water, but that's fine. I remember the bunks rather, being on this side here. Now I have to assume that this parking lot facing that direction is not clear, so I'm gonna be sneak. Just checking around for a pillow real quick. We managed to get a bed to spawn with a hoodie on it, but not one with a pillow on it. That's whatever. I should have predicted that and brought one. It's fine. We'll survive one night without a pillow. So I have just over an hour before YouTube threatens to cut me off here. This is a key to EK Fire Station. We can hold on to that. And there is no further need for duplicates. Duffel bag. Ah, yes. This is one of the ones that has group showers with no partitioning. Yeah. Careful not to trip on the anacondas. A lot of containers in here that have a shot at some good old-fashioned coffee. And, there we go. That's what we're here for. Chalky milk. That should be the entire second floor. Yep. So in terms of intact firefighter gear, we do already have a, back at Rosewood, we have a set of pants, but we do not have a jacket back at Rosewood. So by your powers combined, we take just one intact jacket, the rest can stay on the floor for now. Plonky mobile, nice. The hell? Stand by. Just wind. Weather check, I felt my entire apartment shake a little bit, but it's just the wind. Normally this is where I'd give up and come back later because I don't have the keys to the back rooms, but I do, in fact, have the keys to the back rooms. Yellow coveralls! Hell yeah! Congrats, my dude. Congrats. If anybody's not familiar, the yellow coveralls are Jackie J's coveralls. And the only way to get a pair of those without killing Jackie J is to get struck by lightning and get a pair out of the garbage. Believe you me, it is akin to getting struck by lightning, the chances of that happening to you. Our dude has gotten himself a very lucky find there. Alright, that's 2 military backpacks full. I have a third. But before I mess with that, quick perimeter check. Because once I start loading up the last one, that is, that's going to be all she wrote. Scrubs and medical pants. Holy crap. That's a nice find. Okay, what is this corner room? Oh, right. Forgot that the door is right there. Okay. So there's one more room. To be honest, it's not very safe to be going into it with my hands full like this. But we can at least see in through these side windows, and it looks okay. We're probably not actually going to have enough room for everything in these side rooms. We've got 2 Firefighter axes here that are absolutely dog water on the handle. I'm going to go ahead and disassemble them now. Actually, I'm going to do that to every Firefighter axe that's on me right now, because there's like 4 of them with bad handles. And if you've got bad handles, just dismantle them and find a better handle at some point and put it back together yourself. That way you don't have to spend as much storage space extracting the busted handles here. These 2 have got handles that are at least somewhat serviceable. Actually was not expecting to be able to get this whole place, but I think we're just about out of here. There's literally just these containers in front of me here. Up very late, but I would say it's very worth it. Jeez Louise. Alright, I think we're completely out of room here. Yeah, there's just too many perfect axes. I couldn't take more if I wanted. I'm pretty sure the ambulance has no further room. No, we filled it up. I'm just gonna... I mean, the van is still over here. This van is literally what we need. Now, the only reason that I put both of my military backpacks straight in there is because I have more now. go ahead and bury the chief here. Alright. Here comes another backpack full of loot. I mean, at this rate, I'm just going to go ahead and sleep here again. We'll sleep here again, and we'll go to the school after we sleep. Okay, but that is all of the loot from here. Aside from, I will take this dispenser bottle. Empty. Take bottle. Yeah, those bread and butter knives are massive. I think that's a problem that's been around forever, and the devs have purposely ignored it because they think it's funny. Personally, I don't find it overly funny, but, well, if they do, who are we to argue? Ah, today is the day we need to start gaining weight. Yeah. So we're not underweight yet, but we are 75 kilo and still losing. Okay, so our inventory has been emptied back out, and that is going to leave us with just enough room to fill up the trunk with some welding stuff. I don't know if we'll be able to get everything, because we've got both the trunk and then some hand carry. But we're running a real tight ship right now. Fuck! That was -3 storage space to the trunk, because I can't seem to go in a straight fucking line here. It's not like I care that much about this van. I still don't like that, though. That is an absolute skill issue. fucking right on the fucking stairs. I have to assume she was not alone. Well, for the immediate moment. Yeah, forgive me, I'm a paranoid man. I hear the sound of something metal clanging against something metal outside, and I have to pull up the security camera and check to see if it is a car getting towed, because we have some extremely unethical tow companies patrolling our area. So that's the left half of the joint clear. Alright, now the big loot time happens. I think we have room for like 1 or 2 garbage bags of loot in the trunk of the van, but then the van is going to be full and we're going to be reduced to hand carry. Don't get excited by any of the equipment down here. Cannot take the lathe, cannot take the fab, cannot take the drill press, cannot take the... you can't even take those blue workbenches. All that is a negative, Ghost Rider. So I'm going to take this Garbo bag up top, see if we can fit it. If not, we'll split it, see what we can do. Yeah, okay, so we got another one in there. I think we can do one more. 139 out of 166. Yeah, that's another garbage bag. Pretty much on the dot. So we fill up one more garbage bag and then we're down to hand carry. If anybody's not familiar with this place, we have barely scratched the surface. This room is but a small fragment. There's several rooms like this one. I hear somebody to my left. But I see nobody. I guess I'll speak to nobody too. Get the full trifecta going. See no Zed, hear no Zed, speak no Zed. I think we'll have room for like, what is that, 2 more? Yeah, give me 1 steel sheet. Then the van is full. Okay, van is completely full, except for driver's seat here. So we've got room for 5 on the driver's seat and 13 in the glove. There's the driver's seat and the glove. I know I hear somebody else down here. I'm just checking to see if they... Okay, all these doors are shut. So if they hear us and they want to come move to get us, they've got to come through something first. I am a doofus. I miscounted. That's okay. I'm gonna check around the corner in the this room for any coffee or Zeds. Slapping a window. What window is there left to slap? A lounge on the other side, maybe? Sounds like it's right here somewhere. I don't really care. The fuck is this? This is a schizophrenic loot table if I ever saw one. It's like a little bit of agriculture, but then a bunch of other shit nobody asked for. Oh, this is one of those cases where you gotta move the table. Huh. Well, if we get super hungry, I'll open one of those jars of eggplants. You couldn't in a million years explain to me why I have a jar of eggplants right now. But apparently this fraternity that owns this lounge was into jarring. Perhaps they were a homesteading group. I'll hold out for any small form food over here. But perhaps not. Somebody can see me. I hear aggro noise. Why is it muffled? They've got to be upstairs. If they're upstairs right there, then I think we can flank them by taking the cafeteria. See, it sounded like they were seeing us but having trouble getting to us. In which case, there's probably a railing up there that they're getting stuck on. Because there's plenty of railings right here. Oh, this is the magazine rack that I was thinking of. Except there's no magazines on it. I feel bamboozled. But there is pineapple soda. And that will actually help with the fatigue problem that we built up by having a bad night's sleep. Butter and lard, hell yes. Seeing as we actually need to get into weight gain right now. I don't know if we're We're not underweight yet, but we are very critically close. So, butter is eat. And look at that, now we're in weight gain. Okay, Gloria's heading home from work and Kraken is getting wasted. That's a Friday night for you, folks. Even my viewers are not such shut-ins as I. I do have some friends who are playing tabletop games on weekend evenings, Friday evenings. Regrettably, it is a Star Wars game, and I tried to get into it. I really did. I couldn't quite get into it. So by drinking extra soda here, I'm not only getting myself more calories into the positive, it's also counteracting the sadness of being forced to eat butter, which is disgusting. Alright, so the staircase that was leading down to us was right here. I think the guy who was looking at us, yeah, right there. Yep. And the reason he couldn't get to us is because zombies sometimes get stuck on railings that are next to staircases. So this right here, he was probably somewhere like right here, one of these two tiles. And what he was doing is just doing this. Because the game was not telling him that he needs to jump over the railing. I don't know why that's still a problem. That's been a problem for a very long time. They're on an upper floor, but they think they can go straight to us, and whatever mechanism that's supposed to make them flip over whatever's in front of them doesn't trigger. And so you go near stairs or something, you can't see the zombies. You can't even aim up the stairs properly, but what's really happening is there's a zombie upstairs doing this. The only reason I know that is because I've spent way too much fucking time clearing Bateman Office from the ground up. And therefore, having gone up 200 billion stairs with tons of zombies upstairs, I have learned all of this weird little niches behind their movements. I want to hit this lounge right here, but after that, as you can see, we have reached the lab that we already looted. And of course, yet another corner. Inaccessible unless you pick up this silly table. But there was coffee in that corner. Might be some coffee in this corner too. Only way to know is going to be to pick up the stupid table that's in the way. That is the name of the game right now. Okay, so we've been down to hand carry for a minute here, but we can now go downstairs and loot the welding area with a clean conscience because the rest of the school, as far as I care, has been, hey, lunchbox. It's a shot in the dark, but we got some lunch here. Hell yeah. This guy had a good lunch. Assume that this is, yeah, okay. Okay, every single container in the van is 110% full. Fourth day with fog in 20 days. That's Zomboid right there, isn't it? That's ridiculous. I'm sorry for your loss of efficacy. So there's a whole nother room just like this one. I don't think we're going to be able to get everything. We still have a whole nother backpack that we can pull out. And there we are, we're full again. Okay, you know what? I'm going to cut my losses. I'm going to cut my losses because, well, okay, we actually haven't put that much into the... So I was going to say that now that my hands are full, I can't pull a weapon out. And there, I know that there's a mouth breather around here, but that is not that full. Come on. Fuck out of there. I ain't going in there. You're coming out here. Thank you for participating. Actually, I think we might be done here. I don't remember what's in this side room here. Oh, this is the shelter. Right. I don't think the shelter's gonna have much. But we'll check the shelter storeroom here. and it is generic foodstuffs. I am getting a little greedy here, I gotta admit, because the moment I realized we were done with standard, or rather, the moment I realized we were done with welding loot, I should have just decided to peace out. But we're alright. I swear there was a room yet. No, we got everything. Okay. We are out of here. Beautiful. I was confusing it in my head with a different, similarly situated thing. Just gonna make sure that our wheels stay aligned with the double tile thing here. And then just face the ambulance and tow in reverse, and we're out of here. It's been one hell of a trip, but that is everything I wanted out of the fire department and the school. So I can put some big ol' X's on both now. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Suddenly it's no problem. It's almost as if it has nothing to fucking do with weight, and it's just kind of fucking random. I mean, what it really has to do with is acceleration. If I accelerate just a little too fast while going backwards, it just breaks. So what we do is we make sure that we accelerate as slowly as humanly possible here. You know what? I lack the patience for this. I lack the patience for this. I'm not dealing with this. I hate the towing system right now. I hate it so goddamn much. I'm not dealing with it. I'm just going to take one of those cars. We've still got those two cars that are right next to our base. I'll take one of those to get back up here to grab that van. So we are up to 11 hours and 20 minutes. This is going to have to be my last day, in-game day here. First of many garbage bags filled with steel sheets. Oops. Now that we're back at base, I'm continuing our weight gain trend here and eating another stick of butter. So we have eaten 1 stick of butter, now we've eaten 2 sticks of butter. That's going to get us completely out of the fat deficit. You know, before we redeploy, I'm going to get us out of the carb deficit too. How do I do that? Jar of leeks. Take that out of there, open this up. And so, I'm going to create a stir fry with 4 leeks in it out of this jar. Now, that's going to give me unhappies, and that's okay. Because we're going to counteract those unhappies with some stuff here. Butter and margarine to start, and we've got lard in our backpack. So we are getting both carbs and good calories. This stir fry is going to have 670 something carbs. So just this stir fry right here is going to partially get us out of the carb deficit. And then I'm going to just straight up eat the rest of this jar of leeks. There's only 18 left. And what that is going to result in is after... Honestly, this butter and margarine that we're putting in this stir fry here, that might be enough. That might be enough to get us over the fence for fats as well. Now, if you want to get into triple weight gain, assuming you are at the floor for macros, you need to consume 1,200 of both to get into triple weight gain. But with this stir fry, we're going to be able to do it. We have the power. We have the technology. We will make it happen. Now, of course, this vegetable stir fry came out to be nice and chunky, but we don't want to slow roll it, otherwise we'll fall out of carb overload. So I'll probably be overeating with it. Hey, literally me. The stream is still going for a grand total of 20 more minutes tops, but we have gotten ourselves to a very good spot here in Ekron now. Yeah, I'm feeling good about where we're at in Ekron. What we're doing now is stealing my throwaway car here. And we're just using it to go down the road. It's fine. But yeah, no, this is a stupid fry. I should give it the name. This is a stupid fry. It's literally stupid of how much how many carbs are in it. 4 leeks in 1 stir fry. 600 some odd carbs. Now, because we didn't have quite that much left in the jar when I just straight up ate the jar, I don't know for sure if my carbs are going to be into super weight gain. Triple. We might not make it. I'm going to go get one of those rabbits. There's only 2 more. It's a mama and a baby. If anybody wasn't here earlier, we basically just found some rabbits, managed to pick them up, but we didn't have a safe place to put them, so I stuck them in the fossil bathroom for pickup later. They've only been there for a couple days. They're fine. And I tried to tow this van home, and it just didn't happen. There's no towing this van home. That's why I took a throwaway car up here. I think I'm probably going to call it... See, I'm not going to be able to do another full in-game day. In-game days are 90 minutes, and despite the fact that I fast-forward through some of that, I don't see another in-game day happening right now. We're near the end of today, and after that, YouTube is going to start threatening to cut me off within the next 30 minutes. And intentionally trying to get through a day in 30 minutes when I'm not sure how tomorrow's going to play out. Nah. We got to think on the meta and how to wrap things up for now. Stu shot your protein up, and the only thing that... Oh, that sucks. This is why I never again want to try to optimize my protein regimens. I'm just going to go around and pet all the aminals that I can see real quick. Because that's something that I can fast forward through. Now, petting them might not accomplish much during rain. I know that rabbits are like cows. They will go indoors if it's raining. So, I think there's some mechanics that reduces stress decay if they don't have a roofed area to go to. So, yeah. I think our buck came up and mated with the female as soon as I put it down. Guy wasted no time. New outlet acquired. So this... I don't know if I'm going to relocate the contents. Yeah, we're absolutely relocating the contents. That's not even a question. Located some rice. We already opened up another box of garbage bags, so just puts that one visibly conspicuous. We picked up some of these premium tech radios in case I feel like upgrading the ones in my primary use non-emergency vehicles. We'll see. Been putting coffee in these duffels. We might have finally scored enough coffee that that's going to be unsustainable. Threaten me with a good time. I love me some coffee. We also scored some potatoes that are still stale as opposed to going bad. I'm overeating, but that's because I know my carbs continue to go down. We should already be in rapid. No, we're not even in rapid yet. That is alright, I suppose. We're establishing another garbage bag of steel sheet here. Right on time for bed. Okay, so since I don't have enough time IRL for another full day, I'm going to see what I can accomplish overnight. I'm going to reassess what things look like tomorrow. What I might do is I might just get a few tasks done and then fast forward through the rest of the day with reading a book. Because there are plenty of books left to read, and that would not possibly be a bad thing to just read for a bit. What I'm doing is I'm separating items from these garbage bags that can be sharpened. And then we're just going to go sit next to the grindstone and get some, get a whole bunch of sharpening done. Honestly, this is so much sharpening opportunity that we might get part of a level of maintenance out of this. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but let's see what we can get. Let's see what we get. We're carrying a lot of sharpenable stuff. So we just sit in the chair, and look at that, we got a grindstone right here. Let's get some grind going. This is why I brought all these home. I don't know if I'm going to use them. That's a lot of shears. But I know for damn sure I can sharpen them. That's 8.1 maintenance experience. Nothing to snub your nose at. Maintenance level 4, boys. I know what book we're reading tomorrow. I wish I could. It'd be pretty cool if there was a mailing system. We could just mail things to our alternate universes. I'd do that in a heartbeat. We actually literally do have a copy of Maintenance 3 that we had to leave behind at the Ekron bookstore here. Or Ekron College, rather. Ekron Bookstore is a separate and discrete entity that we have not hit yet. That is after we progress a little deeper into the place with the stuff. That's right. I was doing vinegar in with canned food. That is a good way to separate it from the rest of small form. Otherwise, small form fills up for other reasons. I call it small form food, but really it's just anything that weighs under a certain threshold. But you tend to get a lot of those after a certain point. But we are still not in rapid weight gain from carbs. That means that we were really down in that deficit. We might not be able to do this without a double stupid fry. Damn. Well, theory is always different from practice here. mean, I'm almost guaranteed to be in rapid weight gain after we eat the last bite of the stir. You know what? Let's just confirm that. Last bite of the stupid fry now. There we are. So we are in rapid weight gain from carbs, which means we're probably just over 400. Which makes sense because we were at the negative detriment. We were at negative 500. And then we ate a whole stir fry that was about 670 something, but let's assume we've already burned 70. So that means that with the rest of the jar of leeks, we are now somewhere around, I don't know, plus 300. That is my current theory, and I'm sticking to it. There's only so much I can tell without nutritionist. Stupid fry. Stupid fry. Avada Kedavra. Okay, we have found like 9 coffee. Nice. That's all I can say about that. Certified nice. It is bedtime. We go to sleep. We ate 2 sticks of butter, but since we only just got into rapid weight gain, that means that our fats are still low. So we're eating another stir fry with lard and margarine and butter and all the trimmings. We're going to have to cook that now. I'm going to use up these potatoes we just recovered. So, like I was saying before, we are attempting to fast forward through a portion of today. And the reason for that is, oh, well, that was a waste of butter. This is one of the broken butters. I've got to delete this butter. Garbage. Also, the rest of these potatoes are done. We should have some lard left. I know, right? Yeah. Hoops are black magic. I don't know how they work. Maintenance was packed up into a box of books here. Oops. Alright, so this is basically going to be the rest of the stream, is us just eating and reading. And getting nice and fat very quickly here. Oh, fuck, we dropped out of carb gain. So we have a lot of cereal. I'm going to stay in carb gain with cereal here. The only reason I'm doing that is because I've already committed the leaks to it. So I really do want to get into rapid, like triple rapid, because we can do it. I know we can. I'm going to eat half of this cereal. That's going to be 290 carbs, something like that. So there we are. We're back into weight gain just from carbs, because cereal basically has almost negligible fat. So that means that as I eat these potato stir fries, which I'm just going to start eating now. We're overeating. I don't know if that will have been enough fats. There's no way to tell if you're in triple weight gain. But it exists. Triple weight gain does exist. Oatmeal wouldn't have been a bad idea, Grumbucky. Regrettably, we are already past it. Yeah, I know. So we're already up to 77 kilo. Super rapid weight gain is fucking amazing. I just wish I could do it more reliably without having to grow an entire field of leeks. But within less than about 6 months or so. 6 months from now, we'll be able to grow leeks. Well, okay. We'll be able to plant leeks in about 6 months. Actually, only about 4. It's February is the earliest, I think. And the... Sorry, brain fell apart there. It takes 150 days for leeks to grow, so even if we do our best to make them grow faster, it will be a little bit before we are in infinite weight gain on demand. But it'll be here. We'll make it happen. And that is everything that I could possibly sharpen has been sharpened. Just going to put all this sharpenable stuff in here. The medical shear is in good condition. Separate from the ones in garbage. As the last evening task here, I'm going to go ahead and get that rabbit that we left in the gas station. Sounds like we've got other rabbits in the area too. The rest of the, like, we've just been gradually absorbing a wild rabbit pack here. They just keep coming back here. See, look, here. The cottontail and the baby, right here. They are wild. I think we were supposed to grab that cottontail earlier. I think it's already been there for a while. But, we were carrying another rabbit at the time. Oh, hey, Maury. I don't care. I don't do mods. But, oh, good. I don't need the... I don't need that to be bigger. Where did the thing go? Oh, there it is. The mama is a little harder to pick up, but... got her. And now the baby is going to be easy. I think this one was mama to 2. I want to say it's the mama to the one that we have in here already. This little bitch up here. No, it's only baby to 1. Oh, there's 2 of them here. Friggin' litter of these things. Oh no, there's not 2 of them. I just missed it. It made the stupid noise, but I didn't pick it up. There we go. I got it this time. Yeah, I'm bringing it back to mama. Shut your bitch ass up. Oh, hey, JSPR. We're doing all right. You caught us right here at the tail end. We're 11 hours and 50 minutes, so I literally have 6 minutes before YouTube is starting to threaten my the recording, the replay here. So we have in the last like 10 minutes here, we got a lot done. We brought a lot of loot home, and then we sorted a lot of it. We still have a lot of loot to sort through here. I was going to... Oh, there's the rabbit right there. Now that one is running away rather fast, so we're probably not going to be able to get that one. Ah, there it is, okay. I'm not trying to hit it. I'm just trying to outpace it. And then try for something sneaky here. Almost got it. That's how you gotta do it. You gotta go right past them and then try to intercept them. But now it's going in the woods, I don't care about it anymore. The only reason I tried that is because it was going straight down the road. But apparently, I don't know what it is with these things. They keep coming back to my area here. So that one is just gonna come right back here, probably. Well, no. Yeah, it's okay. So videos have so there's live streams and then there's live stream recordings. When you stream to YouTube, it will let you stream for as long as you want, but the replay is only going to get recorded up to 11 hours and like 58 minutes, something like that. But it starts getting wonky after 56 minutes. Like it starts suggesting the wrong timestamp on the badge or something. Basically, just if you want to live stream, cut yourself off after 11 hours and 56 minutes, which we've got 4 minutes about thereabouts. So if anybody wasn't here earlier, we left a couple of rabbits in the gas station bathroom here, and that zombie was probably being attracted to it. There is but a single baby left here. Picking that up, taking it back with me. I have not killed a single animal in this on this character yet. We have been very kind to the aminals on this character. We'll just have to say that Raider Ada has a soft spot for the aminals. And speaking of soft spots, I need a new hood. So that's one last thing I can do. Real easy. We're literally driving past a new hood. This rabbit actually won't go anywhere, as long as there's no zombies to scare it off. It is mine now. All you have to do is pick it up once, and it becomes yours. Hey, where'd my hood go? Let's try that one more time. I think I hit windshield instead of hood. I'm surprised it took this long for the hood of my van to get damaged. But yeah, we have to cut things off in the next 2 minutes or so here. Where did the little thing go? There you are. I'm taking it back to its mama, so it has no reason to fear me. Big, scary human. Yeah, I know, right? We're going long just because it's a Friday. I mean, I have no further obligations. Rather surprised that a lot of folks are still tuned in on Friday nights. Usually the viewership drops off pretty sharply on Friday afternoons here. But appreciate y'all. We are going to catch our sleep after we drop this rabbit off and pet it and give it back to Mama here. And then we'll fast forward through the night by reading... No, unfortunately, I did see your question. I was thinking about it, and I don't have a good answer.